Hello everybody, welcome into my latest live video. It is the 13th of July 2021. My name is Kerry Holzman and thanks guys for checking in and hanging out. Hello to everybody in the chat room who are eagerly awaiting the beginning of the video. The wait is over, the video has started. All is right with the world. Thank you to Peter Laycock, he kicked us off already with a 50-pound contribution. He says, good evening, Kerry, and everyone in the chat from Bonnie, Scotland. Hey, Peter, always good to see you, my friend, and thank you for your continued generosity. Today, I want to discuss buying these returned motherboards from Amazon and some differences in the coolers and the CPUs that are being used on these builds, and the common misconceptions of other content creators and commenters on YouTube who boldly make statements without fully understanding the scenarios and environments and the desires and the expectations and the budgets of other people other than themselves, it just leads to complete miscommunication and misunderstanding. And I do believe everybody's intent, for the most part, more so than not, is to be helpful. The problem is they're causing more harm than they're helping, and I'm going to explain how you can protect yourself from that and what to watch for. Planet Cryos, a generous $20 contribution, said he's going to be getting some more edits out this week, my friend. That'll be awesome. Thank you so much for doing that for me. Darren Gilholm with £1. Thank you, Darren. And Richard Angeline with $5. He says, because you are you. Well, I appreciate it, but I don't have a choice. But thank you for supporting the channel. So yeah, we're getting a little bit of an early start. Scheduled this to start in about 9 minutes early, because I sometimes start late. So I feel like if I sometimes start a little early, in the end it'll all average out to being on time. Gerardo Quintana Roo contributes $24.99. He says, good afternoon. Hope you have a great stream today. Well, Gerardo, thank you. We're certainly kicking it off with a good start. So before me, there's a number of motherboards here, and we're going to talk a little bit about the differences and whether or not that's important. The only person that can decide if those differences are important is you, okay? I can't tell you one board is better than the other one because one board is cheaper than the other one. And that may be more important to you, whereas another board may have more features than the other. Those features may not be important to you. You understand what I'm saying? So when we say which board is better, well, it depends on how you're defining better. Is better cheaper? Is better more features? Is better the physical size? Is better just the fact that it's even available to buy? There's a lot of different variables and how each of us uniquely identify with value. So therefore, I don't make those statements that one is better than the other, generally speaking, and with a few exceptions. And when people will tell you, for example, this is the old school Core i9 9900K processor. When I say old school, I'm referring to this terrible packaging that I've been complaining about that Intel finally gave up the ghost on and now puts it in a normal CPU box. Same chip, different box. Now sometimes people see me install these chips on non-Z-based motherboards, and they will be so bold and ignorant as to post that that chip doesn't pair with that motherboard, and I want you to know those people are 100% wrong and inconsiderate for the needs of the customers that I am building these for. So don't listen to those people. What these people will do is, these are thrillists. These are speed freaks. These are people who, let's say we have a Dodge Challenger and a Dodge Challenger Hellcat. Now you can look the prices up on these. Look for the differences in the cars. Look at how the car looks. Look at how much horsepower a regular Dodge Challenger has versus a Dodge Challenger Hellcat. Then I want you to take the sale price. Let's just assume no negotiation, we're going to take that sale price and divide it, take the horsepower and divide it by the sale price. Or is it the other way around? You want to figure out what your price per horsepower is. So if a regular Challenger gets 0 to 60 in 6 seconds, and a Challenger Hellcat gets 0 to 60 in, I don't know, 3 seconds, it's twice as fast to 60, let's just say. 100 kilometers if you're 0 to 100 kilometers is 0 to 60 miles per hour. All right. So for some people, they will pay twice as much per horsepower to get that added speed. But the reason why you don't see a lot of Hellcats is, one, they're very expensive to purchase and to insure. They're also more prone to mechanical failure because they're often being mistreated and abused. But also, and most importantly, is that people don't want them, okay? The reason why you see so many Dodge Challengers on the road compared to other Dodge Challenger versions, specifically the Hellcat, is because people don't find that important in mass. Just a few people do. And so when we see these speed freaks talking about that CPU doesn't pair with that motherboard, those are your Dodge Hellcat people. Unless you're one of those people that you would pay nearly twice as much for a car so you can get 0 to 60 faster, or it's got some added bell or whistle or feature that's worth it to you to pay twice as much, you, my friend, are in an elite group of a very small minority. I guess that's redundant. But you're in a very small minority of the population in general who can, one, afford that, let alone demand it and expect it. And my channel's not for those people. Most YouTube tech channels are these enthusiasts, these people that doesn't matter why. They do it because they can. They do it because, everybody's probably got their own reasons, but most importantly, they're doing it because they can afford it. Most of us would rather spend our money on more important things than getting a few extra megahertz that we're never going to notice anyway, except in a benchmark. And we could care less how our computer compares with performance of a neighbor's unless the performance is obvious, right? You don't have to run a benchmark and see the differences that way as the only way, which is usually the case. Simply put, much like cars, most people don't buy high-end, expensive, fast cars. If they did, they'd be selling a lot more of them. And it's two main reasons. One is the price. That's probably the main reason, is the price. But the second part is that they just don't care. You're still going to get to wherever you're going at the same amount of time as anybody else. If you are in a 70 horsepower Fiat and I'm in a Dodge Hellcat, Challenger Hellcat, your 0 to 60 time might be 11 seconds. My 0 to 60 time might be 3. But we're driving on roads. We can't go any faster than the car in front of us. Mine's going to have to stop for gas. Yours isn't. And we're probably going to arrive at our destination approximately at the same time. Yes, given the Dodge Hellcat is faster, and if it were violating the law and exceeding the speed limit, it could get there sooner, but not much sooner, because it's still going to stop at traffic lights. And even if you remove the traffic lights, even if it was a non-stop race to the destination, unless that destination is over 60 miles away, at 60 miles an hour, you're going to get there in an hour if you travel at 60 miles an hour and you're going 60 miles. This is not rocket science. So the only place a car like that is any good to you, a Hellcat or a really powerful high horsepower car, is on a racetrack or in an appropriate setting, which you'd have to pay more money to be at the racetrack. To run your car at the racetrack is more money. And then insurance on that, a lot of times you can't insure a car on a racetrack. But, if you can do that, that's wonderful. But when you go on YouTube and you're espousing your value system to others as though there is no other value system, it often has the unintended consequence of having people who are novices looking for information thinking all this stuff you're talking about is important, when in fact it simply is not important to those people, but they don't know enough to know what they need to know. So I'm trying to straighten all that out. So let's talk about configurations for a minute. This has a, I think I put a 9900K on this. This is an H370 HD3 motherboard. It's about $100, maybe 110. I've been buying them a lot. Never seen one go bad. They've been solid. They're a 9th gen. Current generation is 11, but they're still being sold brand new today, still being manufactured, as are the CPUs. Now, why a 9900K instead of a 9700K? Or why not a 9700? After all, this is not a Z board, so therefore you're wasting your money on a K processor. The K processors, out of the box, if you just take this out of the box, it's already faster than the non-K version by about 10% on average, about 10% faster. So if you're a customer who wants the most amount of speed without overclocking and overvolting and all this other nonsense, because you want reliability and you don't want to have cooling issues, you get the fastest one you can get. Ah, but didn't you just say that that costs more? It does cost more. In fact, a 9700 does everything a 9700K does, but the 9700K is unlocked and it doesn't come with a fan, and it's 10% faster out of the box. Without doing anything to it, you've already gone faster. Now, this is where the commenters look like some of the commenters who claim things don't pair up, who claim things don't make any sense. This exposes their complete ignorance. If you see this, I want you to be aware that's an ignorant comment regarding when parts don't make sense to them, because what that means is they're lacking the information on why those parts were selected. So unless they ask the question, why were those parts selected, to come to the conclusion that those parts configurations don't make sense is basically telling people, I have no idea why that person selected that. And rather than ask them, I'll just accuse them of being stupid because it doesn't make sense to me. If something doesn't make sense to you, the first thing you should do for yourself is gather more information. So let's talk about that a little bit more. You have a 9700 processor. It's 10% slower than the 9700K. It will come with a basic cooling fan, and it's locked. You can overclock it, but it's tricky. Then you have the 9700K. Same processor, unlocked. It's a little bit faster, costs a little bit more money. In both cases, they're 8-core processors. Then you go to from the 9700K, your next step is the 9900K. Same exact processor as the 9700 in every way, shape, and form, except it's got hyperthreading. So you still have 8 cores, but you have 16 threads. Now, looking at the prices, it was $319 for a 9700K, and it was $299 for a 9900K. And the 9700, I don't even look at those, to be honest, because I want to give my customers the fastest thing that's reliable. It doesn't require any special configuration or cooling or experimentation or bleeding edge, right? So the 9900K, the chip that has 16 threads instead of 8 threads, was $20 less. It was on sale, and there was a maximum that I could buy 3. So I bought 3 of them. Put it on an H370 board. People say that H370 board doesn't have good VRMs, voltage regulator modules. Those people don't understand what the goal is. They're completely missing the point of the build. Some people will say that chip can never reach its peak performance because the VRMs in the front, well, let's just say the VRMs aren't able to provide it enough higher voltage at a regular basis to keep that chip running at its absolute maximum. It's like saying, well, you can't really run that Dodge Hellcat on the red line for very long unless you use this certain type of gas. Well, who drives it that way, right? Very few people would drive that way. Here's what's interesting, and I really want you to think about this. When I put a 9900K on this H370 HD3 motherboard with that Scythe Mugen 5 cooler, You want to guess what my temps are after a half an hour on Prime 95? Anybody want to guess? It's absolutely one of the coolest running systems I've ever built. Further, it was very inexpensive because the motherboard was returned, the cooler was returned, the chip was on sale, and I took that saved money for my customer and I bumped up from 32 to 64 gigs of RAM. The whole thing, case, power supply, we're using onboard video built into the chip. This is being used for office use. Windows 10 Pro, the whole thing under $1,000. Now, the RAM and the chip are $600 of that $1,000. I have a 1 terabyte NVMe Intel drive. You buy those on sale, they're $100. So I buy them as many as I can buy when they're on sale for $100. 3 at a time, 5 at a time, whatever I can get. They don't go bad. So you got $100 in storage, so we're at $700. Case and power supply, depending on the case and power supply you choose, you're probably at another, let's call it $150. So now we're at $850. What do we have left? Am I forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Case, power supply. Oh, the cooler, $50. That's if you buy it new. I didn't pay $50 for this one. I think this is a returned one, and I think it was $40. What am I forgetting? What am I forgetting? There were power supplies on sale. EVGA's been having a bunch of different sales throughout the weeks. 650 watt power supplies for $35. 500 watt power supplies for $40. So I stock up on them. I get, if I can buy 3 or 4, I buy 3 or 4, put them away. I don't test them. You should, in case they're bad, you need to return them within a certain window of time. However, they have a couple of year warranty on them. So as long as I get to them before the warranty is up, if there's any problem, I simply wouldn't return it to where I purchased it, but rather would create a return material authorization form and send it back as if it had failed. Like, let's say I took it out of the box today, put it in a system, and then a couple months later it burns out. It's the same process. If I just take it out of the box after sitting on it for 2 months and it's DOA out of the box, it's the same process to just go back to the manufacturer, send it back, and they'll send you another one. So you have a system here that's going to run dead silent. You're never going to hear it. Now, to some people, that's a value. Other people don't care. We've got a system here that we're not putting into a windowed case. Although you could, we're not going to. The windowed cases generally do cost more. We're not putting any RGB. RGB is dollar for dollar about an 80% profit margin to the manufacturer. On any RGB products, it's about 80% profit margin. All of the rest of these computer components are about 8 to 16% profit margin. So you can see the manufacturers love when enthusiasts give value to nonsense that plays absolutely no role in computer performance. It plays no role in reliability. It plays no role in security. And they charge the most for it because people will pay for that crap. I call it crap because to me it's a complete waste of money. There's no business I've ever worked for. There's not a dentist office, there's not a lawyer's office, there's not an architectural firm that I have ever been requested to install a computer with a window and RGB, or liquid cooling for that matter. It just simply doesn't occur in the industry. But home users, if they're sitting there burning money and they got nothing else better to do and they enjoy that, there's nothing wrong with what they're doing. I just want you to recognize that those are the people who make YouTube videos. Okay? Overall, more likely than not, the people who make the YouTube videos are those extremists. And so when they're telling you their advice on builds, if you're like-minded with regards to you're a Dodge Hellcat kind of guy or gal, and you like putting hubcaps on your lawnmower, you're birds of a feather and you belong together. But for the rest of us, that's why I'm here. And I wish there were more practical techs and real working professional techs that get paid to work on client computers making YouTube videos. And there's a few out there. There's a few I very much admire. But unfortunately, not enough, in my opinion. Being held liable and accountable, not only for the system reliability, not only for the system security, but also to meet the budget of the customer in the time frame the customer has, is far more difficult than any sort of liquid nitrogen cooling trying to overclock something. That is a game of the rich. If I buy a boat and you have a yacht, it's not that I don't admire your yacht. It's that I can't afford it, and I don't know a lot of people to invite on it. So even if I had one, I don't know what I'd do with it. So unless I was just sitting on so much money where it didn't make a difference one way or another, I don't see any reason why, even if I could afford it, I would buy one, unless it was some sort of an investment. Yachts, by the way, not a good investment. Nothing depreciates like a yacht. Anyway, not that I'm a yacht expert, but I know the basics. And yacht repairs are very, very expensive. But hey, if you got a yacht, you can afford the repairs. So, well, most of us would be very happy having a computer. What I say is $850. That is a screaming fast machine. Is it the fastest storage drive? Of course it isn't. But you're not going to tell the difference. I can put the fastest one in, and I can put that Intel one in, and I can promise you 99 out of 100 of my customers will never see the difference. Never. I would almost say 100 out of 100 won't see the difference. They're just going to say, Kerry, this is the fastest computer I've ever owned. I can't even tell if it's on. It's so quiet. And 8 years later, it's still going to be running, and it will have required 0 repairs, statistically speaking. Now, I can't control if a RAM module goes bad, or if a lightning strike hits, or a power supply goes bad, but it just isn't happening. I'm telling you, I bring all the repairs that I'm allowed to film. I bring them all on stage here, put them all on this bench, and I film them live. And there's absolutely, if you're not seeing repairs on my video, it's because I don't have any repairs to do. Nothing is breaking. Or if it's breaking, people are handling it themselves, or they're not calling me about it. So the good news is, as far as my retainer customers and my regular customers go, I maintain them every single week on my retainers. I log in weekly and do all the maintenance. And they have systems there that were built, I think the oldest ones are 2015. They all work great. So the reason we're going to upgrade those, though, is because, we didn't have NVMe storage then. And for security reasons, and to ensure that they're good for the next 5 or 6 years. Most businesses don't keep their computers for 8 years. Most businesses are going to have those machines replaced generally within 4 to 6 years. So when I see that's why I always put that little label that tells me when I built the machine, July 2015. I can look at that years later and go, when did I build this? I don't want to go dig through a whole history of invoices to find it. I just look on the side of the computer, there's the date. Time flies when you're having fun. I let the customer know, hey, this machine's getting a little long in the tooth. We should discuss replacing it voluntarily before we replace it when it tells us to. Okay? If you wait for it to fail, we can't shop around for the best price, or if there's parts out of stock, we could be down for a while and the stress level goes up. So does the price, because it becomes an emergency. And if you're rich and you can be that demanding, that's great. But for the rest of us, it's better to be proactive. Go ahead and start planning that. And then schedule a time when it won't interfere with the productivity of the office. And that way we're saving money on the parts because we have time to shop around and find some deals, or to wait for things to come back in stock, get it built in a much more calm and less chaotic manner. test it properly, get it delivered as scheduled, where it's not interrupting employees or interfering with the operation of the business, and everything runs smooth and everything's less money. The more panicked you are, the more impatient you are, the more you pay. And if you've got the money to pay, then you can afford to be impatient. The expression beggars can't be choosers comes to mind, especially in the pandemic. Many of us who are out of work and scraping to make ends meet do not have the luxury of being demanding. I mean, you could try, but without anything to back up that demand, why would anybody do that for you? Unless they're your friend and they're trying to help you. Someone who's in business needs to get paid, or they're going to be right next to you also asking other people to help them right now for nothing. And then it just kind of dwindles into, well, you can just play that out. It goes in one direction and it ends with the same ending. So, well, some people can be quite unreasonable and demanding where they're not paying for it. Other people who can pay for it certainly make me a lot more money, right? No differently than the LED lights that the industry makes money from the enthusiasts on that are completely optional. The people that are the most demanding, I also charge the most to. They pay me more. So nothing wrong with those people. I'm glad those people are around. But more and more commonly, I'm getting people who are demanding that aren't paying anything at all. And I have learned to tune them out. They're just noise. And I suppose that's an interesting situation in our culture today, is the amount of entitlement that I'm seeing from people. And the problem with entitlement is you've got nothing to back it up or enforce your entitlement, right? You might think you deserve something, and you might think that you're owed something. And you can think that all you want. And the number of people that think that I'm encountering now is incredible. And I just walk away, because what are you going to do about it? Nothing. So you can be as demanding and unreasonable as you want. I'm walking away. And I think you'll find more and more in society, we're getting this dividing line of people who are willing to put in the work and accept a reasonable timeline and a reasonable price, against people who just expect it to be handed to them right now, the way they want it, and for free. And if it continues, I predict we're going to end up with a whole bunch of homeless people who can't take care of themselves, who will start to die off, and a bunch of people that do take care of themselves who continue to flourish. And I think over time, that problem solves itself. And if you want to pick a side, that's your life. But to me, it really seems like a very simple option. And I'm just kind of scratching my head, because I don't know what authority those entitled, demanding people who with no money think that they have to enforce their demands. Because when I walk away, there's nothing they can do about it. I'm sure they get quite upset. And I imagine they're going to continue to get upset over and over and over. And they're going to live a very long, miserable life. Even if it's a short life, it's got to feel long, from one disappointment to the next, because they have a significant attitude issue, or an issue of perspective that unfortunately they just weren't raised, in my opinion, they weren't raised properly. So it's their choice, and I can choose to not buy into that little mind game. More and more, I'm hearing people just keep repeating things, and the more they're false, but they feel like the more they say it, the truer it becomes. And that's why every day I say to myself, I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire. Because I don't want to quickly dismiss these people. If they're on to something, it doesn't cost me anything to try it. I want to be open-minded. I mean, not so open-minded that my brains fall out, but I'm willing to give it a shot. I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire. I'm just going to keep saying it until it happens. It hasn't happened. I've been saying it now for about 40 years. Maybe I'm being impatient. I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire, and I demand it now. I'm just an old man though, right? I'm completely disconnected and don't know what I'm talking about from reality. The kids will laugh and they'll say, listen to this old guy. Listen how funny this old guy is. We don't act like that. Yeah, a lot of you do. Not all of you. And I'm specifically talking to a younger generation, but that's okay. You know, hopefully they'll mature and say, I get what he was saying now. And when I was their age, I was already taught this. So that's why I'm sort of like, you know, how can you not know by now? However, for the benefit of the people watching the video, I want you to know, if you insist on using a Z series motherboard, this chip will run faster. It will run hotter. It will be, this will not be an adequate cooling system. So you'll spend more money on the board. You will spend more money on the cooler. You may even opt for better thermal compound. You may pay for this Arctic Grizzly or Cryonaut, whatever it's called. You may choose to open your wallet and, in my opinion, completely waste your money in the pursuit of 1 more megahertz or 1 more degree. And each time you spend that money, the value of your system drops. Your price to performance ratio moves the other direction. And if you don't care about that, if you're that Dodge Challenger Hellcat buyer, then you obviously have more money than most of us. And I would very much wish I was you. In fact, I wish most people were you, because then you could be as demanding as you want and you would pay the money that you were charged. I could get by with only having 3 wealthy customers instead of 300 regular customers, because I could make as much money profit-wise off of 3 wealthy customers that I currently make from 300 normal income customers. So I could work less, do the same job, and get paid multiplications more from somebody who was demanding and wealthy. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure where to find those customers. I've got I had one who passed away. I've got one who's somewhat wealthy, but not like over the top wealthy. I'm talking just ultra rich. I'm talking somebody who's got a net worth of over $1 billion. If I have 3 customers like that, that's it. I'm set for life. In the meantime, I am trying to help everybody, whether you have money, regardless of the amount of money you have, to understand that these are quality components. If you go to the store, in my opinion, and you buy these pre-built machines off the shelf at Best Buy or Walmart, it's absolute crap. It's nothing but a nightmare. It's difficult to maintain, often impossible to upgrade. Support is horrible, and the machine's just not very good, not compared to something like this. And oftentimes, even if my machine or the parts I'm recommending are the same price as that pre-built at Walmart, you're not getting the same amount of RAM. You're not getting the same amount or speed of storage. You're not getting the same type of cooling, the effectiveness of the cooling. You probably aren't getting a processor that fast, because they can't buy the same parts that I'm buying significantly less in price, because there isn't that much profit margin in these parts to begin with. And they've got to pay all this overhead, right? They got to pay employees, they got to pay distribution, they got to have boxes made up, they got to have warehousing, they've got insurance, they've got a lot of overhead that you don't have if you build it yourself. Also, a lot of times the people working have no passion for what they do. So a lot of times it's slapped together without a care in the world, and if you're lucky, it's fine, and if you're not so lucky, the person who built it or someone along the assembly line just doesn't care about their job, or doesn't care about the quality of their job, and just did the bare minimum to get their check for the day, right? Just watching the clock, waiting for the end of the day. It's just a job I have to have. I don't like it, I don't want it, and I have to pay my bills. And they're sort of resentful and they don't enjoy what they do. If you build it yourself, you're going to take pride in your build. You are going to care. You're going to carefully turn each screw. You're going to inspect each part. You're going to handle those parts with care. And when you go to do that first power run, you're going to be nervous, because that's your money. You think these guys in an assembly line doing power-ons of the systems they build give a rat's behind if they work or they don't? That one doesn't work. Move it over to the repair line. Next. They don't care. So the amount of fulfillment and joy that you can have out of doing it yourself is something nobody can do for you. And there's no amount of money that can pay for it, and it's not for sale. You can't go to Walmart and say, where's the fulfillment and joy at? Which aisle is that? It's something you have to do. If you don't do that, you're robbing yourself. You are stealing from yourself. So, if we were to build the same system with a Z-series motherboard, and I want to reiterate this, it'd run a little bit faster. It would run a whole lot hotter. It would be louder, more than likely, unless we spent a lot of money on the cooling system. This cooling system would be inadequate if we were going to push that system hard. If we're not pushing the system hard, then what's the point? You wouldn't notice the difference anyway, except only on benchmarking. Day-to-day usage, if you're not pushing that system that hard all the time, then it defeats any purpose other than because you can, which takes us back to the money. It can also severely affect the reliability. So when people talk about VRMs, and especially on non-Z-based motherboards, they don't understand what they're talking about because they're myopic in how they see the world. The fact of the matter is, I've never had an the H370 series boards have never come back for any processor I put in there. You can put in any 9th gen Intel chip in there. Any of the i3, i5, i7, i9s, if it fits, you're good to go. And if the VRMs, let's say, were what these well-intended but ignorant people, I say ignorant, it's not saying dumb, it's saying they're not aware. They're not aware that they're not aware, and that's ignorance. If what they said was true, that the VRMs were unreliable, then where's all my bad boards? Where are they? Right? Somebody's looking online and they're reading something or they're watching a video from somebody they respect more than me and concluding that person is right and I'm wrong because that person's more likable than me. Or that person's telling them what they want to hear. I don't tell people what they want to hear. That's why they're more likable than me. I tell people what it is. If it's raining outside and you don't want to hear it, and you say, what's the weather like outside? I'm not going to tell you it's bright and sunny because that's what you want to hear. I'm going to say it's raining. It's not my fault. You asked. So when people don't get the answer they want, oftentimes they blame, at least in my experience and here on the internet, they blame the person who offered them the answer, which is that entitlement. I deserve an answer. You owe me an answer, and it better be the answer I expect. And in return for that, I give you nothing. But if you don't give me the answer I respect, or I expect a certain answer from you, and if I don't get it, I'm going to let you know how upset I am. Okay, that's the big consequence. I think I'm doing you a favor, voluntarily answering your question, and there are some people who think I don't like the way you answered my question, and therefore you're a jerk. Okay, well, I didn't make it rain. I'm just sorry I answered your question. Maybe next time I'll ignore it. Oftentimes when I ignore questions, which I sometimes do from somebody who seems to be setting me up for an argument, I just erase their message. And very rarely do I ever hear back from them. Oftentimes, if there's a problem, it's because I voluntarily answered somebody's question for free, and now they want to talk about it for an hour and a half. I don't have that kind of time, and the emails can go back and forth, and if I say, sorry, I don't have time, then you're a jerk, and we're right back to them not liking me again. So if I don't answer the question, then I never hear from them again. It's not, because primarily, how would you know I even got your question if I didn't answer? How would you even know your email wasn't caught in a spam filter? How would you know that I even saw it? So you don't, because quite frankly, that's possible. And yet, those people have no problem being ignored. If you ignore them, they don't berate you. But if you offer them help and they don't like the answer you give, then they'll berate you or challenge you. And this has been quite an interesting series of conversations over the years with viewers who seemingly start out asking for help and then very quickly turn and want to tell me how I should have answered their question, which is then like, well, if you already knew the answer, why did you ask? Right? It's just weird all the way around. But when somebody's paying me to answer their question, it's very rare that they would ever argue with me about the answer. They typically say thank you and they write me a check. So this perceived value that the Z series board and the faster RAM and all this other stuff, it's perceived value, not necessarily true value, unless you're one of a very small percentage of the population that actually has a use case scenario for that. Now, for some people, it's about getting an extra few frames per second in their game. And gaming is an expensive luxury recreational activity. It is not required for life. You can go outside and play. You can sit in your room and stare at the wall and be in your mind and read a book and use your imagination, and it's all entertainment. A lot of people in jail have to find other ways for entertainment. It is not critical to the survival of the human species. And if you're wealthy enough that you can afford the luxury of gaming and you can afford getting more frames per second, there is no amount of money that you can spend that's going to make you better at that game. No matter how good of a camera I give you, doesn't make you a better photographer. No matter how nice of a piano you buy, doesn't make you a better piano player. No matter how much money you spend on your pots and pans, it will not make you a better cook. All right, so again, we're going to get back to practicality here. This is going to an office. This office does some pretty major accounting. Now, I've had people have the gall to tell me that no accountant would ever have use for what you're building. Again, this is displaying ignorance. It's like shouting from the rooftop, I want the world to know how ignorant I am. Nobody asked them for their opinion. Nobody said, hey, are you ignorant? Nobody knows who they are, but they want the world to know. It's very strange. When I was growing up in the 80s, you would hide that as much as possible. You would, if you weren't sure about something, you kept your mouth shut, because if you didn't, you might look like a fool. People like looking like fools now. I guess any type of attention they can get. They're so desperate in a crowded world for somebody to acknowledge their existence. Some people will do extreme things just to say, look at me. So the problem making a statement that no account would ever use this is so many problems with it, which is one, you don't know the kind of work. Well, I'm an accountant, okay, but you're assuming they're doing the same kind of work you're doing. Pretty sure if you don't see a reason to have this, they're not doing the kind of work you're doing. Secondly, there's future proofing. Do we sell them just the bare minimum of what they need today, or are we going to sell them something that's way more than what we need? Because if the difference between this processor and let's say an i5 is $100, I think it's worth the extra $100 to not have to revisit the labor to turn around and rebuild, replace, or upgrade, along with reinstalling all the software and reconfiguring the network and the email and the printers. It's not the machine that's expensive. It's the replacing of it and all the labor and the result in lost production and revenue that they're able to bring in while all of that's happening. So there's not just this one fixed expense. Oh, I have to buy another computer. That's nothing. That's nothing. The big expense is you're going to pay in time or in money to move all the data, to reinstall all the applications, to put in all the updates, reactivate everything, reconfigure it for the network, reconfigure the email, reconfigure the printers. And while you're doing that, you're not able to do your job, which is how you got the money to buy the machine. This lost productivity adds up, depending on the line of work, to thousands of dollars a day. So an $800 computer, if it's $700 or $800, and the only difference is the $800 one won't have to be replaced as quickly, if you're a business owner, you get the slightly more expensive one so that you're putting off the need to do that again as far as possible. You don't want to jeopardize reliability. You don't want to jeopardize performance. And you don't want to jeopardize productivity. Without productivity, you have no income. Without income, you have no money. And without money, you have no business. You may not even have a home. And you may even lose your family. The consequences of it can be significant if it's allowed to. This is what happens when companies grow too quickly. They spend more than they're bringing in, and their time and attention, instead of focusing on the business they have, they're spending too much time and money and focus on the business they're trying to get, and then they forget what's going on with the thing that's actually working, because they're spending too much time trying to get this other piece working, and then they both fail, and then they're gone. And that's why you'll see sometimes companies grow, and then all of a sudden, boom, out of business, out of business, out of business, out of business. A lot of the franchises, if they grow too quickly, a lot of times they don't completely collapse. It's almost like a game of Jenga, where they let the tower grow too tall and it topples over, but a little bit of the tower is still up and running. And if they're lucky, they can salvage that little bit of the tower and then pick up the pieces and approach more slowly and more controlled. So let's see, what am I missing in the chat today? Anything going on with you guys? Oh, I want to show you something. Over at Amazon, there's been an issue with these Gigabyte boards, both the H370 and the B460 HD3 boards that I recommend. They just haven't been in stock. And if we go to Amazon, and let's turn on my window capture so I can share the screen with you. That ought to do it. Is that going to bring up my screen? Okay, so we're at Amazon, and again, everything I'm talking about is Amazon US. I can't speak for other countries. I don't know. But B460 HD3 is a Gigabyte model, so pulls up the Gigabyte board, and as you can see, they are back in stock. It says there's only 11. It says, now this is a 10th gen motherboard, and we're going to talk a little bit about that in a second. But it's essentially the same version of the board I have in front of you on this counter. It's just the next version of it. And for my customers, they really appreciate that this thing still has DVI, VGA, and HDMI video outs using the onboard video built into the Intel graphics chip. Because some of their monitors, the last thing they want to do is replace their monitors. They're expensive. Basically, if we can reuse whatever monitor they've got, they're happy. I love that we have that available still on a 10th gen. Now this board should be about $110, and I think that's what I paid in the past, but they've been out of stock for about 3 months. But they've got, for $135.89, I think it's still a good deal. I think anything under $150 is worth it for this specific motherboard here. And if we look down here, it says there's even some used and new. And it shows, it says new for $119, and it's sold by Amazon. This one for $135 is not sold by Amazon. You see, it doesn't say Prime on it. It says it ships from TellEasy. Well, who is TellEasy? Let's click on it and see who they are. Their reviews are only 38 positive reviews in 12 months with 538 ratings. Oh, that's a little rough. So some people are happy. Their last few reviews look pretty good. I guess that explains why these are available. I don't know. However, I do believe that, yes, the item is returnable, but there is a restocking fee up to 50%. So this is a risk you've got to watch for with the Amazon store. Amazon is a marketplace where Amazon sells stuff and so do other people. So you got to pay close attention. If it says Prime and you're a Prime member, then you can return things super easy. But if the item is non-returnable or returnable, watch for the conditions. Like in this case, 50% of the item's price. It's ridiculous. You might as well just, if you have a problem, send it back to the motherboard manufacturer for warranty repair rather than return it, because that would be much cheaper. It's important you know all the information and that you make an informed decision when you're making a purchase of a product from Amazon, that you're fully aware of the expectations that you should have. So if I know that these boards have not been available for a few months and I'm willing to spend $135.89, and if it arrives damaged, like they're new, I'm sure they're new, it's not a scam, but if it arrives damaged or if there's a problem with it, I know right now, if I click the buy now button, that this is going to be between me and Gigabyte to get that sent back. And if I look at the used one, that's still $10 more than I was paying for them new. It says it's new. It says it's coming from Amazon. That means the return would be free, and it's $15 less. Some of these people are selling them for $265.95. These are horrible people who don't care about their own community. It's whatever they can do to create more profit. It doesn't matter if you have to suffer, because from their perspective, they're not forcing you to pay 3 times more for this motherboard or 2.5 times more for this motherboard than it's worth. If you want to spend, let's say you're wealthy, let's say you're a billionaire, it doesn't make any difference to you if you pay $265 or you pay $109.99, right? It's nothing to you. It'd be like dropping a penny and you just can't be bothered to bend over to pick it up. As long as it's available and they deliver the product to you and the product works, everybody's happy. So they're selling this to rich people who are demanding, or to ignorant people who don't know the value of what they're buying, and they're taking advantage of that. They're not breaking any laws, but ethically and morally speaking, they are not helping their community. Although they might argue, if the community is a bunch of billionaires, they might say, yeah, I am, and they're helping me back, right? I'm getting a much higher profit margin, which means I can be more independent and more financially free if I can get people to give me more money. But nobody's, the emphasis is that I'm not forcing you to give me the money. So it's important to know the value of something, in my opinion. So you say, well, how do you know if this motherboard works with any specific CPU? There's absolutely no reason for you to ask that question. Absolutely, other than you're just lazy. And I mean lazy. Like this is like if you can't push a few buttons on a keyboard and move a mouse, I don't even know that level of lazy. This is like an incredible amount of lazy. But furthermore, you should be skeptical that if you are that lazy and you ask, you should be skeptical of the accuracy of the information you're getting for free on the internet, because oftentimes it's coming from an unknown and unreliable source that holds no accountability or liability to the consequences of you following their advice. So all you'd have to do, if this is a Gigabyte B460 HD3, is we would go to Google and type in B460 HD3, and I'm going to type it up here on the top of the address bar, and we're going to bring up the Gigabyte website. Is this following me? Yeah. And then you notice how it says support up here? That's general support for Gigabyte. You see how it says support right here? That's support for this product. So if we click on support, it says CPU support right here. It's right here. It was 3 clicks. I'm going to click a 4th click. If you're so lazy that you can't click your mouse 4 times, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know how you get through life. But this will tell you all of the chips that work with this board. And this board's warranty doesn't change because somebody online thinks a 10900K is going to kill the VRMs on the board. Well, if that's the case, then I guess Gigabyte's going to go out of business with all the boards being returned to them. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. These have been tested and abused with these processors installed to verify that these are all functional and operate within the parameters of the engineering design specifications of the board, regardless of what anybody online says. Because the people who design the boards, overall, by far, are far more educated with an academic education and have far more experience in the design and engineering of these electronic components than those with the loosest grasps and the loosest mouths online. and they have a very loose grasp of how the technology works, and they have a very loose grasp of keeping their mouth closed. They have loose lips. So don't let those people interfere with your fact finding. If you want the facts, you go right to the source. This is what the source says. The source is held accountable. The source is held liable. And the source will be held to replace your board at their expense should your board fail because of the reasons some moron on the internet told you. The moron on the internet holds no consequence to what they say. The manufacturer does. And that's why the manufacturer's information is far more valuable to you. It's freely available, and this is on every motherboard ever made that's available for sale now from every manufacturer. It's that easy, whether it's Asus, ASRock, Gigabyte, what have you. So I just like to empower you so that you realize you don't have to rely on somebody else's free help on the internet that's a complete stranger and then risk getting screwed because you believed them. So this is, as I mentioned, 10th gen. Will it work with 11th gen? Maybe. You notice I don't see these numbers are all moving down, aren't they? If you want to know if it works with 11th gen, sometimes they don't update this list. So what you would do is we'd go to the downloads and look at the BIOS updates, because it would be a BIOS update that would make that possible. And if we look at the BIOS update, we see what does it do? Do any of these add 11th gen support? It doesn't appear that they do. So whether or not you can get an 11th gen working on this, based on what I'm seeing, the answer is no. So even though it may be possible, it may be compatible, the manufacturer isn't saying so. So you would be taking a risk, and if that's a risk you want to take, absolutely take the risk if you want to, but just make sure you have the right expectations. There may be some 11th gen that it works with and some that it doesn't, or maybe none of them. But typically, if it does, it's going to say, here's the BIOS update improves CPU compatibility for 11th gen. So even though it doesn't say under CPU support, that's not necessarily true, because this may have been, they're paying somebody to do this work. Somebody had to enter all this data in. So that person Gigabyte is unlikely to continue to pay them to update some product that's last year's product. So it's not intended for 11th gen use regardless if it would work or not. And Gigabyte is apparently taking a stance that even if it does work, we're not encouraging you to do it. So if you don't want to gamble and you want it to work, then follow the advice that the manufacturers offer on their websites and don't deviate from that unless you're willing to accept the risk. Hope that makes sense. I lost my, did I lose my, oh. Sorry guys, I lost my, I always watch the chat, and apparently when I went to Amazon, I overwrote, I meant to open a new tab. So I got to go reopen YouTube again so I can join you in the chat again. I don't know what I was thinking. Hey, okay. Finally, I'm back. All right. Could an incompatible, this is from in the chat room, GoPro Everything says, could an incompatible CPU cause no sound in Chrome? An incompatible CPU won't sit in the socket in most cases, or the system won't even turn on. The lights and the fan will come on and nothing happens. If the system starts and you can install Windows in it, then you have a compatible CPU. Like, it's very, very obvious. An incompatible CPU simply won't work at all. If you're not getting sound in a particular application, but you're getting sound to other places, then it's not a sound chip, it's not a motherboard, it's not your speakers, right? Simple deduction. You know that it just doesn't work with this app, and so the problem is in the app. And you should be looking for a solution to fix that in Chrome. I mean, you might as well check and see if the mailman brought the mail yet today. That's how relevant looking at the CPU is to this problem. It is completely bizarre to me that you would associate that to what seems like, to me, that's, and again, I have years and years of experience, so, but to me, that's like painfully obvious. If your sound works everywhere else, but it doesn't work with this app, there's something wrong with that app. Does that make sense? I think you might be overthinking this. It's quite simple. I do appreciate your question. And if you can be more specific of giving us an example, we have a lot of very well-informed folks in the chat room who would kindly offer you some suggestions. And $5 comes in from GoPro Everything. Oh, the person that just asked the question. Thank you. Would you like to be blue? I'll make you blue. All you have to do is continue to be kind and supportive and interact in the chat. And I'd love to add more people to blue. I love kind people. I'm so sick of the nastiness online. There's a great video, you can find it on YouTube, of a girl that was on America's Got Talent last week. And she wrote a song. She has a YouTube channel where she likes to sing and play guitar. And she gets a lot of mean comments. So she decided to take all this ugliness and use it as lyrics to her song, that she custom wrote this song. And as she's singing it, the commenters, the comments come up, little screen grabs at the comments. And she doesn't ad-lib anything. It's all quite literally what the commenters are saying. And let's see if I can... let's see, AGT is America's Got Talent. Madeline Bailey is her name. And what she did is pure genius. Genius. There's a link to the video. You guys should watch this. It totally diffuses trolls and makes them powerless in a way that is clever, it's intellectual, and it's hilarious. I do recommend you watch it. She's a wonderful, she seems like a wonderful person, and I love it when people can think independently. She came up with this genius idea, and I like to encourage independent thinking and creative out-of-the-box thinking, and whenever I encounter that in my life, I want to draw attention to it and say, more of this, please. $50 comes in from Frankie B. He says, here's a little something for you all. Hey, Frankie, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for your continued generosity. I appreciate you very much. Have I missed anybody else's contributions? I might have, because of the window closing, and YouTube is not... It's giving me it used to store, at least while I was live, I could see everybody in the session that contributed. And now it's only like showing me 3. HJ contributes $5. He says, or they say, sometimes when I power on my computer, the monitor and the keyboard don't power on with it. And the only fix I have found is reseating my memory. I think that problems like that, if they're intermittent and you can't make them happen, those can be the most difficult problems to solve. Sometimes a bad video card that's just not initiating properly prevents the rest of the system from booting. Other times a bad cable, something plugged into USB, like if you have a USB flash drive or a USB hard drive plugged in and you always leave it plugged in, then at startup, those can cause all kinds of weird problems because they're not designed to always be plugged in. The whole point of USB is you plug it in. When it comes to storage, you plug it in, you use it, you unplug it. So the way you would diagnose this is you want to unplug everything from the computer except your keyboard, your mouse, your monitor, and your power. Disconnect sound, disconnect anything plugged into USB, unplug all of it. Every bit of it, unless it's a keyboard or a mouse. Then turn the computer off and on and off and on and see if the problem still happens. Now, if the problem still happens, then you know for a fact everything you've unplugged has nothing to do with the problem. If it does solve the problem, then start plugging things in one at a time until the problem starts again, and you can associate what's causing it. And if that's the case, please let us know, and we can all learn from your experience. Thank you for the question. Do we have other questions I can answer for you guys? When we talk about value, I want to get back to the whole value thing. The Gigabyte B365 DS3H is almost identical to the H370 HD3. And for some of you, you'd say, why in the world would you pay more for this board right here than you would for this one if they're the same? They're not the same, but if you're not utilizing the features of this board, then it's not important to you. And in that case, they're both the same. This one can do everything this one can do, but this one can't do everything that one can do. Like what? Well, first of all, look at the physical size. You can plug more things into this one. See how many more slots we've got down here? That also means you need a bigger case to put it in. That might cost you more. This one will fit into a smaller case. They'll both hold a video card without problem. They both have 4 memory slots and can have the same amount of memory. And if we look at the number of SATA connectors, they both have the same number of SATA connectors. But USB ports, let's see, this one has 4 USB 3s and 2 USB 2s in the back. And this one has 2 USB 3s, then USB 3.1 or 3.2. You notice there's no USB 3.1 or 3.2 or Type-C on this board. That's the difference in the chipset. That's true of all B365s, and it's true of all H370s. That's what the chipset means. When you get that Z-series board, you get the most amount of USB ports, you get the most amount of connectors, you get the most amount of channels, if you will. However, that doesn't mean that benefits you and how you're going to use the computer. So if this is all you need, you're going to use the same chip, the same RAM, the same heatsink is all going to fit on here, assuming the case is deep enough for a cooler like that. You could spend less on a case. You get something like a really nice NZXT H510. Really nice case with built-in cable management. Fits like a glove. Nothing special on the power supply. Just get an EVGA 500 watt power supply for 40 bucks. You're good to go. This board is around $110, same as the B460. And this board is around $70. It's about nearly half the price. So if that's all you need, remember this is also 9th gen. There's also a B, so it's talking about the B460. There's a B, what is it? I'd have to look it up, but there's a stripped down version of that as well, I think. There's so many different chipsets between Intel and AMD. It's hard to remember the past ones while additionally remembering the new ones, and there's always new ones coming out. And so the longer you stay in business and the longer you stay on top of it, the harder, at least for me, it is to retain it. It's all starts to become mixed up in a blender. The only person I ever met in my life who can tell me the answers to all this stuff is a guy named JJ from Asus. JJ can tell you about chipsets off the top of his head like it's nothing. I really admire that. That's a pretty rare quality to find in a person, to remember, to memorize all this technical information with such accuracy. You can double check everything JJ says. Very rarely, I'd say never have I caught JJ misspeak or misstate a fact. I'm not sure he's human. which makes me like them a little more. But anyway, there's most of us in the world do make mistakes, and we do misspeak, and we say something when we mean something else. And then, of course, the internet is going to make sure to highlight every little mistake you make. And it would be great if the people who did that allowed me to follow them around with my camera live for maybe 4 or 5 hours, just so we could criticize, how they pour their drink. I just want to follow them around for the day, how they open a bag of chips or how they watch TV, because I'm sure we can tell them they're doing it wrong, or if they say something that's not 100% accurate, that we would call them out on it. That would be wonderful karma, and I'm sure that they would hate it so much they would never want to do that to anybody else again. Some people feel that people who make YouTube videos have a responsibility to be 100% factual all the time. And well, that would be great. We don't even get that from professional news organizations anymore. And I think it's an unrealistic expectation for the free content you're getting. Most of these channels are really just entertainment. You can't get a YouTube education as a resume item. Like if you went to apply for a job, let's just say, and you said, the interviewer says to you, what makes you qualified for this position? And you said, well, I've got a degree from YouTube. Oh, well, in that case, we know every content creator on YouTube is always 100% accurate. So therefore, no further education or interviewing is necessary. Can you start immediately? Some of the things we were taught in school growing up weren't correct. We had teachers who weren't correct. And as the human species evolves, things we were told were right, we're now told are not right. And things you're being told are right, especially if you're a younger person correcting somebody older, you might find out from children your age, when you're our age, how wrong you were taught. For example, is milk good for you or bad for you? We don't know. Nobody really knows. If there's so much confusion, growing up, you're taught drink 4 glasses of milk a day. Now you're taught, oh, it's not good for you, you shouldn't drink it. In the meantime, there are also people talking about foods, that whether it's keto diets, paleo diets, this is bad for you, that's bad for you. And yet, my grandparents, their generation, smoked cigars, drank whiskey, fought in a world war, did hard manual labor. My grandfather loaded and unloaded train cars. He didn't have very much specialty equipment to assist you with that. It's just hard labor. And our grandparents overall lived longer than their parents or their grandparents. George Burns smoked cigars, and you're like, who? Some of you may not know who George Burns was. Timothy Leary did all kinds of drugs. These guys died, George Burns, I think, was in his 80s. Timothy Leary in his 70s. If what we were doing was so bad, then why is the average lifespan in the United States, why was it going up and why is it going down now? So we just don't know. There's a lot we don't know. We were told butter was bad for you, you should have margarine. Now we're told margarine was bad for you, you should have butter. And if you go to the store, it's mostly butter and very few margarine options. I guess people aren't buying it anymore, but 30 years ago it was flipped the other way. And yet people will talk as though they know for a fact that thing you're eating is going to kill you. You're eating too much of this and too much of that. And well, look, if you're in relatively good shape and you don't have any health issues, you shouldn't change what you're doing. There are other people who have internal issues and they can eat all the healthy things and they can eat as little as possible, and yet until they correct the imbalance that's happening internally, which requires a doctor, nothing you do is going to resolve that issue until that internal issue is resolved. In other words, the food is one thing, but what's going on inside your body may be irrelevant of the food. So It's always good to just know that most of, at least in my lifetime, most of what we've been taught, whether it's social sciences and history, has all been reversed. Even with regards to health, all that's been reversed. And I suspect it will continue. And I suspect this generation, when they get into their 40s and 50s, they'll be taught the way that they were talking to people is wrong. The expressions they use are impolite or rude, inconsiderate, or disrespectful. And the things they know about food are completely wrong. So in the moment right now, this is the information they have. And they hold on to it and will relay it because they care. Because they've accepted that as a truth, despite any evidence in reality. They might have scientific experiments, but until somebody lives their full life eating nothing but carrots, we don't really know that that was good or bad. And some people can't have, lactose. Some people can't have gluten. Some people can't have sugar. Some people can't have salt. Some people can't have seafood. Some people have a bad reaction to peanuts. And yet another person can live off of those things solely and live to be 100 years old. So just because something works for one person doesn't mean it'll work for you. And the best we can do is do our best to enjoy our lives. There is a general consensus that the idea is to live as long as possible. But if you're miserable, it would seem to me that living a shorter life is going to feel like you've lived a long one. So I kind of stand puzzled at all this. And of course, there are obvious exceptions. If you want to drink a vat of grease every day, it's probably not going to work out well for your heart. These are extremes. But when we talk about these health extremes, we also don't know long-term results and how they affect the population, not necessarily how they affect certain individuals in the population, but the population overall. Because we're all different, and we all biologically, our systems, our metabolisms, and the things we process, and our gut bacteria, all that varies from one person to the next. And it's why some people can't eat things other people can eat. And it's why some people get sick and die from eating things that somebody else ate and lived to be 90 or 100 or even more. Sometimes they talk to these people that are over 100 years old, and they say, I've heard numerous times, what's the secret to being over 100 years old? And they're like, saying something preposterous. I always make sure I have bacon every day. And you're like, what? Yeah. Well, the difference between them and the scientists is the scientists are doing these studies and working on averages, and they're often using laboratory animals, whereas they're an actual living person who's done it. And if you ask me for information, I will much more value the information coming from somebody who's done it than coming from somebody who's studied it. And that's the problem with the internet. How do you tell those two apart? Now, if two people have done it and they both disagree, neither one of them is wrong, and you have to decide for yourself which of those two people you most closely relate to or identify with, and you still might be wrong. Sometimes there aren't universal truths, and we just accept that, and we decide for ourselves what's valuable to me may not be valuable to you. But then you to then tell everybody else it's not valuable is a complete discourtesy to the community. But the intention is, I want to keep you from getting burned like I was. But the fact is they would have never gotten burned, and you weren't saving anything. And if anything, you were holding people back. So I encourage people to be supportive and kind. You're not going to hold anybody back. There's no misintent there. Whether you agree or you disagree, it costs you nothing, and there's no negative potential consequence to supporting somebody in a positive endeavor. So if they're building a computer and you don't agree with their parts selection, you should either keep your mouth shut. Like, let's say in the chat room somebody says, hey, I just built my first computer And the reason they're telling you that is because they're excited. They want to tell somebody, look what I did. Remember the first time you did it? It's pretty exciting. I want to tell somebody. So then to have somebody say, well, why would you pair that motherboard with that video card? Kind of taking the wind out of their sails, you know? Maybe, or let me rephrase that. Asking is fine. If you want to ask why, that's fine. But if you want to say, you should not have paired that video card with that motherboard, please don't say anything at all. But if you're curious, hey, why did you select those parts? And give that person an opportunity to tell you why. It might make sense. You might be like, oh, well, that's totally logical. But without that information and coming to a conclusion, your conclusion's false. Your conclusion is 100% wrong because you filled in with your imagination information you didn't have and you couldn't be bothered to ask, and then further made a judgment and a statement that was false, disrespectful, and furthermore, probably isn't making you any friends in life, right? Somebody's like, when I bought my first car, the only thing I could buy brand new that was cheap was a Chevy S10 pickup truck, 1995 Chevy S10, as cheap as I could get it, brand new. And I did it on my own without any help. And I was pretty excited at my achievement. I did this all by myself. And I said to my father, I called him on the phone because he lived in another state, and I said, I just bought my first new car. And he says, that's great. What did you get? I said, I got a Chevy S10 pickup truck. And my father says, only blue-collar workers drive pickup trucks. It's bad enough if a stranger would have said that to me. When it's coming from somebody you look up to, somebody you admire and respect, it's a little hard, a little unnecessary. I can't take the car back. That's an old school judgment from 1954. And would it have killed him to say, do you like it? No, whatever he thinks about pickup trucks, I didn't buy it for him. And he didn't give me the money to buy it. He didn't even give me the money to put down on it. And it didn't cost him a penny. I did it on my own for the very first time. Would it have killed him to say, do you like it? Yes. Well, I'm proud of you. You're standing on your own 2 feet the way I raised you, and I'm proud of you. And you can believe that me and my father had this discussion because I wanted to make him aware of it. And I asked him what his incentive was to put me down, to put down my hard work and to deflate my excitement. What was in it for him? And what was it going to cost him to be kind and supportive? What was he risking by being kind and supportive that he instead chose to be negative? But if it's a stranger on the internet, you just ignore them, right? You just don't even engage with them. You're wasting your time. It's like two dogs barking, and each dog wants to get the last to bark, so they bark all night. Takes a dog brighter than the other one to realize the futility of that endless noise making and to no longer participate in it. But if it's somebody you care about and somebody you respect, I think it's worthwhile to make them aware that what they said was hurtful and unnecessary, or to ask them if it was necessary and if they are aware how hurtful it was, in the hopes that they might think about it from your perspective and say, yeah, I guess I wouldn't like it if somebody did that to me, so I hadn't thought of that before. Don't get mad. Don't fight. Ask questions. Looking through the chat here, see what we have in the comments. Ghost Shadow said George Burns was 100 years old when he died. Smoked cigars and drank. Was 100 years old. And wasn't he in World War II or World War One? I can't remember. Sherry says George Burns died just before his 100th birthday. Um, you get the point I'm making, right? Go Shadow says, what would you say to someone proudly stating they just built their first computer using a Cyrix CPU? Congratulations. Well done. It may be more difficult to build a computer with a 30-year-old processor than to build one today. So I think that is a more difficult task to accomplish. And in doing so, I would congratulate them on a job well done that I'm sure was not easy. Also, the information available on how to do it would be severely limited because back then there was no YouTube. I've got some Cyrix CPUs still sitting in a drawer. I'll never use them again other than for educational purposes to show them off. Why would you say anything other than congratulations? That's the thing. I'm always looking at it the other way. Like, what's in it for you to say congratulations versus just keeping your mouth shut if you feel like, I just can't say that? Well, then don't say anything. You're not obligated to say a word. Rockin' Rob says, that's funny. My first new vehicle purchase was an 87 Chevy S10. They were cheap cars, man. You know, you could buy it new and I could afford it. John Yasuda contributes 20 bucks. He says, have some pizza and Coke after the stream on me. Good job as always, my friend. Hey, John, thank you so much. I'm in the mood for some pizza. So yeah, I might just do that. Thank you. Abdul Azim Patel contributes $7.77. Man, I thought you were Tom Jackson for a minute. That's Tom Jackson always gives me those lucky sevens. He says, I was going to say, Abdul says, I was going to buy a car today, but walked away from it. It was a nice red color, and there was a feeling inside that said walk away. This is a tough time to buy a car. It's a tough time to buy certain computer parts. Chlorine, grocery prices are about 20% higher. What else is sold out? Appliances are all sold out. Refrigerators, washers, dryers, sold out. I ordered a new motor for my air conditioner over at Studio A because it sounds like it's failing. And about every 3 years, I have to replace that motor. It's the original air conditioner that came with the house. But about every 3 years, I got to replace the condenser fan, the motor on the condenser fan. And last time around, I used to go to a local appliance store to buy it. But last time around, I just thought I'd see if Amazon had it. And Amazon did, and I ordered it because if you wait until it fails, I don't have time to wait for Amazon to deliver it. I can't have my dogs in a house without air conditioning when we're hitting 115 degrees Fahrenheit weather. You can't be in the house. You're going to have to get a hotel or something. So, until the AC can be fixed. So I go to a local shop and pick up the motor. So last year, when the motor was failing, not last year, in July of 2018, I was able to order the motor on Amazon and then wait for it to arrive because it hadn't quite failed, but it was failing. And the great thing about Amazon and Newegg is it keeps a history of all your purchases since you created your account. And in my case, I created my account more than 10 years ago. So it's lots and lots of purchase history. I don't have to wonder where I put the receipt. And out of curiosity, I was wondering what I paid for the motor because, and I also wondered what the motor model number was. So I looked at my Amazon purchase history, found the motor really quickly using the search in Amazon, looking at my order history. It says, you last purchased this item in July of 2018, and buy it again is an option. I hit buy it again. It's $259, one left in stock, and no returns are allowed. So clearly it's coming from a marketplace seller. There are no other options, and it's more than $60 than what I paid in 2018. With one left in stock, it also said it was going to take 2 weeks to arrive. So thankfully, I don't need it in a hurry, but I'm kicking myself for not ordering a spare when I should have. But who could have known the pandemic would happen? Who could have known these prices would have gone up? And I'm just lucky there was one left in stock. So I'm lucky to pay the $260, and I'm lucky to have to wait 2 weeks. I'm lucky because otherwise my option is there is none available, and I wait until the air conditioner breaks, and then I need it that day. And if you need it that day, I can assure you, your price shopping comparisons are going to be severely limited, because every moment you wait, the hotter the house gets, the longer it's going to take to cool it back down once you get it back up and running. So I'm patting myself on the back, assuming that AC unit doesn't break between now and the time the motor arrives. In my experience, the air conditioner motors will always die in August. August is the most humid and hottest temperatures of any other month in Arizona, or at least in Phoenix. Never visit Phoenix in August unless you like high humidity and days over 110 degrees Fahrenheit. It is a hell like no other. Staying inside with air conditioning on and the number of heat-related deaths that result in August outnumber all the other months combined most years. So it's not a joke. So if you can be proactive instead of being reactive, you can save money, lower your blood pressure, be calmer, and reduce some of the chaos in your life if you want to. And if you can't, like if I didn't have $260 and I couldn't buy the motor, what am I going to do when the motor dies and I have to call somebody out to repair it and they sell me the motor? They're not going to sell me the motor for what they paid for it. They're going to add profit on the motor. And then they're going to charge me labor, and they're probably going to be very busy in August and probably won't be able to get to me for a few days. So I'm going to have to find somewhere else to live. Hotels are going to be about $100 a night. Suddenly that $260 motor sounds like a bargain. I want to hook this up and I want to run Prime 95 on it. I want to see if this thing will ever even break 60 degrees centigrade. Being pushed as hard as it can be pushed. I'm curious. Do you think that an i9 9900K on an H370 HD3 running full out at 100% on Prime 95 will run it for a half an hour? Do you think, what temperature, what do you think the maximum heat is that chip's going to hit? Because I can assure you, if I pull that chip and put it onto a Z-series motherboard, with everything else the same, we're going to see a very, very large difference. I'm curious if it'll even break 60. I'm not so sure it will. I'm thinking, and I could be wrong, but I'm thinking 58. 58 max. I could be wrong. If you're gutsy enough to be wrong, put your guess in. So many people are so afraid of being wrong, they simply don't live. They sit and they watch and they watch and they watch. And they're like, why are people getting so excited? Why would these fools take a guess when they could be wrong? Well, because nobody's life is depending on this, and money isn't depending on this. This is strictly a form of entertainment. But some of you won't play this form of entertainment because you might be wrong, which is like not living because you might die. It's a very strange psychological behavior, once again, that I see over and over and over, where people just, they're so afraid to fail. They're so afraid of being wrong, they do nothing. And nobody who ever accomplished anything was avoiding risk completely. There has to be some risk. And if your risk is oh, well, I guessed wrong, That's why it's called a guess. Now, if you're going to put your foot down and arrogantly state there's no way in hell that's going to go over 66 degrees, and you're wrong, you probably feel a fool, and you should. But if you remain open-minded and you want to guess and say, my guess is this, it's a fun game, and it doesn't have to hurt your feelings. You're not inadequate because your guess was wrong. So I'm saying 58. Seems a little too cool to be true, but I got your attention, didn't I? All right, let's get this thing hooked up. It should already have Windows 10, and maybe I even have Prime 95 on it already. I can't remember what I've done anymore. There's too much going on in my life. So let's put this back here. And let's see, I need a keyboard and a mouse. I need my video cable, which is on the floor. Video cable. And, oh, the keyboard and mouse, yeah. Keyboard and mouse. And we'll see how often today I use the wrong keyboard and mouse. It has nothing to do with the color. It's not like, Carrie, you need a white keyboard and a white mouse and a black keyboard. No, I'll still use whichever one's closest to me out of habit. And then when it doesn't move and I'm trying to figure out why, it's like, oh yeah, it's the wrong mouse. It's nothing to do with the color. It's all about location. Like, what I need to do is move the keyboard and mouse I'm not using away from me, because I'm always grabbing the one that's nearest. It's just a bad habit. And even though I'm often aware that that potential for me to do that is going to happen if I place the keyboard where I do it anyway and lie to myself. I won't do it this time. And then I do it. So the answer is not a different color. The answer is to take the keyboard and mouse for the streamer, which I still may use, but I won't use it as frequently as the keyboard and mouse on this system, at least until I get that up and running for the test. And then I'll try and use it for the streamer when I should have then moved the keyboard as soon as I was done with it. And I often don't move it when I'm done with it. Sometimes I don't know I'm done with it. All right, let's turn this on. Let's turn this on. It's not coming on. What am I missing? I'm on the wrong switches. We want to be right here. Power switch. That's coming on now. You can see the fan is spinning. And now we'll go over to the HDMI input on the capture card so we can see what it's doing. See, I already grabbed the wrong mouse. I got to be in OBS. And we need to bring up HDMI input right there. And is it plugged in over here? That looks good. You're going to see no signal on your screen right now. Now it's showing the post screen. Now, for some reason, it's restarting. I haven't touched it. I don't know why it did that, but maybe because I've had it unplugged and the BIOS was retraining the memory and the RAM once again. Now, let's take a look at what comes up, because again, I can't remember how I left this. This looks ready to rock and roll, actually. Let's see if we go full screen for me, and let's take a look at our stats. Let me just verify this is the system I think it is. Yeah, this is an i9 9900K, 64 gigs of RAM. 63.9 is usable because the onboard video steals a little bit of RAM. That's why that happens. If we had a discrete graphics card, then we wouldn't need onboard video, and then the discrete graphics card has its own RAM, and therefore all 64 gigs would be available. We're running the latest Windows 10 Pro 21H1. The device ID and product ID are nothing that you can steal to your benefit. Some people think I'm exposing critical information with regards to the install, like product keys. Doesn't work like that. Sorry. That's a device ID is a unique hash code of this hardware, and it wouldn't benefit you to be able to recreate that even if you could. So don't worry about that. I appreciate your concern. Now I'm going to grab, let's go back to my OBS. Okay, let's go back to me here real quick, because I'm going to grab my utilities flash drive. I'm going to plug it in here, and we're going to copy over the temperature sensing program and Prime 95. Now remember, the customers I sell these to will never use these machines to this level of basically driving with your foot to the floor for 30 minutes without ever taking your foot off. Imagine driving a car with your foot all the way to the floor and never taking your foot off for 30 minutes. How many people can drive that way? And we're doing that to see if the car is going to overheat. Because we know if it won't overheat under that scenario, then nothing the customer does is going to make it overheat. That's a worst case scenario. So that's what we're about to do to this motherboard, is go pedal to the metal for 1/2 hour. And we're going to watch those temperatures. So to do that now, I go back to my HDMI input, and the flash drive contents have opened up there. And I'm simply going to take, in my PC testing software folder, these are all free programs. You don't have to ask me where to get these. Use Google. All right? Type it in exactly the way you see it. Google's going to bring you right to it. So I want HW monitor for Intel, and I use HW info for AMD. And the way I can tell them apart, I always forget which one's which, but I know the Intel one is a lower version number, and the larger version number is the one I use on AMD. And now I think they both work equally well, but because they used to not, it's an old habit. So because it doesn't hurt to keep doing it the old way, there's no incentive for me to change. So let's start the hardware monitor program first. We want the 64-bit edition. These are portable applications, meaning there is no installation. I copy them to the desktop and then run them from the desktop. And what this is going to show us, you'll see we've got 8 cores and 16 threads, because this is a 9900K. If this was a 9700 or a 9700K, there'd be 8 cores and 8 threads. If you're not using the threads, it doesn't benefit you to get the extra threads. But if getting the extra threads is this, if there's no cost difference, or in this case, it was cheaper, then you have more than you need for the same amount or less money. So why not? But if you're going to pay more for something you don't need, then it's a question if you think you're going to need it in the future. So here we can look at the current temperature of the system on all the cores. This represents the minimum temperature since the software started. And this side over here is the maximum temperature that we've seen since the software started. Now, I like to run Prime 95 version 26.6 without the AVX instructions and just using all the default standards. And you can Google for that to find it. So we run Prime 95. I don't make any changes. However this comes up, so you can replicate what I'm doing, I don't make any changes, and I just click OK. Now the test runs. Now it's 3:33 p.m. We're going to run this to 3 minutes after 4. I don't need to look at this screen. There's really not a lot going on here. And I don't need this folder open because it's just video noise. I don't need to see that or just have it distract me. What I want to watch is this screen right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this all the way over here. And we want to keep an eye on this row to see how hot it will get. If I scroll down, we can look at our maximum speeds. And I want you to see this processor is maxing out at 44.4 gig. Is that what it is? Remember, manufacturers always round their numbers up. And that is a turbo speed, I believe. That's not the regular maintained speed. It spikes. So the argument is, like right now, if we can go to 4.4, we're running at 4.1 or 4.2, that's what the processor is supposed to do. It's not supposed to run at 4.4 all the time because it can't sustain that heat without some extreme cooling, which adds to the noise and it adds to the expense of the system. The processor runs only as fast as it needs to take care of the tasks that are being assigned to it. Some tasks are easier than other tasks. And this intelligence that Intel and AMD both have in their processors results in a lower power consumption, which means less cost of electricity to run the computer. It also means the chip runs cooler, means it'll last longer. It means your system will ultimately be more stable. It will be more quiet because it won't be running full bore when it doesn't have to, and ultimately results in a system that will last you far longer and cost you less money. Is that all too practical for most people? I don't think so. But I do think it's impractical to be so practical for some people who are thrill seekers and extremists. It's so unbalanced on YouTube, where those extremists and thrill seekers far outnumber the practical folks in the tech arena of YouTube. And that's what I'm here to battle. I am here to represent the average person. Those extremists are making videos for other extremists. And if you're an average person and you don't know that, you might think that what those extremists are saying is important to you, that that's critical information that you should know, when in fact, if you're not an extremist, that information is completely worthless to you. Oh, I thought I needed a liquid cooler. No, you don't. Yeah, but I saw online. Yeah, I know. I know. Okay, so we're going to just bide our time here and see how this performs. It's all live. It's one take. There's no edits. I have no idea what's going to happen. So in the meantime, outside today in Phoenix, the temperature is... What is... It's getting hotter. We haven't reached the peak heat today. The peak heat is between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. It's 337. It's 106 degrees Fahrenheit with a very high UV index. Kelly Stewart sent me an Amazon gift card, a $100 Amazon gift card from Kelly Stewart. Kelly has been very generous. Kelly, thank you so much. Kelly's one of the persons I built a computer for, and he didn't ask, right? I just said, for my most generous contributors, I want to build these computers and give them to them for free to show my appreciation. And Kelly was one of the earlier recipients of that. And he's loving his computer, and he's still continuing. It's not like he's like, well, I got my computer, I'm not going to give anymore. He was never giving for that reason. And it means the world to me that he continues to support the channel so generously. Certainly deserves a shout out for that. And what else do I have? That's it for right now. So let me look back into the comments. Like I said, when we're live, there's a delay between when I talk and when you hear me, and I have to bide my time for that gap to give you guys time to write your questions in. And the screen is too small for me to read, so if the temperature is rising up there, please let me know. You guys can see it way better than I can. I have to make the screen full screen on that input, and then it means I can't see the YouTube chat and I can't see my OBS feed. So it's like one or the other. I want to get a dual monitor set up in here for that very reason, but one thing at a time. I've got enough to do. Google says a 10900K runs at 5.3 turbo. What chip is in this? John, it's a 9900K that I just literally brought it up on the screen. So it's weird to me. It's just weird that someone asks a question for the information that was right on your screen just a moment ago. But whatever, it's a 9900K. As I mentioned, this is not a 10th generation motherboard. This is a 9th generation. I've already said that 3 times. So I get a little frustrated when people ask me something I've already answered 3 or 4 times. But I do want to encourage you to ask if you have questions. But if I have already answered that question, I'm also going to tell you that. So, hey, there's Luke Greenia. Luke says, I wanted to say good evening, my friend. Did some digging on the Mucinex cases, and now I know why they're built the way they are. And he sent a Kate. I don't know what is a link. I can't look at that right now. If you want to copy and paste whatever it is you want to bring to my attention, I'll read it live. Mark Patrick Norris says it shouldn't go hot because it's not in the case and you've got air conditioning switched on Studio B. Mark, you remember what I said about making assumptions? You're doing that right now. You should be asking me questions. What you're saying is all computers run hotter in cases. If the case is well designed, it should run cooler in the case. With the panels on and the airflow being controlled, this should run hotter outside of the case because air is just moving freely. In a proper, well-built and well-engineered case, the air is controlled and moves in one direction, and it should result in a cooler running computer. So it should run hotter outside of the case. 2, you said my air conditioning is switched on. It is. Do you know why the air conditioning is not gone off? Because it cannot cool to 78 degrees, which is what I set the AC set for. 78 degrees with one air conditioner in the size of a building that this is, when the outside temperature, what did I say it was? Let's do the math on this. The outside temperature is 106. So was that a 30-degree difference? Let me think about that for a minute. 78, let's say 80 to 104. I'm only trying to get the inside of the house 24 degrees Fahrenheit cooler than outside. But unfortunately, the air conditioner is woefully too small. The house or the building is built many years ago. It has inadequate insulation and nobody's put any money to modernize. So not only is modern insulation better, the old insulation that's inferior is also severely deteriorated. And as a result, the thermal properties of this house is that the air conditioner cannot cool the house to 78 degrees. It can't do it. So the air conditioner runs until the sun goes down and the temperature drops. And then we get down into the 90s, then the AC will finally be able to click off when it hits 78 degrees. If I set that air conditioner to 60, it's the same exact result. Where I am at is hot. We know it's hotter than 78 degrees. So your assumptions are completely wrong, and that behavior is exactly what I was highlighting people to be warned about. People making statements that are not factual with the best of intentions when they should be asking questions. Watch for it, folks, because if you listen to those people, you will be steered with incorrect information, even if that wasn't their intent. So let's take that as a learning experience. Certainly wouldn't have bothered me if you asked what was the temperature of the room I'm in. And if you asked, would it run hotter in a case? Depends on the case. And it also depends on the airflow in the case. Like if you have a good airflow case, but you don't have good airflow in it because you took all the fans out, well, it's kind of a combination of both. If you have a poorly designed case, you put all the fans you want in it, still not going to be much better. So with a properly vented case with proper airflow that's in use properly, it should run even cooler. Okay, I'm glad we cleared that up. And a few other contributions came in I missed. Quite a few. Let's see, let me get caught up. Rick Hubbard with £5. Thank you, Rick. Mike Ladd with $10 says, just keeping up the support. I love your content and community. Cheers, Carrie. Hey, cheers, Mike. Thank you for that. Bob Connors with $10 says, hey, Carrie, your videos are becoming more and more useful to me. More donations to follow, especially if the IRS sends me my refund. It's been nearly 2 months since I filed. Well, I can't help you with that, but I'm glad that, are my videos becoming more useful because you are starting to see the value in them? Or am I doing something differently that now adds more value that I'd like to know which it is. But thank you for the kind words and the support. Tom Jackson, there he is. $7.77. He says, chin up and cheer up and carry on. You got it, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Tom Jackson. Guillaume Moron contributes 5 Canadian dollars. Can I call you Guy? Because I'm not quite sure how to say your name. He says, Carrie, why do you use Gigabyte motherboards instead of Asus, MSI, or ASRock? That's a fair question. I'm in business. and I need to make a profit. I need to offer my customers value, and I need to not spend a lot of time on support issues. Regardless of whatever brand you decide to use in your business, you're going to be using a lot of it, right? So let's say, for example, I'm using a brand of motherboard that's failing or having some issues. The customers are going to call me and say, Kerry, the system you built is having this problem, or my computer's having this problem, and I'm the one who built it. So they call me. I have to stop what I'm doing, and whatever I'm doing was making money. I have to stop making money and take care of that customer, which is now coming at my expense. I can't charge the customer for obvious reasons. You built something for me, it's not working. So either make it work or give me my money back. The cheapest of those two options is for me to make it work. Now, there's an entire series of boards. You know, I'm not a home user. I don't just build one every couple of years or two or three. I'm building over 100 computers a year by myself, and I'm maintaining them by myself. I have no employees. So it's important that I build with the best quality possible. However, if my computers were too expensive, the customers would shop elsewhere. They'd say, Kerry, we like you, but your prices are just too darn high. If I go too cheap and the systems have nothing but problems, they'd say, Kerry, I like you, but the systems you build are crap. I understand you're taking care of this at your expense, but we're down. And it's really inconvenient for us. If we wanted to be down, we could have just kept the old computers and not spent money on these new ones that are no better than the ones we were replacing. No offense, but we're going to take our business somewhere else. It's not that Gigabyte has fewer problems. It's that I'm able to get the solutions faster. I had an experience with, it was MSI many years ago. Was it MSI or was it ASRock? Now I'm not sure. But the result was I had 3 customers whose motherboards caught fire. Those 3 systems were owned by 3 different customers, sold within a couple of months of each other. They all shared the same model of motherboard that I selected for my business. And I went outside of my normal process selection because the price was good. There was more profit in it for me. And that's why I bought them. And I put in 5 of them, and 3 of them failed within weeks. The customers don't know each other. They all had different power supplies. And when I called, I want to say it was ASRock, when I contacted support, they said that that's the power supply problem. Our boards don't catch fire unless you have a bad power supply. But when the second customer called, and then the third customer called, I started taking pictures of the boards because they all were burned and caught fire in the upper left corner. Same exact spot. No customer had the same power supply. 3 different customers, 3 different power supplies. And they refused to honor the warranty. And I contacted them again. I said, I now have 3. This is an ongoing problem. And they said, we have no record of that being an ongoing problem, so you're wrong. I said, are you recording this problem now? And they said, no. Well, then it makes sense you wouldn't have a record of it because you're not keeping track of it. So what would you do, right? If the motherboard manufacturer is refusing to honor the warranty, they're telling me that's not a defect in workmanship or quality of materials, and therefore it's your problem. And they're doing this over the phone or an email. I want to say it was over the phone. So they didn't even see it. Just flat out refusing. I said, okay. If I tell my customers, hey, too bad, so sad, manufacturer won't honor it, so you're going to have to buy a new motherboard. What would you do if you were the customer? I just bought that motherboard. Now, what kind of scam are you running here, Kerry? The customer's already inconvenienced. They're already upset that the system, this new system, has already failed. The fact that smoke came out of it isn't instilling any confidence, but they've already invested in it, so now make it right. They're certainly not going to invest another penny. I bought something from you that's supposed to work. Make it work. So I bought gigabyte motherboards at my expense, probably around $100 a piece. I was making about $100 on the sale of the computers. So I, at that point, was now losing money because all the labor and time I can't spend working to replace that money. I have to make this system right. And I still had other motherboards out there. I think there were 5 or 6 of them. And I was like, okay, well, if they call, at least I know how to get this fixed now, which is ASRock or MSI, whoever it was not backing me up. Now, this was back in the 90s or the early 2000s. And things change, but I'm not eager to revisit and give them another chance. Why should I? What did they do to earn that other chance? The only way that I would give that another chance would be if Gigabyte pulled that same stunt. And if that cost my business money, then I am motivated to find a replacement. And I will give all my business to that manufacturer until they piss me off, or if they piss me off. So on occasion, you will see me run ASRock, you will see me run MSI, but mostly on those systems, I give those away because ever since then, I don't trust them. I've sold one MSI motherboard in the last 20 years. And that customer, I told the customer, I said, this is a very expensive motherboard. And I 100% believe that it's going to be just as reliable as the Gigabyte boards. Because he was worried. He's like, I've heard you downplay these companies. Tell us how terrible they are. Now you want to sell one to me. And I said, well, the fact is, I need to sell it to somebody. I do believe it's a good board. I honor the warranty on it. And if I thought for a moment that this board was bad, I wouldn't involve you in it. I wouldn't sell it. I'd rather give it away or throw it away because of the damage it can cause to my reputation and my business. The way I sold it was by selling it for less than it cost me to buy it. That's not a sustainable business model, right? But in order to establish some confidence with the customer, it's like, look, I'll make you a really good deal on it. And of course, if there is a problem, you let me know and I will take care of it. But I don't believe every single board that a company makes is bad. It's just that I had a bad experience with a batch of boards, which any manufacturer could have at any time. And the problem wasn't that. The problem was that I failed to receive appropriate support when I needed it, and they abandoned me. And as a result, I would imagine, just in motherboards, that whoever that manufacturer was has lost, just from me, just from my own personal purchases for my business, probably around $100,000, right? And then if I'm here sharing this experience with you, you might be making a purchasing decision where you avoid those manufacturers. So now how much is that costing them? Right? So if a little guy like me in a little tiny company can afford to replace the motherboard at my cost to not lose my customer, how can a giant multi-million-dollar corporation not replace and honor the warranty on a board that probably costs them at least 20% less than they're selling it for, to keep the customer happy and coming back with future sales? Forget the loss that's happening presently. Think of the loss that's happening over time. And how do you sustain a business model other than constantly getting new customers to replace all the ones you pissed off and burned? And eventually you will run out of customers. Now, maybe MSI or ASRock, whoever that was, I can't remember, maybe there's new management and maybe there's new policies and protocols with how they handle problems. But I will tell you, the Gigabyte boards are priced better than from the boards I buy, the Gigabyte boards are cheaper. From what I buy, the Gigabyte boards are more available. So it doesn't matter how good your price is. If they're not in stock, my customers aren't going to wait forever. The failure to understand the difference between running a business and the scale and the size of that, and how it's different from staying at home with your own computer. What parts you select only impact you. I don't care. You're not going to put me out of business because you picked a board I wouldn't use. So I don't care what parts you use. If I'm running a business and that business has been around 30 years, any business at all, and you see that this person or this company is using a specific product, that should be all the information you need to know. You shouldn't need to ask why. It doesn't matter why. What matters is they're operating on a scale far larger than you, and they've been doing it for 3 decades. Well, I haven't been self-employed for 3 decades, but certainly for over 2 decades. I started my business in the mid-90s. The late 90s, like 97, I want to say. And since 1997, I have never had to file to shut the business down and restart again. I've always, I've been knocked down and I've had some close calls, but I've always been able to recuperate and stay in business. And the reason why you see me use the parts I do are reliability, price, availability, and ultimately the biggest non-negotiable consideration is if I need help, is the company easy to reach and will they take care of me? Because there's no company that manufactures everything 100% without problems. But some companies deny their problems or find excuses to not honor their warranties. And if it was just me running my computer at home, I'm out $100 on a board. But if I sold 100 of those boards and 60 of them failed, I'm out about $6,000. And a lot of those customers, even though I took care of it at my expense, were still inconvenienced and might think twice about ordering another computer from me. Even though I took care of it, they still didn't like that it happened. It's not a big confidence booster. And if it happens to enough customers, then I have to find new customers. And if I don't find any new customers, I'm out of business. Hope that all makes sense. It's all about scale. Scale. But that's why. How are we doing on the temps? We're at 3:57, so about 5-6 more minutes left on the test. And it looks like, can't see it. Oh, I haven't had the temps showing, have I? Been watching the speeds. Our hottest, so we've hit 61. I said it wouldn't get hotter than 58. It's just a little bit hotter than 58. 61, full board, 100%. On all 8 cores, all 16 threads are working at 100% utilization. I'll let it keep running, and I'll keep addressing some more questions until at least a half an hour passes. It's an extreme, unrealistic test. No customer that I have would ever run the system that hard for this long. They'll generally do it in little bursts. But Guy, thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your question. Black Watch contributes 5 Canadian dollars. He says, CPU Gumball Rally today in Studio B. I missed those Gumball videos. Those were some fun. It was fun watching these rich people in their cars, I'll tell you what. Bill Brulette contributes $10, and he's got my logo as his profile photo. Okay, well, okay, I guess you can steal my artwork. I mean, you gave me $10, so you shouldn't do that, but I appreciate that you contributed. Randolph Slavin contributes £5. Wayne Trexler with $1.49. Thank you, Randolph. Thank you, Wayne. Michael Dane contributes $10. He says, stay cool. Here's $10 for Gatorade and, Gatorade Pops. Good video. I had to go to 3 different stores to find Gatorade. It was all sold out, completely sold out. What's going on with the Gatorade? I found it at a store, and what this store did, I thought was pretty nasty. These little bottles are sold in a 12-pack. Safeway is cutting the 12-pack in half, so it's 2 6-packs. So at Walmart, I can get this 12-pack for $5.99. At Safeway, they say it's $5.39 for the 12-pack cut in half. But if you're a Safeway loyalty card holder, it's only $3.99. So 2 of those together, last I checked, that's about $7, $8. Walmart's $2 cheaper. But Walmart was sold out of it. And at Safeway, somebody's buying it at that price because there were only 6 6-packs left, which at Walmart would have been 3 12-packs. They're literally, somebody is cutting them. So what am I going to do? So I bought every one they had in Safeway. And I mean, I realize it's a couple of bucks, but I mean, I was brought up without any money. I'm still not a millionaire. And the more I do that, the less soon it'll be before I become a millionaire. I understand there's a point of being cheap, but I also, I'd like to move to Michigan. And so every dollar I spend that I don't have to spend is a dollar less that I have to get me where I want to be in Michigan. And it will add up. Like those $1 contributions that come in from many viewers, if I got 1,000 viewers doing that, that's $1,000. Suddenly now that dollar is kind of a big deal. So, well, I wouldn't make it a regular thing to pay that kind of price when I know I can go to Walmart and get it. I didn't have much choice if I wanted it, or I could just drink water, and I didn't want to. So, yeah, you know, it was a decision I could afford, even though it wasn't a really smart one financially. It's as long as I don't make a habit out of it, it's not a big deal. This is what I keep telling myself. Dave Coleman with a $5 contribution. Thank you, Dave. Craig Casabona with $5, as well as, I keep using the wrong mouse. Looks like Mark Leibowitz. And Mark says, I thank you. Yeah, $5 from Mark Leibowitz. He says, I thank you for your common sense advice, and my desktop PC thanks you every day for inspiring me to build it. Hey, Mark, thank you. Thank you for your contribution. We'll make sure Mark is blue. Let's make sure Craig is already blue. And Dave Coleman, are you blue? You are now. So we continue to add to the blue army. And Wayne Trexler. Wayne got one of our veteran giveaway builds, and I love it when recipients of those use them, at least in part, to join us here in the chat. So it's always good to see them, and when they contribute back, you know, financially, that means even more, because you know they have much less of it to give, which is why they got the giveaway to begin with. So I appreciate that. I know that that's a bigger sacrifice than it is for others, and these contributions are never expected, but they're always appreciated, as I can continue to do more videos like this. Now I still have these boards to test. There's a board here, and this is a B460 HD3 that I bought returned from Amazon. I need to test it, and I bought the chip return. This is how they shipped me the chip. It's a 10700K, and I have a few. You get like 30 days, I think, to return it if it's not good, because it's all from Amazon warehouse. I'm very careful over which seller I buy from. But I can't postpone this or procrastinate this for too long if I exceed the return period. At that point, I have to create a return merchandise authorization. Like in the case of Intel, I would have to go to Intel's site and do a warranty return. In the case of the board, I could do a board return, but I have to pay for the shipping back to the manufacturer in all RMA cases. If I send it back to the seller within the return period, and it's Amazon Prime, and it's Amazon warehouse, in the case of these return products, then there's no cost to return. And oftentimes you don't even have to rebox them. Like they have to go back and however they sent it to you, right? If it, like this, if that's how they shipped it, I don't need to put this in a shipping box. In most cases, I can take it right to the UPS store like this, and then Amazon has a QR code that the UPS worker scans. This is true of Kohl's department stores too. You choose how you want to return it. And these are two of the options that I prefer. Anyway, they scan it. It prints out a little label on their printer, and then they stick it in a bag, and they put the label on it and seal the bag, and that goes into a bigger box in the back for other returns they take in that day. And most often, when Amazon sees that a tracking number has been created, or that the store that you dropped it off to, that you were authorized to drop it off to, has received it, at that point, Amazon often issues the refund immediately. In other words, you don't have to wait, and sometimes you do, but oftentimes, especially with Amazon Prime and Amazon Warehouse, as soon as that recipient, that drop-off point, scans it, within a matter of a few minutes or a few hours, Amazon then issues the credit back to you. because Amazon now knows that if they no longer receive the part, then that's a failure on their shipping partner. That's not your fault. You did your part, you dropped it off, you've got a tracking number. Amazon sees it's got a tracking number, and Amazon then oftentimes says immediately, here's your refund. So I really think that's clever. It's a good use of technology, and it enables me. Sometimes the refund is just a credit back to my Amazon account, so now I can purchase whatever I need to purchase with that money. Obviously, if I needed this and it didn't work and I sent it back, I'm relieved I got my $250 back, but it still doesn't solve the problem why I bought it. And I need the money so I can replace it. So to have that expediency in the return means I can then get this replaced. It may decide to buy a new one. I don't know, whatever I have to do to get this board up and running as quickly as possible. Remember, scale. Everything that gets put off gets put into a pile, and that pile is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And everything I can do today, I do today, so it doesn't go to that pile. So I'm not going to go to the pile and take anything off of the pile until I've done what I've already got going on right now that's not waiting on anything. Once that's done, then I can go back to the pile, assuming that I got the replacement part I needed, and then revisit that. And if there's another stumbling point, then I'll process that however I have to, move it back to the pile, take something else from the pile, and around the wheel goes. Scale. Bigger, 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 bigger. More. You know, it's not just one computer. It's not just one motherboard. We're dealing in this stuff in bulk, and it's going all over the world, and it makes it very difficult to do any sort of warranty repair if it needs it, and it's thousands of miles away. It gets expensive to ship that back and forth. So I need to make sure I build everything with care, to the best of my abilities, that when it leaves the door as a completed project, that I know for a fact that's running at 100% performance, reliability, and security, or I won't let it leave the door, because I want to stay in business. Viper J contributes $5. He says, I can't get enough of your videos, Carrie. Hope to see you in Michigan sometime. Me too. Hey, let's make sure you're blue, Viper. Ricky B also contributes $7.98. He says, here you are, Carrie, 2 6-packs. That's such a ripoff on those 6-packs. But Ricky, thank you. I guess that makes it an easier pill to swallow if it's somebody else's money. Mark Patrick Norris contributes £5. He says, every day is a school day for me, even though I'm 52. Mark, let me turn you blue. Again, I appreciate your contributions. I appreciate your questions. I'm 53. If there's a day where I stop learning, life's going to get real boring. I don't know everything. I know a lot in a very niche topic. That's what I'm hoping to share with you here. And then, of course, I have my philosophies. And even those are philosophies. They're subject to change based on my life experience. But so far, that's what I've concluded. The information I've shared regarding my perspective on life is based on my life so far, and subject to change as life does. Maiko Horiko contributes $10. He says, hello, Carrie and chat. Keep it rockin'. You and the channel are appreciated, and the ongoing info and builds always, to me, are indispensable. Thanks for what you do. Joining you once again, Mike in Cleveland, Ohio. Hey, Mike, again, thank you. Appreciate you. This should be well done by now, right? We're well over a half an hour. Let me take a look at where we're at. HDMI input. HDMI input. I didn't realize that I have unintentionally covered up those temps. The idea was for me to be, oh, I see what happened. It wasn't that moved, it's that the window in focus, because when I clicked on the wrong mouse, apparently it focused on the Prime 95 window. So let's go take a look at the end results. It's been running the whole time, whether it's been partially obstructed or not. It's always been there. There's no video trickery happening. Let's move this out of the way So yeah, we're still seeing a maximum 61 degrees centigrade. And again, we're hitting our turbo speeds. It's dead silent. So could it be faster? Yes. But you're going to spend a lot more money, and your price to performance ratio will only go down. This right here, in my opinion, this specific configuration when it comes to CPU and motherboard and cooler, never mind the RAM, that's what you want to do for RAM is on you, but I don't, I think anything less than this price for performance, in my opinion, and prices fluctuate, this is the best deal. While you could go more extreme, it also costs you more extreme money. So I'm not telling you that this is the best money can buy, but I think this is the best you can buy for the money. Okay? Okay. Now watch these temps right here on the left side. Watch these drop immediately when I stop the Prime 95 test. So you can test, we click stop, and then it says, are you sure you want to stop? And I say yes, and then immediately all these temps fall. Those take a little longer to fall on a liquid cooler. Liquid takes longer to cool, but I say that because some people think liquid coolers are universally superior, and they're not. They also have some consequences, whether or not that matters to you. I can't say, but liquid takes longer to cool. Barn Dweller contributes $5. Hey, Barn Dweller. He says, you got me addicted. I'm watching on a computer I built thanks to you, and I'm working on my 9th build now. You want a job? I need some help. Thank you. It means a lot to me. I appreciate you. Wolfby Lotion contributes 200 Norwegian kroner. He says, to Carrie, I just wanted to let you know that I changed my name on YouTube to my gamer tag alias. I know you prefer people using their real names, so no hard feelings if you take me off the blue team. Take care. Oh, it's from Arvid. Arvid, I don't care what you're... Look, it's when people want to argue with me or challenge me and they're doing it behind a hidden name, I have no respect for anything they have to say and no value to anything they have to say because they've not established why their opinion matters to me, right? If you're a peer in my industry, that's not your decision, that's my decision. You don't get to decide if you're my peer. You don't get to decide who I look up to or who I respect. But I can tell you, anybody that won't use their real name who wants to contradict or challenge me is just noise. Nothing they say matters. And if they want me to take them seriously, they need to establish who they are and why what they think should be considered by me. And it ain't going to happen under a false name. There's a reason they're using a false name. It's probably because they have no verifiable history as a professional or haven't established themselves in the industry as an expert. And you could verify that if you knew who they were. So they can tell you, I've been in the industry this long and I've been doing this, but they're just making stuff up or they're just imaginative or they're delusional. And without any way to confirm it, their opinion is just noise. So Arvid, I don't care if people want to use handles. Many people do. I'm just very skeptical of criticism coming from people who are hiding. That's all. And you've not been critical. You've been supportive. If you're being supportive, it doesn't matter. It becomes a moot point. It doesn't matter. It's only when I'm being challenged by somebody who claims to know better, who claims to be my equal or my superior, without any evidence or proof or even so much as a real name, to confirm anything they're saying is true. So if we can't even confirm that, it's easy to dismiss everything else as also just noise. It's meaningless, pointless noise. And that's, again, not to say that anybody who's using a false name is a liar. It's just really hard to tell sometimes. It's sometimes very hard to verify. There are some content creators who, for safety reasons, don't use their real names because they're public figures and are subject to being attacked by lonely, mentally ill people online, and there's a lot of them. I understand that. But often what these content creators are saying in their videos can be confirmed. If we're talking about Tech and Rogue over at Tech Deals, I don't know their names, but I can tell you everything Tech and Rogue say, as far as I've seen, it's all checks out. It's all 100%. And in order for them to avoid cyber stalking, I mean, I've been dealing with a cyber stalker for 3 years now. I've got 2 different police departments involved in it currently. You know, I would go over there and take care of the problem myself. You know that, right? If I was 20 years old and this was happening to me, I would just take care of it. By taking care of it, just leave it to your imagination, but I can assure you that the person doing it would be extremely discouraged from continuing when I was done. I'm now much older and I can't be bothered. It's sort of like when I was younger, if there were a bunch of mosquitoes, I would just get the fly swatter and swat every one of them. I can't be bothered. If there's a mosquito flying around and I take a few swats at it, you know, just whatever. I got other things more important to occupy my time. By me exposing my real name online, it opened me up to that sort of mental, folks with mental illness. And so I am subject to that voluntarily. And because I was raised in the culture I was raised in, a man, as I was brought up, a man, meaning a human, is only as good as his word, all right? Or their word, if you want to be, you know, in these times that we speak and the way we speak today, nobody understands intent anymore. So basically, if you say guys and there's a girl, they're like, how dare you? It's very weird that people have lost the ability to understand intent and their level of comprehension has dropped to the level of a computer of quite literal translation. And when you're talking to children, this is often the behavior. So basically, people are, in my opinion, staying more like children. Maybe that's a good thing or a bad thing. But I do know that children, you might tell a child to take a bath, or you might tell a child to take a bath, and so they jump in the bath and then they get back out. They didn't wash themselves. And you say, you didn't bath. You go, yeah, I did exactly what you said. You said take a bath, I took a bath. There. And they think they're smarter than you. They think they're being clever when they're just being simpletons. And so you then have to tell the child, I want you to go to the bathroom, close the door, get completely undressed, fill the bathtub with water, submerge yourself into it, use the soap, run it on every part of your body, rinse the soap off completely, drain the tub, get out of the tub, dry yourself off, brush your teeth, put on your pajamas, and go to bed. That's the way we have to talk to other, mostly younger adults these days. It's very strange. I find it slightly humorous, and it's really annoying, and they will fight if you don't talk to them that way. They will argue for their ignorance. They will argue for their inability to comprehend intent. And they will gang up on you and reinforce that you're the one that's wrong. So I'm living in this weird shift of culture as the world is changing. And I'm just so grateful that I'm not a part of that generation. I'm so grateful that those in that generation that exhibit that behavior have nothing to do with me. Thank the Lord that I avoided that. So yeah, it's just weird. It's very weird. Peter Almasy contributes €5. He says, am I excited for Windows 11? And what is your opinion on the TPM requirement? Well, Windows 11 isn't a finished product. And so people keep talking about a TPM requirement, but there is not a TPM requirement right now. If you are a Windows insider and you're getting the early public release of Windows 11 in beta from Microsoft, it does not enforce your CPU requirement like they're talking about, and it does not enforce the TPM requirement they're talking about. So what's my opinion on something that doesn't exist? I don't know. I mean, what's my opinion on a four-headed Loch Ness Monster. That doesn't exist either. People have talked about it, but I've never seen one. And to my advantage, my knowledge, there's no proof that it exists. In fact, a Loch Ness Monster with just one head has never been proven to exist without doubt. There's been photos that have probably been doctored. People get some kind of joy out of manipulating gullible people. So asking anybody an opinion about a corporate product that you have no control over, you don't own, you're not a major shareholder, and you can't make any decision. Your opinions to Microsoft are not important. My opinions about Microsoft does not care. They care about one thing. Microsoft cares about bringing in value to their shareholders. That's all they care about. That is, well, not all, but that is certainly on the list of things to do. It's add value to the shareholders. That's your number one, and everything else is to that end. Your opinion doesn't matter. If I let's say this TPM requirement actually existed and Windows 11 was an actual product you could get today that was finished and completed, whether I agree with it or I disagree with it doesn't change anything. We had a great big rainstorm, big monsoon storm last night. I needed to go to the post office, and it was 10:30 at night. And it looked like it's been wanting to rain for about 2 days, but it just hasn't. And I said, I'm just going to run down the street to the post office. I need to drop a letter in the box. I want it to go out immediately. I don't want it to sit and wait for my postman to pick it up. As soon as I backed the car out of the driveway, drip, 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 drip. And as I drove down the road, drip, 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 and then thunder and lightning, and then boom, and then I couldn't even see the road in front of me. I'm like, really? I've been in the house all day. I could have gone to the post office. I kept doing other things. I'm like, I better do it. It's getting late. And now my windshield wipers are going back and forth as fast as I can. The winds are blowing the streetlights back and forth. And there's like tree branches in the road, and I can barely see what's in the lane ahead of me. There's no traffic, but I'm concerned there may be some debris in the road that could damage my car. So I'm slowing way down. And again, without any cars behind me, there's no pressure. I can't even see where the lanes are. So I'm at the far left watching the curb, kind of keeping it close to the median. I get to the post office, and it's just coming down. And I have to walk inside the post office to drop this letter off. It's closed, but the post office has P.O. boxes, and it's 24-hour access to the P.O. boxes. So I thought, I'll just sit in the car for a minute. These thunderstorms, they don't last very long. And I was sitting in there, and it just felt like forever, and it just wasn't. And I'm like, who cares if I get wet? It's the end of the day. I'm going to go home. If my clothes are soaking wet, I'm not going on camera. So I just took the letter, and I tucked it underneath my shirt. I did not have an umbrella. And I ran through the rain into the post office, pulled the dry letter. I didn't want the address to smear. I put it into the box, and then I ran back out in the rain, and I got back in the car. And just in that little bit, I was just soaking wet. And I said, whatever, it doesn't matter. I drove back to the house, put the car back in the garage, and about 20 minutes later, it stopped raining. Now, if you ask me what was my opinion on that weather, I will tell you I did not like it. I liked that we had rain. I just wish it would have happened while I was in the house and not on the road. But my opinion doesn't change the weather. Therefore, it's completely pointless and irrelevant to discuss it because it changes nothing. There's nothing to learn from it. There's nothing that can be done to change it. And our time could be better spent with things that we accomplish or things that help us to grow as human beings. But I do appreciate your contribution, and I appreciate your question. It's just a question that is not possible for me to answer. And if I could, the answer would only be an opinion. And since I am not an influencer at Microsoft that can have any impact on the final product, it's just noise. It's just noise. I might as well just say blah, 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 blah. It will result in the same end result of being completely pointless. And the same goes with anybody else's opinion on products that don't exist or rules that don't exist, because right now it's only a discussion of intent. But Microsoft is only answers to the shareholders. They don't answer to anybody else. So they're under a different set of requirements than pleasing you or caring what YouTube content creators have to say. They really don't care. And if there is a big boycott or a big movement that results in negative press, then that affects their shareholders, and they will address it in such a way that mediates the press issue and the shareholder issue. And it may not be the result you like. It may make it even worse. Microsoft has a different definition of doing what's right than what you and I have, because they're held accountable to hundreds of millions of dollars invested into them by individuals who demand results with severe consequences. Financially, their fiduciary duty is one that they'll be held accountable for, both by the Security Exchange Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, the Justice Department, and the shareholders themselves. So some guy making a YouTube video talking about he doesn't like this is completely disconnected from the reality of that business. Billy Bob says, can you enable Secure Boot and PPT for Intel TPM on OEM BIOS like HP, Dell, or etc.? Why are you asking that question, Billy Bob? What good does that answer do you? I don't understand. Sometimes people ask questions that don't make any sense to me. If you could tell me what problem is you're trying to solve, because what you're trying to solve may not involve going into the BIOS. It may not have anything to do with TPM. So oftentimes as a tech, I get quite often customers who ask me a very specific question. How do I tell if my hard drive is dead? And it's very easy to get caught in that trap. And so what I've learned is to say to the customer, why are you asking? Oh, well, my computer's not turning on anymore. Oh, okay, well, that's got nothing to do with your hard drive. That's why you're asking about your hard drive? Yeah. Okay, well, that's a completely pointless conversation to have. Let's talk about the problem you're having. Let me do my job as a technician with my years of experience, which is I'm guessing why you're calling me, and let me help you diagnose what might be wrong with why your system won't turn on anymore. And that's not to say I'm always right, but there's a reason you're reaching out to me. And if you're reaching out to me because you want me to teach you how to be a tech, I don't do that. That you'd have to be tutored, and that's a whole different hourly rate, and I don't have time. If you're reaching out to me because you need help with a computer and you don't know what's wrong, let me do my job. Don't tell me how to do my job. If you want to tell me how to do my job, you can go hire somebody on Craigslist, pay them hourly, and they won't hold any accountability, because if they break anything and they just did what you said to do, it's your fault. I do it and it breaks, it's my responsibility. So I'm a consultant. I'm not a laborer. You tell a laborer what to do. And with regards to a consultant, if you don't agree with the consultant, get a different consultant. Let's see if I missed any other. John Craig contributes $5. He says, expert. X is a has-been and a spurt is a trip under pressure. In the US legal system, in order to have an expert witness, an expert has to be in a paid profession under the subject matter that they are testifying for a minimum number of years to have that legal title. So there is a legal definition of it here in the United States. It is not something self-proclaimed. It's still funny though. Harry, when DDR5 RAM comes out next year, should I buy 128 gig of RAM? That's what Plague Doctor wants to know. How does anybody know what you should buy? Again, well, I do encourage you to ask questions. I would appreciate if you would just think for a minute how that's possible for me to answer what your needs are. I don't even know who you are. I don't know how much money you've got. And I don't know why you would, if or why you would need that much. So if you know that much to ask that question, then I suspect you already know the answer to your own question. Music Man says, I love your videos. Keep up. Keep it up. Thanks, Music Man. What I think is going to be hilarious are all the people who are asking all these questions about Windows 11, right? Like it's not even a product available yet. It's in beta to Windows insiders. It's not done. And I already know when it comes out because I've been in this business a long time. I've been in this business since it was a business. So I'm like the OG, one of the rare who was there in the beginning. And it after a while, you go, here we go again. People used to talk about how much they hated Vista. You don't really hear people talk about how much they hate Vista anymore. People talked about how much they hated Windows 10 and how much better Windows 7 was. Some of those people still exist. But when Windows 11 comes out, all those Windows 7 people that they don't swear by it to this day, they're a dying breed. They're dying. They're old people, and they're getting old and dying. They're refusing to embrace what's coming, or what's here, rather. It's sort of like a person that makes horse buggies, thinking the whole automobile thing isn't going to catch on. They're noisy, they stink, they're dangerous. They're dead. I don't think there's too many carriage makers anymore. Be a very specialty operation with not a lot of competition and probably not a lot of customers. Maybe in horse racing, right? But I mean, in just like a regular carriage, they used to sell so many carriages in the 1800s. So many. You know, sweeping up horse poop was a major job in New York City. Major job. So that job's not available anymore. And I'm sure the people who did that are no longer on this plane. Now, that's a choice. You don't have to embrace new technology. I don't care. But I just already know when Windows 11 comes out that I'm going to hear about how much better Windows 10 is. I'm not going to hear about how much better Windows 7 is or any other prior operating system. Whatever the current operating system is that the majority of people are complaining about, they will embrace this one compared to how much worse the new one is. Mark my words. So I'm a bit amused that the only people asking questions about Windows 11 are optimistic about it. That they're automatically assuming it's better than Windows 10 and they can't wait to get their hands on it. And that's hilarious to me because they represent about that many computer owners in the world who despise the very fact that they're going to be inconvenienced with this nonsense. And you're so excited about it, you can't wait. You just want all the answers today, but the answers have not been defined yet. And it doesn't matter who you ask. You could go to any YouTube content creator, any Reddit page, any tech journalist, and they can give you their thoughts on it. But that's all that does is thoughts. It's just a complete and utter waste of time. Completely a waste of time. It is not based on fact, and it is not based on control. So, I mean, we might as well talk about the future of anything that hasn't happened yet. And I just think our time would be better spent focusing on what is. Unless you're a creator or you have some influence in what can be, in which case, all the power to you. Please proceed. But if you're just a consumer and you want to talk about the decisions of a privately owned corporation that makes billions of dollars, as if your opinion matters, as if anything you have to say about it matters, they don't care. It's just noise. So I'm old enough to realize that Microsoft is going to do what Microsoft is going to do. And until the day that product is released, the product can undergo a number of changes. If Microsoft doesn't listen to the community, which they normally do not listen, Microsoft, their normal behavior is they listen to their shareholders. They very rarely listen to the community until they're embarrassed. So when Windows 95 came out and someone like Steve Gibson was saying, man, you've got to turn the firewall on by default before the operating system loads, or these computers are going to get infected. And he was pretty well known back then and got the ear of Microsoft. They said, we respectfully disagree with you, and more or less said, we know what we're doing. And then when that worm came out that infected all those Windows 95 computers, and it was plastered all over the news and CNN and newspapers and media, television stations, Microsoft had pie on their face, owed their customers an apology, and immediately issued an update that turned on the firewall that Mr. Steve Gibson advised them of before they released the product. Now, if you're that high up as Steve Gibson in security, and you're so well respected in your industry with all those decades of experience, and you go out of your way to offer your information for free to Microsoft, and you are dismissed, what chance do you and I have of having our voice heard? So, until the product is publicly available as a final release, we can talk about what the requirements are and what to do about it. I'd very much like to know what Windows 11 can do today that Windows 10 cannot do. And nobody yet has been able to answer that question for me. Don't know why you're so excited. What is Windows 11 doing that Windows 10 is holding you back from doing? I'm still waiting for an answer. Can anybody tell me why there's an advantage to having Windows 11? What is it you're going to be able to do with Windows 11 that you can't do with Windows 10 today? Can anybody answer that question? Anybody in the world? I still haven't seen an answer. It's very strange. Bill Sony contributes $20. Hey, Bill, thank you. Nicholas Menard with $5 Canadian. He says, hey, Kerry, I just came home from work and I'm glad I could catch another live stream from the one and only Uncle Tech, Kerry. Uncle Tech, Kerry Holzman. Thanks, Nicholas. And then another $5 Canadian contribution from Nicholas again. Well, double thanks to you, Nicholas. And of course, Bill Sonit, Bill Sony T. I'll just call you Bill S. Thanks, guys. Photo Mix Media is living in a delusionary world because he says that everybody's opinion matters. Simply not true. I mean, you can tell yourself that. Remember, I keep telling myself I'm a millionaire. I keep saying it. I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. But $1 million hasn't come into my account. You see, you can tell me your opinion matters, but it doesn't. You have to be a person of power or influence or celebrity. You have to be a lawmaker or a manufacturer in charge of a product. You're the decision maker. You have control. What you have is entitlement. If you think your opinion matters, where you have not a financial investment into the operation of either a personal major financial investment into a major corporation's decisions, and you are not on the board of directors, your opinion doesn't matter. You have to pay for that. It's not something you're entitled to for free. Those people who are making those decisions paid an entry fee to do that. Those politicians who are making the laws paid an entry fee to make those laws. You have not paid the entry fee, so you are denied entry. And while you can tell yourself all day long, you can preach to yourself the things you want to hear in an ideal world, that is not the world. I'm sorry. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying I agree with it. But the fact of the matter is, your opinions don't get anything done. When you get off your butt and you use your hands or your money to make a real difference in this world, then in that regard, your opinion matters. But just sitting and complaining or opining about things that you have no financial investment in, and for things you have no control over, that have no relation to you whatsoever except as a consumer, you're just living in a delusional world of self-inflated importance of who you are and why you think that matters. And if you want to live your world, if you want to live in your mind, in your own world, you have that right, and don't let me get in your way. But I'll be damned if I'm going to join you in your delusion. I won't stop you from doing it, but I also won't condone it and humor you because you're so fragile that you can't accept reality. If you have to live in a false reality because the world's too hard, at least you figured out a way to survive. But if you're trying to recruit me into that form of belief, or anybody else for that matter, sorry, I'm not buying today. Now, when I say I'm a millionaire over and over and over, and $1 million suddenly appears in my account, I will change my mind. Until that day, the world around me works a certain way, and it doesn't matter if I like it or not. And if I want to change that, then I have to go into that in the same way everybody else does that is in power. Those people are in power because they pursued that and they acquired it. You can't sit there with power, saying you have power when you have none. Power is something you have to earn. For the most part. For the most part, you have to earn it. Some people are born into it. Most people have to earn it. Most people have to make extraordinary sacrifices. You cannot make zero sacrifices and put yourself on that level. You are not equal. You're equal in the sense that you're a human being. You are equal in the sense that physically your limitations, the fact you have to eat, the fact that you bleed, we're all that way. But we're not all worth the same to society. Some people are a drain on society. Some people are a boost to society. Some people change the world. People like Elon Musk and Bill Gates. Look at Richard Branson. These are not normal people. And what they're doing is not normal. And your opinion on it is not, the fact that you think it matters is not normal. But it's not illegal. And you certainly, if that's what it takes for you to live, don't let me get in your way. But at the same time, I'll still keep trying. I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. Because I got nothing to lose. So I'm going to keep trying that. Just in case delusion works. Because if delusion works, I'm on board. So I'm not going to tell you it doesn't work. But I still have to go to work every day. I still have to do my job. I still have to know my place in the world that I have earned. Do you understand? I haven't earned enough to be called Mr. President. And at the same time, I'm also not being spit on by people on the street. So I'm at the level that I want to be because that was the amount of effort I wanted to put in. If you don't put any effort in, these are the results. So either way, it's your choice. But that's, again, I remain open-minded to it, that if delusion could work, I don't know everything, so I'll keep trying though. In addition to still, being in reality, I'll just spend a few minutes a day being delusional just in case that works. I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire, I'm a millionaire. keep doing it. Just a few times, a few minutes out of each day, just in case that works. And if it ever works, you'll be the first to come out here and I'll tell you it worked. Last I checked, the only certain way I have to be a millionaire is to work harder. It's the only way I know for sure. It makes it even possible to become a millionaire. At least for me, because I don't know anybody with money that's going to just give it to me. When my parents die, I'm not going to get a will. I'm going to get a bill. I'll be the only one that when your parents die, it's not the amount of money my parents are leaving to me. It's the amount of money I have to spend to take care of their arrangements. And I'm not complaining about it. But I wasn't born into money. Nicholas Menard says, I love your philosophy in tech and life in general, and I can wholeheartedly say that you're an inspiration to me, someone I can look up to when I'm in doubt. But best compliment ever. Thank you. That means a lot. That means more than any contribution. The fact that I can give somebody some positive influence, inspire you, believe in you, and to know that if you can get up off your butt and try, you can succeed. And if you fail, you get up, brush yourself off, take another run at it, take a different approach. And if you fall again, pick yourself up. Hopefully you don't fail the same way twice. And as long as you're not failing the same way twice, you're growing as a person. This idea that failure is bad is preposterous. Failure means you're learning. If you're not failing, you're not learning. So thank you. David B. said, I've always worked for corporations and done well, so I admire you for doing this on your own. It would be very hard for me to be in a corporate environment, I've learned, because I'm an independent critical thinker. And a lot of what corporations do in the bureaucracy involves politics and power moves from people whose egos need to be stroked, who are in charge. And if you make the people in charge look stupid, you won't be employed there very long. So I'm the kind of guy who's probably best off being self-employed. However, if I was lazy and I had that attitude problem, I'd probably be living in a shelter somewhere if I had that entitlement that I see exhibited here so often. Not here, but I mean in the culture that we live in, that somehow you're owed something. I would be homeless if I had that attitude. It's hard to collect on what you feel you're owed if you have no means by which to collect it, meaning you have no right legally, and you have no authority, and you have no ability to enforce it. Anything you say with regards to rules or structure that you have no ability to enforce, it's just noise. It's completely pointless. Because if there's nothing you can do about it, then it's just wishful thinking. Last I checked. You've got to be able to enforce it. If you can't enforce it, you're powerless. And if you're powerless, then your opinion doesn't matter. Mendel's Photography contributes $1, and Joseph Zins contributes $5. Thanks, Mendel's Photography and Joseph Zins. I have power here on my YouTube channel. If somebody's being disrespectful or if somebody's being rude, I can remove them. It's my channel. Nobody has a right to be here. I open it as an invitation. I would like YouTube to give me the ability to limit the number of subscribers I have. In fact, I even want to create another YouTube channel that you can't subscribe to. I don't want the harassment. But YouTube, their brain doesn't work that way. They're like, well, why would a content creator not want a subscribe button? That's none of your business. How hard would it be to just make that an option, to turn subscriptions off or to limit the number of subscriptions? And they say, but why? If you're an employee working at a corporation and you want to know why, you're a pain in the ass. Do what we tell you to do. Don't worry about why. But if you're the consumer and you're telling a corporation, this is what I want, I make a lot of money for YouTube. YouTube doesn't care a rat's behind. They won't even answer my emails. It's all automated responses, boilerplate responses. They don't listen. They don't have to listen. It's their company. They can say, Carrie, we're removing you. Too bad, so sad. This is not a public right. This is not a government-owned agency to which I have a public right to. This is a privately held corporation, and they can deny service to anybody. Now, if there's legal issues with denying service because of racial or religious reasons, that's a legal issue. But if it's just, hey, you've probably walked into a number of businesses, at least in the US, they have a sign, we have a right to refuse service to anybody. It's not, when somebody opens a business, you don't have a right to be in there. You're invited to be in there. But if you won't behave and you won't follow the rules, you're trespassing and you can be arrested by the police for trespassing. You don't have a right. So while I'm complaining about some of the issues with YouTube, I don't have a right to have a YouTube channel. That's a privilege. And it's a voluntary privilege, just like a driver's license. You don't have the right to have a driver's license in the United States. A driver's license is a privilege and it can be revoked. If you violate the rules a number of times, your ability to drive will be, at least legally, removed, perhaps suspended temporarily, perhaps permanently, depending on the severity of the crime. This inability to discern privilege from right is, that's entitlements. We keep going back to entitlement. I want YouTube to offer me, the creator, the ability to either limit the number of subscribers I have. I want the ability to block certain subscribers from following me, and I want the ability to shut off subscriptions altogether so that I can avoid the harassment. You think YouTube cares what I want? They don't care. As far as they're concerned, that doesn't make any sense, and they won't ask me why. I'll tell them why. It goes in one ear and out the other. If I could control, just think about this for a minute. YouTube says the bigger the channel is, the more money it makes. Companies like Ferrari make potentially as much money as GM, and they do so making far fewer cars. If Ferrari knows that they're going to make a limited car, they're going to make 2,000 of these cars, and they know they've got 2,000 people who will buy it, they make 1,999 of these cars. Even though they could make 2,000. They want to make fewer than they know they can sell to create a demand and make the value of that one item go up. So if I could limit the number of subscribers and say there's a maximum number of subscribers, and if you didn't get in time, well, you can always watch the content, you just can't subscribe to it. Now suddenly my channel value has the potential to be worth more because subscribers will feel more special. I'm lucky I got in before the subscribers were blocked. In other words, I got in below the number was hit, whatever the maximum was. So there's more value. There's a perceived value. I'm less likely to deal with trolls because the minute a troll acts up, they're removed. That opens a spot on the subscriber list that is instantly filled from somebody waiting who's like, I got one. It's rare. That gives it value. And YouTube is so pig-headed and myopic, they simply can't see the value in that. And they refuse to listen. So I hope one day they'll evolve and understand all the missed opportunity they have been restricting content creators from their own success, which affects YouTube's success because they're so closed-minded and bureaucratic because they answer to who? They answer to the shareholders and the advertisers. They do not answer to content creators. I've never, ever, not once, seen YouTube do anything that their content creators asked for that was not something the shareholders wanted or the advertisers wanted. They've never opposed the shareholders or advertisers, but they have opposed and continue to oppose what the creators want. And that's because The shareholders are what make YouTube possible. And they put a lot of money into it. And the advertisers make YouTube possible. And you might say, well, the content creators make YouTube possible too. Yeah, but here's the thing. There's this many shareholders, and there's this many advertisers, and there's this many content creators. So because there's so many of us, our individual value is zero. So even YouTube understands the concept of value to availability, right? Something that's more rare has more value most of the time. And YouTube doesn't offer their content creators the ability to acquire that rareness. They've stolen that. Well, they haven't stolen it. They never offered it. So all content creators are equal. No one content creator can restrict who watches them, at least for free. No one content creator can control the size of crowd that is forming around them. And YouTube could care less. They could care less. But if an investor, a smaller group, has something to say, they're going to listen. And if the advertisers, also a relatively small group compared to the number of creators, if they want something, depending on the size of the advertiser, and the length of time that the advertiser's been with them, and how much money they've made, and how much potential money they might lose, more likely going to listen. But content creators, they're everywhere, and they're like pawns in a chess game. Who cares? They come and they go. Easily replaceable. So you say, okay, well, I'm grateful I've got the platform. It just would be a lot nicer if YouTube would give me the opportunity to explore untraditional ways to achieve higher value outside from the same more views is better mentality. Frank says, from watching the stream, my 10-year-old laptop boot up time went from 40 seconds to 5 seconds because I increased my RAM and switched from a hard drive to a solid state drive. Thank you, Carrie. Hey, right on, Frank. Thanks for letting me know. I'm glad that you followed the advice here. You spent your money wisely. I think you got a good value for what you spent. You gave the laptop new life. Let's make sure Frank is blue in here, as he should be. Joseph Zins contributes $5. He says, Carrie, I was wondering if you knew whether writing lots of smaller files on a solid state drive would wear it out faster than larger files of the same total size. Joseph, what happens when a solid state drive wears out? Do you know? What do you think a solid state drive does? That's my first question. So if let's just say you wore out the number of writes on a solid state drive, which would take about 70 years for most people. But let's just say you did something crazy, maybe like the Chia cryptocurrency mining, something very highly unusual. What do you think happens to the drive when that happens? That's my first question. And I've got a second question, which is, why are you asking this question? Joseph Panariello contributes $5. Hey, Joseph, good to see you. Thank you for continuing to support the show. The channel. I like to think of it as a show. Stewart says an SSD will stop writing data when it runs out of write cycles, but it will continue to read data that's on it. That is correct. It becomes essentially a read-only device. How many of you in the chat room have ever seen a solid-state drive that was read-only because the write cycles have worn out? Now, solid-state drives have been around since 2013, at least since I started using them. I've never seen one that ran out of writes. I've only seen 2 that have failed, and that was just this year. I'd never seen a failure until, well, it might have been last year. Was it 2021? It was 2020, so last year. I saw 2 last year. Never saw personally. I've heard people on the internet tell all kinds of fish stories. I don't know what they did to it. I don't know if they mishandled it. I don't know if they abused it. I don't know what brand they bought. I don't know what they did, but they might have caused their problem. I can only go from my own experience. You know, some guy bought 1. I'm buying hundreds. I'm buying hundreds. I've seen 2 fail, and that was just last year. Kevin Smith wants to know, do viewers still ask you to build PCs for them, or are you too busy for that? So sometimes viewers still reach out and they want me to build, but a lot of times it's just a restriction on parts. Just can't get the parts. Or I can get the parts, but they're a lot more money. A viewer asked me to build him a gaming computer for $1,000 budget, and I said, this is just not possible. I can't. He said, why? It's because of the GPU shortage. He said, what GPU shortage? I go, you're not aware of car manufacturers shutting down because they can't get the chips for their cars? The appliance manufacturers, you can't get a stove or refrigerator. You can't get them. You can't get chlorine for the pool. Or you can get it, but it's really, really expensive. So I can get you a gaming computer that you want, but double the price. Oh, I can't afford that. I go, well, you've picked the worst possible time to want to buy a gaming computer. And he said, well, how long has this been going on? I said, well, since at least March of last year, so over a year. He goes, are you talking about it on your YouTube channel? Like, if I watched it, would you be like updating when parts become available? I go, well, what else can I do? So, is he a viewer? If he was a viewer, he'd already know all this. So he was a viewer, and he just doesn't know. He's out of the cycles, out of the circles. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, if I could build you a gaming computer for $1,000, that'd be great. And if you know how to do that, you let me know. But yeah, I said, you could maybe buy a pre-built one. It's not going to be very good, but at least you could get it. But even then, probably not for $1,000. So yeah, they still ask, but the problem is I'm very busy and I have a very limited ability to get certain parts. That's why I've been buying a lot of these return motherboards. There's just been no new stock replenished on these boards, these models, at least for 3 months, at least. Pre-builts can often be cheaper, but they're often not as upgradable. They often don't run at their full potential. If they require repair, you may not be able to repair them. They might be disposable units. They typically only give you the very bare minimums, like for power supply. So if you wanted to upgrade something, you might have problems. They might only have 2 RAM slots instead of 4. They might have inadequate cooling, so it runs fine until you press it hard and then it starts to fail with heat failures. You can watch other YouTube channels review any pre-built you're considering buying. I would search for a review of it on YouTube and see what the reviewer has to say about it, just so you have a little more information to make a informed decision. And then, of course, have proper expectations. Mike Visions contributes £5. It's Carrie. Have a $5 on me. Do with it what you will. Cheers, Mike. Thank you for that. It's kind. Very kind of you. Fred wants to know if there's some kind of counter that keeps track of the writes to a solid state drive. The Samsung Magician software does, and I think Intel's SSD Toolbox does. Let me see if I can pull up the Samsung Magician software and show it to you. Companies often, I think, like AData and Team and Sabrent. Actually, I think Sabrent has a tool. It doesn't do much, but it does report. But you'd have to go look for it. It's not something that's, made obvious and available. You have to search for it. But if you've got like a no-name brand SSD, yeah, probably not. But on the name brand ones like the Samsung, maybe the SanDisk, definitely the Intel, you get what you pay for. So you paid a little bit more, but now you've got utilities. Again, it's still a weird question to ask. Like, is there something that can tell me how many writes? And the reason I think it's weird is because I just got done telling you I've never seen a solid state drive fail due to too many writes. Never. And I'm not aware of anybody that ever has. And yet it's almost like you're afraid of something that's never going to come. It's weird. You're likely going to replace the solid state drive because its capacity is too small or it's too slow, long before it would ever fail due to failed writes. It would take about 70 years. About 70 years. However, to answer your question, even though I think it's ridiculous, it's almost like techno-hypochondria. The Samsung Magician software I can pull up right now and show you. I think I can. Samsung. Hey, there it is. Good. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at the Samsung Magician software. If we look at the drive details, which are on the left side, drive details, we can see the firmware version of the drive, the serial number of the drive. We can see the interface that the drive is currently operating under to ensure we're running at full speed. We can see the NVMe driver. It's not Microsoft's, but rather the one by Samsung for Samsung drives. We can see our volume capacity, and we can look at, what else can we look at here? There's benchmarks, diagnostic scans, the over provisioning, which is what you do when you run out of, when your cells die, you have spare cells that enable to replace ones that have become disabled, for lack of a better expression. The operating system on the drive takes care of it automatically for you. There's performance optimization, secure erase, drive encryption. I thought it was either drive information. Did I miss it? It'll tell me how many terabytes have been written or how many. Let's see, benchmark. It used to tell me. Thought it would be under details. Firmware, serial number, temperature, drive health. Yeah, here's how much data has been written to the drive, 2.1 terabytes. How much data do you think needs to be written to this drive for it to become read-only? Anybody want to look that up? Let's go back to camera one. Now, if there was an ongoing epidemic of drive failures due to a specific reason that it was happening commonly amongst people, I would certainly give you advice and tips on how to prevent that from occurring. But given that this is all based on imagination, you're trying to protect yourself from an imaginary issue that you will likely never see in your lifetime. And I think you could probably spend your time actually doing something that matters and something that you might have a little control over. There's no particular failure point. It's not like the drive reaches a certain number of bytes written and fails. It's estimated. Each drive is different. Some drives will write more than other drives before they become read-only. That's not a universal number that you're trying to be below, unfortunately. It's life just isn't. It's like asking me how long you're going to live. Well, if that human lived to be 70 and that human lived to be 80, and you want to know how long you are going to live, it has nothing to do with how long those other two humans live. Even if they're battling a disease that's the same as a disease you're battling, that doesn't mean that what cures them or extends their life is going to work for you. Life just doesn't work like that. We are not computers. So I think you're worried about something that's preposterous and unjustifiable, because it's likely you will never, ever encounter it in your lifetime. Now, if you do it with the intent, like if your goal is, I want to see how many writes it takes to get this drive to become read-only, you can do that. That's absolutely achievable. But just using it every day under normal usage, you're never going to probably ever see that in your life. And the technology is only getting better. It's not getting worse. So if you're not going to see it in your life now, just think about the solid state drives that come out next year and the year after that. They're only getting better. Joseph Zins contributes $3. He says, Carrie, my dad liked your dog's names in Studio A. Okay, I'm glad. I was up all night last night worried if your dad liked their names. But thank you for the support. I appreciate that. John Lewis says, according to the Samsung website, the 850 Pro will handle up to 150 terabytes written, which equates to 40 gigs of daily read-write activity. For how many years? 150 terabytes. So in this machine, I built this machine on my birthday the year before last year, 2020. Is it 2020? So it's been a year and a half, and in a year and a half, and all the video editing, and even the drive light right now is blinking, 2.1 terabytes in a year and a half. So if it takes me a year and a half, let's be generous. Let's say it's taken me 2 years, even though it hasn't, just to give you an example of how stupid it is to be worried about this. Pointless. It's just stupid and pointless. Based on the way I use this computer, if I'm writing a terabyte a year, it'll take me 150 years. And I'm not writing a terabyte a year. It hasn't been 2 years. What do you think about that? It's the other way around. I've written 2.1, so it's a little over 2. So if I was writing 2 terabytes in 1 year, then I have 75 years. I won't be around 75 years from now. I guarantee that. Guaranteed. That drive will still exist. I will not. The thing you should be monitoring is your own health. That should be of your utmost concern, not that, in my opinion. Alex Morales contributes $5. He says, hi, everyone. Hi, Alex. Everybody say hi, Alex. And Bill Binder reminds us of common sense. Let's make sure Bill is blue. He says, and if you're making backups, a dead SSD makes no difference one way or the other. This is true. If your SSD were to fail for any reason whatsoever, You would simply replace it and restore your backups and be right back up and running. It's a minor inconvenience, and it's not even that expensive to replace. Well said. Thank you. Jaitesh says, if my SSD is in read-only mode, at least I can back up my files via external storage. The idea that you think that's when it's time to back up saddens me. You should be backing up just in case, not after it happens. Severo, 1990, contributes €2. He says, any chance for a live collab with Tech Deals? I have reached out a couple of times, and understandably their response was, we'd love to, but we just don't have time. So if I'm willing and eager, maybe if you ask them if they would do it. Maybe if enough of you ask them, they'll do it. But I would enjoy it. I would make the time. I know they've tried some experiments on YouTube that have not worked out the way that they had hoped, and they're sort of starting back at square one. And I tried to tell him it's not going to work. And he's like, I still want to try. And I'm like, hey, don't let me get in your way. It's just, that's not going to work. I completely disagreed with what the business tactic he was thinking was going to be successful. And we didn't talk about it in depth. It was sort of just a very basic, we're like, you're so busy, what are you doing? Well, we're hiring people and we're spending, I said, well, I don't think that's a really good idea, but I wish you the best luck. That was about the extent of it. And now those people, they hired aren't with them anymore, and they're right back to where they were. So now they know, right? They've known what I was trying to tell them, but experience is far better, far better. And I would have liked to have been proven wrong. I would like to see them succeed, and then I can copy what they did so I can succeed faster. So maybe they're off working on some other project that they're going to experiment with to try and make their, I think he's trying to grow, or I think they're trying to grow too fast. But, what do I know? I've never even met him face to face. I haven't even so much as had a phone conversation with Tech or Rogue. Everything's been messages, and even then, very few. So basically all I'm telling you is I would certainly love that opportunity, but they haven't had time. Raven says, why would you need a backup if it dies and goes read-only? The data's still there. Well, because you didn't know that was going to happen, did you? You see, the one thing everybody who's ever lost data has in common is they weren't expecting it to happen. The reason you have a backup is if something happens that you didn't know was going to happen. You probably aren't going to know when that drive becomes read-only, corrupted, fails entirely. If the machine gets stolen, if a virus encrypts all your files into ransomware or destroys all the data on the drive, if a severe storm comes in and blows out your windows, tree comes in through the roof and all the water comes in and damages the equipment and the data's gone. You don't know if somebody maybe you accidentally hit the wrong button and wiped the drive by mistake. You don't know if there's a fire that could possibly take out your entire city, let alone your individual building. Nobody who's ever experienced a fire thought in any day that was ever going to happen to them. So you have a backup, not because the drive went to read-only. You have a backup because in a worst-case scenario, you have not put all of your eggs in one basket only to have something happen to the basket. Now you have no eggs. So you're having a duplication of things that are critical and important updated on a regular basis so that it's useful to you if that becomes your sole source your source of that data. If you have one source for critical data and something happens to it, what are you going to do? So you say, yeah, but if it was read-only, it wasn't too late to make a backup. But how did you know that was going to happen? There's so many different ways drives fail, and so many different reasons that people lose data, that if your data is important enough for you to recover it, you should have backed it up. Just because you got lucky because the drive became read-only doesn't mean that that's normal or justifies I didn't have to make a backup. That's preposterous and delusional. It doesn't even make any logical sense. I mean, I just got done telling you, you will likely live out your entire life and never see a drive do that. And now you have hypothetically put yourself in a situation where, one, it happens when I told you it's not likely ever going to happen to you. And two, you're stupid enough that you haven't made backups, and you're going to tell me that makes you smarter because you didn't need them because that thing that never happened happened. It's the dumbest conversation I've ever had. Yeah, but if this happens on a Tuesday, on an odd day of the third quarter of the 5th year, then I'm right. There's more people talking, no people doing. You make a backup because it's the responsible thing that you do for yourself to ensure when an unexpected event happens that has an impact on your data, that you have a backup source for it if you need it. Period. End of story. People will go to great extremes to be creative in their imagination to make up completely unplausible scenarios that have never happened in anybody's lifetime, or at least you'd be like a lottery winner if that happened to you. I mean, I know there's some lottery winners, like big lottery winners. I've never met one. You know, they exist. But to think you're likely going to be one of them and to join in their ranks, you're awfully optimistic. Good for you. Jaitesh says, I was trying to say at least I can back up my relevant data via a spare drive before the drive goes kaput. The drive doesn't go kaput. It will stay in read-only mode forever. How thick are you? I'm sorry, but this is getting preposterous. If your data was important, you back it up before you need it. You don't say, well, but if the drive goes read-only, you'll never see a drive go read-only. You will never experience that. You will be far more likely to experience the need for a backup than you are likely to experience an SSD going read-only in your lifetime. I mean, I work as a technician and I see hundreds of computers and I've never seen it. How many computers are you looking at every day? Just your own? But keep fighting for your ignorance. It's really, really entertaining. Backups are no joke. They shouldn't be taken so lightly unless you take the loss of your data lightly. Like if it doesn't matter to you, if you lose everything, I don't care. But if it's important enough to you to want to recover it if something bad happens, you can't hope that you got a 1 in 10 million shot that the drive just became read-only. And so therefore, you're fine. You would be so extraordinarily lucky that it would be the equivalent of winning the lottery. So it's a very bizarre chain of thought to create an imaginary scenario that's unplausible to justify negating the necessity to back up data. There's never a downside to backing your data up. There's no reason to fight for not doing it. It's a weird hill to die on. Very strange. Mark Leibowitz said, here's a true story. Long before computers were readily accessible, one of my dad's colleagues, 10 plus years of research, including unique documents, in his car, and then his car got stolen. The moral of the story? Make backups. This is just the same old story over and over again. To the people it hasn't happened to, they don't care. They think they're immune. If you've never been in a car accident, you probably drive with some confidence. And if you've been in car accidents constantly, you're probably a little more cautious when you drive, I hope. Why get the insurance for your car? If you're not getting into car accidents, why would you buy it? Michael says, never berate your audience, educate them. Michael, some people just, so you talk as though the audience is equal, but the audience isn't equal. We have members of the audience here who are extremely valuable members of this community. We have audience members here who've never seen me before, and they'll never come back, and others that will subscribe and come back and become wonderful members of this community. And then you've got some that are just attention seekers and have creative, wild imaginations just so they can be right, when in fact, it's completely unplausible. And I want to make sure people are aware that when you encounter somebody like this, it's probably a good example that people should be aware of, to be on the lookout for, so you don't get caught in their trap. Not every customer that comes to my business is a good customer, right? So if I got a customer and I lose that customer because they don't like the way I said something, or they don't like something, I don't care what it is, my price is, my height, my age, it doesn't matter what they don't like. If I lose a customer, I do not care. If I lose a good customer, then I care. All those customers are not equal. My audience is not mine. People are voluntarily choosing to be here. They can voluntarily leave. I'm still doing what I'm doing. I did it before they ever knew I existed, and I will do it long after they've left. Unless they're a member of the community here that is supportive and kind, those people I don't want to lose. Those people I don't want to offend. But there are some who have a sense of entitlement. They have a sense that they have some authority, or that they will follow any path that takes them to being right with their imagination to make something unplausible possible. And the world doesn't work like that. And that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to humor them. And I'm not here to babysit them. And if they're going to expose their ignorance so outwardly while I am live in front of hundreds of people, I want people to watch it with me. I want you to say, look at this. You're going to see this other places, especially on the internet. And when you see it, you should be able to identify it. Now that I've shown you what to watch for, don't engage with them. It's a waste of time. Those people cannot be educated because they don't want to be. They would rather be right in their own mind. And that's what they're fighting for. They're fighting to be right. I didn't ask them. I'm not looking for their approval. If they disagree, they have a YouTube channel. They must, because if you're in the chat room, you've got a YouTube account. So make your video. But they won't do that either. They won't do it. Those are the people who need to make YouTube videos. And then they can feel the crush of the internet correcting them. You think it's bad that I'm doing it. Imagine if that person posted a video that basically said the same thing, and that video actually got viewed by people. The overwhelming, crushing nature of the criticism that person would receive would probably cause them extreme depression, and probably wouldn't be too excited to make another video again. But because they've never done it, they can continue in their delusion to see what they want to see and to justify what they want to justify. I can't do anything about that. That's just a behavioral issue. The drunken troll says, you've been doing this, what, only 30 years? That's all. Yeah. I was a hobby, but, professionally 31 years. As a hobby, since the early 1980s. So since I was 12 years old, and I'm 53. I started with a TRS-80 Model 1, was the first home computer I had. Long before I knew anybody else, I knew one person. He had an Apple II. I didn't know anybody else who could afford a computer, let alone knew what you could do with one. 1980. So then throughout the 80s, it was a hobby because there weren't many jobs that used computers. They weren't, like, I didn't know anybody who had an IBM compatible. Those were way too much money. They were home computers. They were 8-bit Commodore 64s, Atari 400, 800, later on the Amigas and the Atari ST. That's where where I started. It was TRS-80 Model 1, and I couldn't afford it new. I had to buy it used. And then 10 years, 1991, 10 years of that hobby, I got my first job in a computer repair, computer building, a computer manufacturer called TriStar Computers in Chandler, Arizona. They're defunct now. Diamond Flower, DFI bought them out. At the same time, Tim and Eric Crown founded Insight. You might have heard of Insight. Well, I take it back. They founded Hard Drives International, and then it grew into Insight. I was there for all of that. I picked the wrong team. I picked Bob Powers at TriStar instead of picking Tim and Eric Crown. I could have a whole different career right now if I had a better understanding of the industry at that time. And my experience is uniquely my own. I'm not experienced in everything. And even when it comes to computers, I don't know much about servers. I don't know anything about managed switches or VLANs. That's why I'm such good friends with Mike Smith. We're so opposite in what we do, but we're both computer techs and we both manage service providers. But the service we provide is very, very different. It's on a different scale. And the money Mike makes is far more than the money I make because you have to have more knowledge to do what Mike does. Or rather, I would have to have more knowledge. I could not do most of what Mike does. Mike, I could learn it if I wanted to, and Mike would teach me. I could absolutely learn it. I'm not interested. And sometimes you get members of the audience who aren't interested. You cannot educate somebody who's not interested. All you can do, because this is not a situation that people are paying tickets. When people pay tickets to pay to play, they're generally more respectful, generally. And the difference is when you kick somebody out, when they paid, it's going to bother them a lot more than if they just got in for free and they can just create another fake account, come back in. Nobody's getting educated. In that little circle, it's just a game. It's all just a game. But thankfully, the vast majority of this community that we're creating here, we've got 515 people watching around the world, and out of 515 people, there's one I'm highlighting. That's a pretty good ratio, don't you think? My goal in mentioning it and drawing attention to it is twofold. One is to make you aware of it. Watch what's happening. Watch how I'm identifying it. And two is to train them that if they want to do that, they should do a better job of disguising it, and they shouldn't make it so obvious. To discourage that repetition of behavior and to alter that behavior so that they can have the impact they want to have. Because I don't think that's what they wanted. But they communicated it so poorly and then continue to double down on it that they just made it worse for themselves. So even though I have no control over it, I didn't ban them or remove them from the room in the hopes that they'll say, I see the point he's making. I should take a different approach, something not so aggressive, something not so clearly guided to an unrealistic situation that justifies their argument, instead of saying, oh, I see what you're saying, you're right, which, by the way, would have taken less effort and would have resulted in less abrasiveness. So will they take that? I don't know. Will they take a lesson from that? If they don't want to learn, it won't matter what I say. But at least you can be aware of it. You can identify it when you go to other places on the internet. Those people are too common. However, it's one person out of over 500. So the ratio of that's good as far as I'm concerned. And I would like very much for them to behave the way they see others behave here. You understand? All you got to do is look at the room, look at how people talk to each other, and mimic that. You don't have to use your imagination to wonder how you're supposed to react. Just look at how others are reacting. And if you don't like that, don't participate. Don't even watch. It wasn't like I was doing it for that person, and it's not like I'm going to stop if they leave. I was doing it long before they ever. I've been doing YouTube videos since 2008. I don't think that person was even on YouTube in 2008. So I was here doing this without them, and I will continue to do it with or without them. They're not critical to my success. Would I like everybody to be kind and supportive to each other? I think I made it clear I would. But what can I do about it? Best I can tell, what I just did is about all I can do. Or just ignore it. But I know ignoring doesn't work. Just, at least not in the chat. It might work in emails, but it doesn't work in the chat. William Sean contributes $2. Can you add me to Blue? Hey, William, that's not how it happens, my friend. Basically, the way people become Blue is through becoming familiar in the chat room. So I would love nothing better than to make everybody in the chat room Blue. It's hard to identify people who want to be Blue for the wrong reason. Most people who ask to be Blue is a red flag warning not to make that person Blue. If that gives you the idea that you have some power, or that that it makes you special, it doesn't. You make you special. And when I identify that you're special, I turn you Blue. It's the way you become special is just continue to be kind and supportive in this chat and in comments in upcoming videos, so I start to recognize you, and I want to turn you Blue. I will do that because I will recognize you, and I'll probably say something like, why has it been so long? You should have been Blue a long time ago. Because I would rather do that than have to remove your Blue status because you asked for it and I just gave it, and now you're starting to ban people or you're abusing your Blue status. And then I have to remove you. And then that makes me upset at me for exercising poor judgment. So everybody has the same sort of qualifications, unless I know you personally. Then that's a different story. But I don't know who you are, and Blue status is not something you buy. Blue status is something that you earn. So I would very much love to turn you Blue. I hope you continue to participate in the chat. I hope I continue to see you in the future. And in doing so, I will turn you Blue, just as I have other folks. I've not turned anybody Blue today I haven't seen in the past, but it's taken that long for me to acknowledge it. But I have to tell you, when someone asks for it, I get a little concerned because I don't know why they want it. Chess says, if someone shows respect and another person sees that person disrespectful, it's very much a misunderstanding. Misunderstandings are very common online because you can't hear the voice and you can't hear the intent. Sometimes somebody's teasing another person and the other person could be near tears. And that person could say, "You're bullying me." And they're like, "No, we're just having fun." No, you're having fun. Clearly, I'm over here crying. Should be pretty obvious to you. I'm not in on whatever your joke is. That's what makes you a bully. I don't know how a bully doesn't know this. It's only fun if both people are in on the joke, if both people agree. If you're putting on a joke to somebody who's not wanting to be joked with, then you're a bully. This idea that people will post comments in the chat and they'll say, "I was just kidding," for example. Well, that's what emoticons are for, emojis. It's that you can put a happy face or a winky face, something that replaces facial expression and vocal tone. And the failure to communicate results in a misunderstanding. So while I agree with you with regards to misunderstandings, what one person considers respectful may not be respectful to the other person. You could say, "Hey, no offense, but you're a jerk," or "No disrespect, but you're a jerk." No, just because you said "no disrespect" doesn't mean that what you just said is not disrespectful. People seem to think, well, as long as I say "no disrespect" and then follow it with a huge insult, that I'm being respectful. That's not how respect works in my world. However, miscommunication online is very, very common, and I often have difficulties with communication with people online, just as things are. I've had people misunderstand something I have said and then accuse me of saying something I never said. And so instead of me proving myself to them, I make them prove it to me. I say, "Show me where I said that." And most of the time they go away because they don't know where it was. But on a rare occasion, they can pull up the video and say, "You said it right here." I go, "Okay, here's what I said. If you take out this piece that you're saying I said, and we extend it to what I actually said, it's not your interpretation because you weren't listening, you weren't paying attention, you were distracted, I don't know what's going on. I never said it." That happens a lot. People hear what they want to hear. I've told people time and again, the answer to your question is addressed in the video. "Well, I didn't see it." We'll go back and rewatch. "Well, where is it in the video?" I don't have time for this. If you can't be bothered, there's no incentive for me to go through the video and find it. I know it was in there. Sometimes people will say, there's no link in your video. I'm like, "Yeah, it's in the video notes." "No, there isn't." I go, "It is. You have to read what's on the screen in front of you. It's right there." And they'll tell me, "Well, I have been a computer person for 40 years and I know what I'm doing. And, I know so much as to read a screen in front of me, and I'm telling you it's not there." So then I don't respond to them anymore. Usually within a day, I get a response, "Oh, I see it. It was in a font that was too small," or the color of the text was a different color. In other words, they don't say "I'm sorry" and they don't say "thank you." They justify their entitlement, that they demand an answer and insist that I'm wrong. So this kind of stuff happens online constantly. It's a constant issue. Wayne says, "I've heard there are more chickens than people on Earth. Believable or just boring?" Whether it's true or not, I still have rent due on the 1st. Joseph Zins contributes $2. He says, "I think you missed my question relating to my GPU." Oh, sorry, Joseph. Let's take a look what's going on here, Joseph. You might have to repost the question. I don't see any. So the chat has a certain. You can only go back so far, and I don't know how long ago you posted something, Joseph. I'm going to ask you to repost it. Oh, wait. I see. Okay. So Joseph contributed $5 and asked, would I need to worry about my GTX 750 graphics card dying soon if I got it 6 years ago? And if so, what would be the next best one to buy now? I don't know how you use your graphics card, and graphics cards don't die when they reach a certain age. They die when parts fail. Just like people, people don't die at a certain age. People generally die if something happens to them unexpectedly or parts fail. And for most of us, well, I don't know for most of us, but for some of us, you just don't know until it happens. So, no, just because your card's 6 years old doesn't mean it's going to fail. I have video cards from 20 years ago. I'm sure I have some Matrox cards that still work fine, or a 3DFX card. Silicon will last over 100 years. So that in and of itself doesn't cause, age does not cause failure, number one, at least not with electronics. Moving parts, anything that moves, like a fan, that would be the first thing statistically to die. Then the follow-up question is, what should I replace it with today? You don't really have any choice. Under normal circumstances, I'd say you should replace it with whatever meets your needs. And since I don't know what your needs are, and your needs include your budget, as well as your current needs, what you need a graphics card for, as well as what you think you're going to need a graphics card for going forward. The best estimate you have, nobody would know that better than you. But right now, it wouldn't matter what answer I gave you, because for the most part, they're not available, or at least not available at a reasonable price. So it reminds me of getting the vaccination for the coronavirus. One place had Moderna and one place had Pfizer. Which vaccination should you get? If you have a choice between Moderna and Pfizer, what does the CDC, how does the CDC answer that question? Can anybody tell me? Because the same answer will apply to you. The answer is, whichever one is available to you now is the one you should take. That is the official answer from the CDC. When it comes to GPUs, because of their shortage, if you can get a GPU, that's the one you should get. Again, that's just me repeating the CDC, only because it just aligns perfectly with the exact same question, basically the same type of answer. So, yeah. I don't know that you have a whole lot of choice, I guess is what I'm saying. You either get one or the other or nothing at all. Same with the vaccine. I don't care. I don't have a dog in the race. I don't care. It's not even open for discussion. I simply don't care. Just was mentioning what the official word was, not your opinion on the subject. So people in the chat are talking about not wanting to get vaccinated. I don't care. I didn't ask you. That's your business. I don't care. It's not the subject. Please try to control your ADD and stay with us. I would appreciate that. I'm not going to get the shot. I don't care. I didn't ask. I don't know why you thought it was important to tell everybody that. I really don't think most people care. It's very strange. You want other people to know questions you weren't asked about you. We were talking about you. Keep that to yourself, unless you're asked. or start a YouTube video up and talk about it. I don't care. What a world. What a world. Joseph says, I asked about the graphics card because I noticed the availability of GPUs are very low, and I was wondering what I would do should an issue arise. Thanks for your answer. You answered it. Yeah, you can't prepare for everything, unfortunately. Like I mentioned, my air conditioning motor, right? I know my motor's going to die. I just don't know when. But I think, we're still in the middle of summer, and it's going to get hotter. And in the past, that air conditioner, that motor dies in August. It dies at the hottest, most miserable month. Like if that air conditioner died in July, it wouldn't be as bad. If it died literally any other month but August, because I don't want to go out there and do that physical labor in that heat. So you can back up with hardware as well. You notice I have Studio A and I have Studio B. Studio A has 3 cameras, 2 microphones, batteries, battery chargers, tripod head, screen stand, computer and capture card for editing. It's a powerful computer. And a spare computer in case something happens to that computer, also equipped with a capture card in case anything happens to that capture card. But what happens if that house burns down, or what happens if somebody goes in there and steals all that equipment? I guess I'm not making YouTube videos for a while. Except I now have Studio B. And in Studio B, I have 4 cameras, 3 tripods, 2 microphones, more batteries, more chargers. It's all a duplication. And 2 computers with each one with a capture card in case something happens to this computer. What do? Not make videos and lose my ability to keep my channel momentum going? And if I have sponsorship deals I'm contractually obligated to, how do I fulfill those obligations without the means to broadcast? Do I wait for a camera to fail only to find out that the $2,500 camera is out of stock? Then what do? Just don't make videos until the camera comes back, or start using my cell phone to get by? I mean, you got to do what you got to do. But what happens if this place gets burglarized or robbed or fire breaks out? It's unlikely it'll happen to both places at the same time, and it's a large financial investment, but it wasn't made overnight. I'm just growing it piece by piece by piece. When I talk about backing up data, I've also backed up hardware. So I have 4 computers that I can stream from, 2 here and 2 there. I have 8 cameras in total that I can film with. 4 are here, 3 are over there. In the 4th one, I think I gave that one away. I think. My old microphone system, I gave that to Grandma Gina because her microphone, they were using in-camera, she's got a thick Italian accent, and so it's very difficult to understand her sometimes. So I sent them my old $600 microphone. I said, here, you can have this. Please have her wear it because I love her and I want to be able to hear her. And they were like, wow, thanks so much. And they're just super people. And if you see the little microphone Grandma Gina wears, that's the microphone I sent her. And I love that it's got another life, because it would just be sitting in a drawer somewhere. I wouldn't buy another one to pair it, so I'd have a matching set for equal volume quality when I have a guest like Mitch, for example, on. So everything has to be the same, and there has to be duplication. But I didn't do it overnight. I would not buy a video card in today's market just in case I needed a video card. It's too late now. You should have done that before this happened. Well, I didn't know this was going to happen. That's why you should have done it before this happened. It's too late now. It benefits you 0 to try and get a video card today. Because if it turns out you need one, you're not likely going to get it any faster or any cheaper when you need it than if you need it. If you could have gotten what you wanted at the price you wanted to pay before you needed it, that's when you should have acquired it. I hope I never have to fall back on the backup equipment that I have. It's convenient to not have to move the equipment from one studio to the other. But also these cameras are electronic and they could fail if the focus fails or the lens, or not the lens, but you know, the CMOS sensor in there. If the circuitry in some way fails, the audio stops working or the frame rates are screwed up, whatever, it has to be sent off for repair. It's an expensive camera. What do I do? Well, it's off for repair. You understand my dilemma? So I'm not waiting for something to happen. And these cameras, these were sold out for during the pandemic. You couldn't even get one at any price. So when I was able to get them again, I made sure I got what I needed. And so even now, there are two cameras running, even though I very rarely switch to this one. It's on and running. I just forget to switch to it. And then there's two more. There's three right over here. 1, 2, and 3. That one's number 4. And that one could become this one right here if this one failed, because this one's the most important one. But since they're all the same make and model, I won't have any degradation of quality or color clarity. You'll never know. You will never know. But those 4 cameras are $10,000. But I want to remind you, I didn't buy, well, actually the 4 cameras are full retail are $12,000. But I didn't buy them all at once. And most of them, I got a 0% interest for like 6 months, paid it off, bought another one, 0% interest for 6 months, paid it off. And then 2 of them I was able to get because a very generous contributor paid for them. So they didn't require any financing. It went right from PayPal right over to B&H Photo, and it was at my doorstep 3 days later. And these have had to have firmware updates. These cameras have had 3 different firmware updates in the time I've had them. And it improves their focusing speed, and it improves their ability to communicate when you hook them up. They have a network cable. You can plug them into your network. You can use them as web cameras. And of course, I want to make sure all my cameras have the latest firmware and all have the same menu settings so that I can switch from one to the other. And apart from the difference in lighting, the image quality is exactly the same because it's the same exact source. If I was just buying whatever was cheapest and I had all these different cameras, you could absolutely tell very obviously the camera quality would change drastically. It would be very distracting, but it would be a lot cheaper. Adam Burdick wants to know, is it normal for a game in testing to crash a computer after a few hours of play? Not all games are equal. Cyberpunk has had nothing but crashing problems due to bad coding. Some games just aren't coded very well. So what I would do if I were you is I would go to some forum of fans of that game and find out if they're experiencing what you're experiencing, and if so, what they did to resolve it. If you're having crashing occurring in multiple games, then there's probably something wrong with, in most cases, the RAM or the video card is failing. And you can test your own RAM with MemTest 86. I've got a quick tips video on it to walk you through the entire process. It'll take a couple hours, but it's completely free. If your RAM fails, there's no fixing it. You just remove the bad stick of RAM, run the test again. If you remove the wrong stick, you'll know because it'll come up with errors. Then take that stick out and put the other stick back in. And ideally, it'll pass without any problems. So then you may have half as much RAM, but then the game won't crash anymore, so it actually makes your system faster. Most RAM has a lifetime warranty on it, but if you bought the RAM in pairs, when sending it in for warranty, you have to send back the full pair, not just the broken one. And if you don't have a spare pair, then you're going to be without a computer for about 2 weeks, because that's about how much time it takes to for the manufacturer to receive your RAM and then to ship you back replacement RAM. And that's assuming you only had 2 sticks of RAM. Most computers, they're only using 2 sticks of RAM in most computers. Let's go back to what I was doing over here real quick. Oh, no signal? Let's wake it up. Wakey, wakey. Let's shut this down for screen so I can see. We'll close this and we'll shut it down. Oh, update and restart. All right, let's do that. I guess there were some updates today, huh? We'll let it run through those updates. I mean, I'm going to do it now or I'm going to do it later. And then what I want to do is I still have these boards. I still need to test them, especially this one. This one's my most concerned one. This is the B460 with a 10700K, and the processor was returned as well. And I want to make sure that this works, because if anything doesn't work, I need to send it back ASAP so I have no issues with any customer service. The problem when I'm testing 2 components that are used is if either the motherboard or the CPU is bad, it's the same symptom. It's going to be very hard to determine if the system won't post, if it's because of a bad board or a bad CPU. I'm hoping that when I plug this in, everything's going to post and be fine. It's not an issue. If it won't post, then I will have to grab a different CPU and drop it into the socket and see if the motherboard exhibits the same behavior. If the board exhibits the same behavior, it's a bad board. If the board works, it's a bad CPU. But I'm hopeful that putting the CPU in the socket, put some RAM in it, fire it up, that it posts and it's happy. And it only takes a minute. And it was my intent all along to do that, but we started talking about this cooler and these builds and the motherboard availability. The fact that these B460s are even on Amazon right now, that's the first new inventory I have seen in 2 or 3 months. That's why I keep buying all these return boards. It's this or nothing. So when I buy them used, I always make sure I get them from Amazon warehouse, just because, as I showed you, some marketplace sellers say there are no returns, and others say there could be up to a 50%, 50% markup return charge, plus the cost to return it. A lot of times the return shipping isn't free either. In that case, you're better off just working with the manufacturer and send it in to the manufacturer and let them replace it for you. Just, you're going to have to be patient. It's about a 2-week process. Anonymous wants to know, is an i9 worth it for regular folks? Streaming, web, and email. Well, only you can determine what something is worth. I can't tell you what's worth. I can tell you that the reason I used an i9 9900K is they were $20 cheaper than a 9700K. If I go on Amazon right now, I think a 9700K is $319.99. These were on sale for 1 day, the 9900Ks, for $299. So it wasn't a matter of, is it worth it to the customer getting this to save $20 and get everything exactly the same frequency, same number of cores. The only thing that's different is we're doubling the number of threads. I don't know if it's worth it to them or not, but I just saved them 20 bucks. So how much you're paying for the part, if the part's on sale, if you're getting some kind of a discount, what you do with it, what value something has is determined by the buyer, not the seller. A seller can tell you this is worth $2,000. And if you agree and pay the $2,000, everybody's happy. But if you're like, you're crazy, I can buy these all day long for 300 bucks, they'll say you're crazy and you can both walk away. The difference is the person with the money is the one who's right. In other words, if I've got a product and I'm asking too much money for it, nobody's going to buy it. Doesn't matter what I think it's worth. It matters how much somebody's willing to pay. That determines its worth. So how much are you willing to pay? Is it worth it to you? You tell me. I don't have the slightest idea what you see value in. All right, did we reboot? We did. I've seen people throw stuff away in the trash can, and I've seen another person come along and take it out of the trash can. So what's that thing worth? Well, to the person who threw it away, nothing. To the person who took it, something. Is either person right or wrong? Nope. It's weird that I got an update. I don't even have it plugged into the network. How'd that happen? That's weird. All right, let's try something. It must have got that update in the background when it was plugged in at some point in the past. I don't even know how that happened. There's no Ethernet cable. There's no wireless here. How did that happen? That was weird. Just started thinking about that. How is it getting an update? Osmosis, I guess. Well, now I want to check for updates. Now it's got me thinking about it. Thought this thing was already updated. Maybe Microsoft had updates a couple days ago. Maybe they had an update today. I don't know. Second Tuesday of the month? And the more computers you have, the more of this nonsense you got to do to every single one of them. You'll have no free time. You'll just spend all your time updating all of your computers. Okay, let's try this one more time. Windows updates. There it is. Is paid software better than open source software? In business, no. Open source software is basically, in most businesses, in my career, open source software is not allowed on the property. You can imagine if you own a business, let's use an example. There's recently a big, back in December, a big SolarWinds hack was announced that affected over 15,000 companies and government agencies, where critical, vital industry secrets were stolen, and it had been going on for months before they found it. Who's held liable and accountable to that breach? SolarWinds. Why? Because SolarWinds charges money for their product, and there's a certain amount of expectation and accountability. If you want to take something for free, you have no guarantee, no support, no warranty, and no help. Well, no support, no help. So if you get a free Gmail account and you're having a problem with it, too bad. There's nobody you can ask for help. Anything for free has a disclaimer that if your computer catches on fire, we're not held accountable. You will not in any way hold us liable, and you're agreeing to that if you download and run the software. So in a business that has millions of dollars at stake every day, like a power company, how much money do you think the power company in your city makes every single day from all the power they provide to businesses and corporations and high rises, right? It's a lot of money. So if a piece of software causes damage to the business's income, then the business is going to hold them accountable in a court of law, if need be, to recoup their losses and damages incurred by the cause of that paid software. If the software was free, then there is no accountability for it. The only person you have to blame is yourself. So as a private home user, if you're asking if software is more valuable than paid, free versus paid, or open source versus paid, it's sort of a decision you have to make on your own, because some people don't have any money and it's that or nothing. Now, there is such a thing as open source paid software. It's not too common, but it's where they're selling the software, but they make it all available for people. More often than not, their code gets stolen, rewritten, and resold by competitors. So it's not that sustainable that you decided to give something away and open it up so everybody can see how it works. Some people will steal that, change just enough to brand it as their own, and then they will sell what you gave away. But as a consumer consuming it, it's really important how much the liability and support matters to you. For most people, they don't care until something happens. Then the thing they don't care about is now the thing they most care about. And when you pay for software, it's never a concern. And in business, it's not an option, at least if the business is big enough. There are policies that you would be violating if you used it. Then you'd probably lose your job if they found out. I would encourage you guys, get a job in the industry so you can have a better understanding of, this is some basic stuff here. This is just basic common sense stuff that you wouldn't have a concept of if you've never worked in corporate America in an IT department. I didn't know it either, and it didn't make sense to me at first. But as I started to experience what employees and customers did and what some of the IT staff did, they were like, holy smokes, there's a lot of self-destructive people, or people that just inadvertently take the whole network down. I remember somebody tried to send like a 300 meg email attachment in 1997, took everybody's email down for the entire corporation. I don't think they lost their job over it, but IT department wasn't real happy about it, and that person's boss wasn't real happy about it, because their boss and the boss of the IT department, well, let's just say they had a discussion, and neither one of them left that discussion happy. So there are policies and protocols and procedures, as well as a point of accountability that is absolutely non-negotiable. If there is no accountability, it doesn't come into this office. That's business. At least if they want to stay in business. That is a universal truth for any major corporation, with no exceptions. Tony Wallow says landline. Tony, there's no such thing as a landline. I don't know. There's a land line referring to a telephone, and then there's Ethernet cables referring to cables that connect up to a LAN. Martin says, I'm not disagreeing, but each and every software contract I signed had clauses that protected the provider from liabilities and damages. There is no such contract in the United States that's enforceable in a court of law. So you can write it on a contract, right? You can write it and you can sign it, but that doesn't make it legal or enforceable. Oftentimes those contracts limit their liability. So if you have an LLC in America, that's a limited liability corporation, and that's to prevent you from losing your house and all of your personal assets because a customer sues you, or you cause injury or harm while representing your company. So LLC is a limited liability company, and what that means is it doesn't matter what anybody signs. They're still going to sue you. And if they're a big company and you're a little company, their lawyers are probably better than yours. Now, again, I'm just talking for the United States. Your contracts, for the most part, are completely worthless. If they're not legal, if they're not enforceable, you can write anything you want on them. I can assure you that if you're doing business with a big enough fish, they will squish you like a bug. Now, those companies won't sign those contracts. So you might be dealing with smaller companies and, it's not that big of a deal. But if you have a company who has an attorney look over your contract, the chances are that'll be kicked back to you. So my guess is no company that ever signed your contract ever had an attorney approve that contract. Most small businesses don't. So you're falsely concluding that that's protecting you, and it isn't. Not in the United States. It's just no such thing. You can't say, you're not going to hold me liable and you have to sign this for everything universally, right? So let's say you say you're not going to hold me liable for any damages you might incur as a result of hiring me. There's an implied law of reasonable liability, the fact that you got paid to do a job, that supersedes whatever contract you signed. So if while you're at the workplace, let's just say, you get angry at somebody and physically punch them or harm them, you and the company are both held liable. I don't care what your contract states. If you flipped your cigarette and started a fire by mistake while you were on company grounds, while they were paying you to be there, I don't care what your contract states, you will be held accountable for that. You will be sued. And I hope you have a good attorney that can wiggle your way out of that one. So this idea that you can universally exclude yourself from all liability while getting paid, not in the US. There is an implied reasonable expectation of services. And if what you've done seems intentional, malice, or just plain you just weren't qualified to do the job, yeah, your contract's not going to hold up. Doesn't work that way. Life is not that easy. Otherwise, everybody would be doing it and nobody would ever go to court. Think about what you said. Nobody would ever get sued again if that was actually that easy to just circumvent it. My 2 cents contributes $5. Hey, that's a lot more than 2 cents. Thank you. Hey, Carrie, do you plan on doing more Life 101 videos? Absolutely. I just really have to get caught up with all the work, and it's going to be a few months. Of course, I've got Michigan coming up, and I'll be gone for a few weeks. And I'm just trying to get as much work out of here as I can so I don't have to worry about people waiting that much longer. And gee, I hope nobody robs the place while I'm gone. Once I ship the computer, it removes the liability. And the amount of computers I've got here, there's good $30,000 in equipment. Plus there's, as I mentioned, there's over $20,000 in computer equipment. So altogether, there's $50,000 right in here. And its location is secret for that reason. And I hope that I can get much of it out of here so I can limit my risk when I leave and I'm gone for weeks. It does give me a little anxiety, but nothing has ever happened. It's a nice, well-established upper end neighborhood, and I'm sure it's going to be fine. But that's more of a priority to me to get as much of this out of here than it is to start another, Life 101 video. But I will get back to them for sure. Thank you for asking, and thanks for supporting the show. Dan says, he's asking if it's legal and notarized. Isn't that legal? Well, if it's legal, it's legal. And if it's not legal, it's not legal. A notary doesn't determine if anything is legal. That's not a notary's job. A notary only verifies the identity of those signing are the actual people they claim to be. That's all a notary does. As far as I know, maybe a notary does something else, but my understanding is a notary is an independent third party verifying at least two parties that they are who they say they are. That's the extent of the notary's business. What you're agreeing to and whether or not it's legal or not, that's not It's not a lawyer, it's a notary. The companies like to establish their own rules, and they would very much like it for you to not challenge them. Many of the rules, when challenged in court, are not legal, but that is not determined until it goes to court. Hey, there's Marty. He says, hey, Carrie, in chat. And when you come back from vacation, you can work on my PC. Hey, that sounds good. And when I get back from vacation, the weather should be much, much nicer here. Be back down into the 90s or the 80s, I hope. We generally get into the 90s and 80s in late October. So that can't come soon enough. Moderator Studio says, I just ordered a key off of CDK deals. Wish me luck. There's no luck needed. Those CDK deals, at least if they're the keys that I'm promoting, the Windows 10 and Office keys that, I mean, I hope you used my link or my coupon code, but those are guaranteed 100% legit and no problems. And if in the rare circumstance you should experience an issue, their customer service is top notch and 100% guaranteed. And after that, you come to me directly. So you don't have to worry about luck. I don't know any other YouTube channel that backs up what they endorse the way I do. I put my money where my mouth is. I would not sell you something I would not buy myself or I would not provide to my clients. All these other YouTube channels, they want to sit there and tell you you should buy their stuff or their endorsements of their third-party companies that they've signed contracts with. Are any of them offering to refund your money or to make it right on their own dime when they give you their reassurances that you should spend your money with some third-party company? Because they're making a commission off of that. And if they're not willing, and I don't know another YouTuber who is, but if you know of another YouTuber who personally financially backs the guarantee that what they are selling from a third party, they are personally guaranteeing it, please make me aware of who that is. As far as I know, I'm the only one in the entirety of YouTube doing it. And I would love for that to be the new normal that I am starting. All right, what was I doing? I was looking at this computer over here, checking it for updates. Does it want to restart? It's going to install. Okay. We'll let it do that. So if any other content creators are telling you they're selling the same thing as me, they're not. Even if it's CDK deals, if they're not personally backing it, if they're not willing to put their money where their mouth is, then anything they have to say is not in comparison to what I'm doing. They can't say that they're equivalent or equal, even if it's the same product, because if they're not willing to personally make it right with any of their viewers who take a chance and trust that content creator and they get burned, that content creator holds no liability and no negative consequences. Often what I hear from content creators is, hey, I'm not forcing anybody to buy it. It's not my responsibility. I disagree. I think they owe it to their community to look out for their best interest. And if you recommend something that burns your viewer, you should make it right. And then you should stop recommending it if that's a problem, because that makes you look bad, in my opinion. So until other content creators do that, understand you're taking a risk. When you're doing it through me, like I can see who used my link. If you didn't use my link, I can't verify. You're not a scam artist that's trying to get money out of me. So you've got to use my link so I can verify you made a purchase. Then I can verify that you talked to customer service and they weren't able to help you. Those two things have never happened, by the way. But if it should happen, I will make it right. So there's no luck required if you use any of the links from any product. And if I find out that any of those products have burned my viewers and they're not making it right, I will no longer endorse them, and they will lose thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in future income. Chances are, even refunding your money would be far cheaper for them to eat that than to lose untold thousands of dollars into the future because I have disassociated myself with them. So they know this. I've made it very clear to them. If you burn my audience, I will drop you and you will no longer make any money from me. So they're well incentivized to keep you happy. And I'm not suggesting they wouldn't otherwise, but I personally guarantee it. Because if they don't, I will make it right, and I will drop them just like I did that motherboard manufacturer I talked about earlier. You make it right with the customer, and you cut that supplier off, and you find another supplier. Just like in real life, when I work on a computer that I get paid to work on, I hold accountability. I have yet to find another YouTube content creator that holds any accountability for any of the endorsements they have. You buy it, it doesn't work, that's your problem. I don't like that. If you want to endorse, if you want to participate in that, you can do it without me. If a content creator isn't willing to personally guarantee what they're endorsing, I wouldn't believe a word of what they say with regards to how wonderful that product is. If it's that wonderful, put your money where your mouth is, guarantee it. Is it not going to guarantee it? Pretty clear, isn't it? What they really think. Still installing. So lots and lots and lots of content creators promote some of the same endorsements I have. But I'm not aware of any of them that personally guarantee them. So we're clear. Lots and lots and lots of other content creators have similar arrangements with the same companies I do. The difference is I personally guarantee you will get what you paid for, or you will get your money back. I guarantee it for anything I endorse, anything. Does any other content creator that you're aware of do that? If so, please tell me, because as far as I know, I'm the only one. It looks like it's ready to restart. Well, it's good that it got updates when I plugged it into the network. How it got updates before that still remains a little bit puzzling to me, but I guess it must have downloaded it in the background and then held it for some reason. Very strange. Frank says, I am not sure that I am not one of the first members of your channel, but I am darn close. Hey, that's awesome, Frank. Thank you. I don't remember. I have no idea who my first 500 subscribers were. It was a long time ago. And you know, when you're starting out and you're getting like your first 100 subscribers, it's pretty exciting. But once it gets to be certain size and then there's a certain amount of harassment that comes, you're like, at least me, I'm like, gee, I wish I was smaller again. You know what I mean? Like, there's less pressure. But when somebody was there and they're like been supportive and part of what you've been doing for, since I got started, if you're one of the original subscribers, that's really cool because I think most of them have moved on for one reason or another. And if you don't tell me, I wouldn't know. YouTube doesn't give me any records of that, unfortunately. All right, we've rebooted. Screen. Shut this down. Okay, and then let's go back to camera 1. Whoops. There it is. This is all turned off, so I can hit the switch. Take this and set it over here. Take that, put it over there. Put that one right next to the other one. Disconnect this. Plug the power supply. And we'll set this aside. Yeah. And I really want to test this B460. This is how I got it. I got it in a box with just this cardboard. Again, the CPU was also a return product. Got the I/O shield, which looks brand new. Yeah, it looks like a brand new I/O shield. I'm hoping the board just never was used, but if it was used, that it was treated well. And then I got another board under there. That's another H370 HD3, but I ran out of 9700Ks, and I want it to match. Oh wait, that's a 9900K. Okay, so I need to put another 9900K in here. Those I obviously have. It's a good deal, $299. Hey, I got Arby's coupons. Oh, that's Wendy's. Wendy's and Arby's, the staple of a well-nutritioned tech. Is this one got something in it too? It's heavy. Is this another one? Oh, these are just parts. Okay, good. Good. I'm gonna build on the box so I don't scratch up my counter. Dylan says, I've been watching you since 2011 or 2012. Very cool. Matt says, I remember Carrie's Newegg days. Well, that wasn't that long ago. Thank you, though. I'm glad you saw my Newegg videos. Much higher production quality. It's amazing what you can do when you've got a camera operator, a director, a producer, an editor, a sound engineer. Yeah, it's a whole different experience. All those people are waiting on you to do your job because they can't do their job until I do mine. And the amount of pressure is very different from being alone. If you start stumbling on words, you can't get the words out. It's very embarrassing because everybody, you could be at the end of the day, Carrie, all you got to do is do this one shot and we're going to go home. And then it's like, blah, blah, blah. Hold on, let's do it again. Blah, blah, blah. And then the forklift drops something. You're like, oh, gosh. All right, let's do it again. And then, there's some interruption that occurs. And, okay, do it again. And so an hour and a half later, you got that 15-second thing you needed to say done. And everybody's, we can go home. I don't have that problem here. Because Newegg wanted everything polished and perfect. And I'm like, just let it be what it is. It's not a big deal. Newegg also wanted control of the way the content was delivered. If they felt that I wasn't appealing to their current audience, and I said, I'm trying to appeal to the audience you don't yet have, they looked at me like I was crazy. They wanted to preach to the choir rather than acquire new choir members or to add to the choir. They wanted to pander to the one they had. And I fought with them so much about that. They just wanted to keep repeating the same thing over and over and over again. And it drove me crazy. But it was a lot of fun right up until the end, and then it got really bad. But it was a great experience, and I'm very lucky to have had that experience. Now, normally these little plastic lids are on top of these, but sometimes they're underneath, and there's a lip on the front of it, and you just lift it straight up, take it out. Then we'll take a look at, make sure that the socket looks okay here, that there's no alteration in the pattern, because that would be a bent pin. So we want to make sure that the pattern looks even. And if the pattern is disrupted in any way, that's usually the sign. It's almost always a sign of a bent pin. I'd say it looks like brand new. We don't know why these boards were returned. We don't know if somebody mistakenly ordered maybe a 9th gen CPU and you can't return the CPU, but you can return the motherboard, because a 9th gen chip won't fit in that socket. It won't seat. Now the CPU, same thing. Usually returns on CPUs are not allowed for whatever reason. Whoever sold this CPU took it back, and then they marked it down and said the customer changed their mind, and this is how I got it. 10700K. See a little thermal compound that's still there. If it was new, I'd handle it more. You know, I wouldn't touch the top, but I don't even care right now. I just want to know if it works. If the top is dusty or dirty or anything, that doesn't impact the performance of the chip. It just potentially affects how cool the chip can run. Well, I need to make sure the chip runs. Then I can worry about if it's hot or cool. So we'll deal with the problems we currently have, not the ones we might have later. I need to grab just a basic stock heat sink to slap on there. I don't even need to put thermal compound on it because I'm not going to run the system very long. And I just need a basic slap on OEM Intel heatsink that doesn't require any tools that I can add or remove very quickly. This one's perfect. It's the same one you've seen me use when I test boards. The socket 1151 and socket 1200 have the same mounting holes, so if it fits, it'll work. We wouldn't want to keep this on here permanently. It's not ideal, but I also don't want to go through the effort of installing a third-party cooler and all the little parts that go along with that, only to have to take it all apart and then clean it before I could use it again, and then try and put all the parts together somewhere so I can use it in the future. So this is just for internal testing, and it'll do good enough for now. Like if you're starving and you haven't eaten anything, you eat whatever you can. Just get some food in you. Even if it's not good for you, it's better than nothing. And then when you get to a place where you can eat properly and get the protein and the diet you want, that's great. But in the meantime, if you're starving and you haven't eaten, you eat whatever you can that's available, even if it's not healthy, because it's healthier than not eating. Well, this is kind of like that. This is not the right capacity of cooler. Its effectiveness is far too weak for this chip. However, I'm not going to run Prime 95, so the chip isn't going to run that hot. It's only, the chips don't just run one temperature. The harder you work the chip, the hotter it gets. So as long as we don't work it too hard, it should never get hot to the point of, what is the problem with this? It shouldn't get that hot to the point of becoming an issue. And if it does become an issue, it still won't be a problem. This machine will power itself off. It won't have to wait for it to cool off, but it won't catch fire. I don't even have to put a heatsink on it. And I've got videos where I've run computers without heat sinks before. People make this big deal about cooling. It's an extremist attitude. It's nothing that most people need to worry about. You have to have cooling, don't get me wrong. But it's not the big deal. As long as you have the right cooling, you don't have to have excessive cooling. Most of those people are pushing their systems to the limits. I don't know why. Most of those people don't have any good reason to do it. They just find it challenging. RAM. Here we go. These will work. I can't remember. I think these weren't compatible with I had some RAM that wasn't compatible with the B460 board, and I swear it was Corsair Vengeance, and that's why I pulled it. So if the board doesn't boot, it might be the RAM causing it. And the only reason I'm grabbing this RAM is it's already out of the box. I have some new RAM that I know will be compatible. Can't remember anymore. There's just too many computers I've worked on, too many sets of RAM, too many CPUs, and too many motherboards. So if this won't post, the first thing I'll do is change that RAM, because I got a feeling of deja vu on this for some reason. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope it just boots, because that'll be great. Or at least not boots, but posts. I should put an NVMe drive in there, but let's just see if it turns on. How about that? Turn that. Did I turn that on? Okay, turn that on. If I turn this on, the fan should spin. Okay, it's going to. It's kicking a little bit, so that's good. Let me go to the HDMI. Oh, hold on. Such an idiot. Let me plug in. Plug in the keyboard and mouse, and I probably need an HDMI cable there, huh? It's wireless, Carrie. It's a wireless video. Just use your imagination. I don't know why I can't get any input from the screen when I don't have the screen plugged in. Let's plug the screen in. That's what happens when I get in a hurry. HDMI port's right there. Probably now. It's probably going to be okay. Yeah, you got to have the monitor plugged in, Carrie. Thanks, Carrie. You're welcome, Carrie. Just here to help. All right, let's try this again. Okay, so the fan is kind of kicking, but it's not spinning. I'm not sure what that's all about. Give it a minute. That fan is not starting. It like moves and stops, moves and stops. And right now we're seeing no signal on the screen. It is not posted. Fan is trying to start, but it just isn't. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Okay, that's interesting. It shows the CPU fan is spinning, and it's not spinning. Did it just shut off? It just powered off. Try again. Let me show you what's going on here. Oh, it's spinning now. Okay, well, look at that. So, from the looks of things, let's see if I can go full screen here. B460 HD3 with BIOS version F4B. It recognizes the chip as a 10700K. I'm always worried that somebody like remarks the chip. 32 gigs of RAM. Looks good. So is F4B the latest BIOS on a B460 HD3? So that's my follow-up right now, is to just take a look quickly. We'll Google that. I want to bring up Google. Wrong keyword. And B460 HD3 BIOS. Support. BIOS. F4B is the latest BIOS version. Well, that's nice. I don't have to do anything about that. Okay. So we've got the latest BIOS. The RAM is obviously compatible. And I can't install Windows or anything until I put some storage in there, which I will use a Intel 665P series, 1 TB. I think these are the best. I'm going to say this again, not the best money, not the best money. This is not the best storage money can buy, but I think it's the best storage you can get for the money. This is about $110 now. I won't spend more than $110 on these. It's 1 TB. And it doesn't matter to me if it's a 660, a 665, or a 670. They're all interchangeable from my perspective. There's not a big significant performance difference, and the endurance difference doesn't really matter because, again, you're not likely ever going to live long enough to see an endurance problem with a solid-state drive. So this needs to be installed. And I think on the B460, I think both M.2 slots, there's no M.2 slot up here. On this model, they're down here. I think they both run at Gen 3 by 4. Let me just double check that. Go back to Google. And we'll pull up B460 HD3. Once again, same way I looked for the BIOS. I go to the product page, I click on support. Only this time under drivers, I want to look under manual. I'll pull up the English version of the manual. It's about 11 megabytes. It should just open right into the browser. And then I want to look for where it tells me the M.2 specifications. So one is called the bottom one is called M2A-SB, and the one above it is M2Q-SB. So M2A versus M2Q. So I look further in the manual to see how those are defined. Sometimes just in the highlights of the features, under the storage interface, it says support for RAID 0, RAID 1, RAID 5, one M.2 connector, PCIe by 4 and by 2, and the other is one M.2 connector, PCIe by 4 and by 2. So M.Q is by 4 or by 2. They're both the same. The difference is the size of the drives that it'll accept, the length. These are all 2260s. They'll both take 2242, so 22 is 22 millimeters wide, 42 is 42 millimeters long. They'll take 2260s, again 22 millimeters wide, 60 millimeters long. They'll take 2280s, that's the standard NVMe drive size, that's 22 millimeters wide, 80 millimeters long, and the M2A connector, that's the one all the way on the bottom, has an extension screw hole so it can take a drive, an NVMe drive that's 22 millimeters wide and 110 millimeters long, so it's much longer. I've never seen one in real life. They're all 2280s that I use. I've seen some 2242s. Those are typically in, if you're going to find one, it'll be like a Nook or a laptop or a tablet. That appears to be the only difference. Oh, and if you had an M.2 SATA, that will not work. It won't even plug into the M2Q. You would have to plug it into M2A. It wouldn't fit if you tried. So the M2A connector We'll take a SATA M2 drive, which I don't know why you'd do that. It's a waste of money. And that could be up to 110 millimeters in length, which I've never seen ever. So for the most part, I guess what I'm getting at is they're both the same. We can install in either location for what we're doing here today. It's pretty easy to confirm that stuff. So that's just right in the manual that I downloaded just live right now off of Gigabyte's website. I'm not asking somebody what their opinion is. I'm looking it up directly from the source. That's how I know I'm not wasting my time. Richard Bogan said, those Newegg videos were really solid. That's how I discovered you. Did you ever work with Paul? I know he did Newegg stuff too for a bit. When I did the radio show, we introduced Paul. On Paul's first week, I had a chance to interview him. I did not do a good job interviewing. I'm not a very good interviewer. Something I'm still working on. I cringe when I hear that interview today. And I've never talked to Paul since. I don't blame him. I did not do a good job. Paul seems like a good guy, though. Matt wants me to adjust the BIOS state. What's the BIOS state? Let's take a look. Let's take a look here. Let's talk about that. Let's take a look full screen so I can see it. What's the date? Is the date even listed? So the BIOS state really doesn't matter. I would advise most of you not to set your date and time in the BIOS. I don't even see it here. Oh, it's way up at the top. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought after we publicly embarrassed Gigabyte that they fixed this problem with all new motherboards. I didn't know that they were going to go back and update the older boards. But that date, 10/12/2091, should not be possible. Thank you. Who said that? You know, I kind of dismissed what you said as like, you don't have to worry about it, because I thought for sure there's no way Gigabyte would do this again. Who was it? Matt Power. I think, was Matt the first one to identify that? Oh, he said it like 4 times for me to see it. Good eye, Matt. Thank you for that. Chances are it's okay. Chances are it's okay. So the question is, could it be the board was returned because Windows won't install with the date set high? So the date limitation is a mathematical limit on a 64-bit time clock. And what that means is computers are all based on math. And a 64-bit time clock runs out of numbers. Just mathematically, is it 64 to the power of 64? I don't remember what the math is. Let me just do 64-bit time clock limits. So a 64-bit signed integer using 2 complement representation, using 2's complement representation, has a maximum value of 2 to the 64th power minus 1. Did you get all that? Boy, you just saved me a lot of time, Matt Power. You just saved me some time. Okay, let me show you something. The year 2038 problem. The year 2038 problem, also called the Y2038 apocalypse, Y2K38 or Unix Y2K, relates to representing time in many digital systems as the number of seconds passed since 0000 UTC on 1 January 1970, and then storing it as a signed 32-bit integer. Such implementation cannot encode times after 3:14:07 UTC on January 19, 2038. That's similar to the Y2K problem. The year 2038 problem is caused by insufficient capacity used to represent a number that big. And it's explained here. The latest time since 1st of January 1970 that can be stored using a signed 32-bit integer is the 19th of January 2038. And this is why. This is the math involved right here in seconds. Now, programs that attempt to increment the time beyond this date and cause the value to be stored internally as a negative number, and then these systems will interpret that as having occurred on 20:45:52 on Friday, 13th December 1901, which again is explained mathematically here. And it's caused by an integer overflow during which the counter runs out of usable binary digits or bits. And this flips the sign bit instead. And this reports a maximally negative number and continues to count up towards 0 and then go up through the positive integers again, resulting in erroneous calculations on such systems. Calculations on such systems are likely to cause problems to users and other reliant parties. Okay, blah, blah, blah. That's a great catch. Lucky you're not here. I would kiss you on the lips. Okay, great catch. Whew. I was just ready to dismiss that. Like, there's no way Gigabyte didn't learn. Here's the problem when we try and set the date in the BIOS that gets me angry with Gigabyte. Remember when I talked about people with entitlement, how they have no enforcement, right? So there's nothing they can do. If they say, I demand this, but you've got no way to enforce that, you're meaningless noise. If we look at the motherboard BIOS, where did it go? Right here. If we look at that, in order to change, the screen is this big, guys, so give me just a second. I have to make it full screen so I can see it. So I'm struggling. Nothing changes on your side. Okay, now I can see. Right up in this corner is where the date is displayed. Let's click it. On some Gigabyte systems, it gives you it says acceptable range of numbers allowed in this field, right? So like for the month, it's going to be 1 through 12, or for the day, 1 through 31. And if you put a number in larger or smaller than that, it kicks it back and says it enforces the rules. Now here it doesn't say anything. There's no indication of any limitations or limits, restrictions. So let's look one other place. Let's go to, this is the basic, what we call easy mode. Let's go to the advanced mode right here. And there should be a place in here to set the date and time. There isn't. Oh, there is, right here. Is it? Option, set the time using tab. What about here? Set the date, use tab, oh, wrong keyboard, tab. Sometimes when you tab on this element, it says you must enter a value no less than this and no greater than that. Now on this board, Gigabyte doesn't show that message, but on other Gigabyte boards, depending on the BIOS and the board, it tells you you must be within this range of numbers. And of course, the maximum number is 2039. Now you can try this with any other manufacturer's board that's currently being sold. And if you enter if you enter a number that's not accepted, it exceeds the range, then it just sets it to the maximum number by default. So if this was an Asus board or an ASRock board or an MSI board, and I entered 2091, as soon as I hit enter, wrong keyboard, as soon as I hit enter, that would automatically change to 2039 because it says that's the biggest number I can allow. Gigabyte has sincerely dropped the ball. And if you guys want to take a screenshot of this, email Gigabyte support and tell them they're not enforcing the date range. Windows 10 will not install with a date greater than what I just talked about. So if we put a date of 2040 or greater in there, and in some, depending on the month, was it January 7th, 2039 or something? If you're below that, you're okay. That's why I was so dismissive. It's like, well, it won't matter because there's no way it's going to allow anything after that huge public embarrassment. There's no way Gigabyte would continue to do this. Oh, they are. Now, this could have been avoided because it didn't ship from the factory with a date like this. The end user went into the BIOS, fat-fingered it, didn't realize that they fat-fingered it, probably tried to install Windows 10, probably spent hours on it. Who knows how many people asked for help, and nobody could fix it because no matter how many times you try to reinstall Windows, it won't install. If you go and fix the date and then continue the Windows install, it sets the date back to what it was when you began the Windows 10 install. It doesn't tell you it's doing this. Could this have been the reason the board was returned? I can almost guarantee 100% that's why the board was returned. Yes. Stay out of your BIOS, especially on a new build. If that board was purchased brand new, you never, ever have any reason to go into your BIOS. Never. You get the system built and working. And once it's built and working, then you can go into your BIOS. But that BIOS date and time, as it comes from the factory, even if it's 20 years off, it doesn't, well, not 20 years, but even if it's years off, as long as it's below 2039, it doesn't matter what it is. Because when you install Windows, Windows 10 is going to synchronize with the time server, and it's going to set the time in Windows, which automatically sets the time in the BIOS. Windows in the BIOS, at least on a UEFI BIOS, Windows can control it. So Windows isn't checking for the date, and Gigabyte isn't checking for the date. And somebody went into the BIOS unnecessarily, changed the date when they didn't need to. Instead of typing 2021, they typed in 2091, and now Windows won't install. Let me show you. As far as I know, this error, this failure for Microsoft to check the date to verify your system meets requirements, this is a requirement, and Microsoft is not checking it. And Gigabyte is not enforcing it. And the consumer ends up, especially if you're an inexperienced builder, and to be honest, I'd say even if you're an experienced builder, this is such an uncommon issue. And it's unique only to Gigabyte motherboards. Of all the motherboards you can buy on the market today, only Gigabyte has this problem. Prove me wrong. Only Gigabyte has this problem. So once Gigabyte is made aware of it, and if enough of you make them aware of it, let them know that their B460 HD3 board does not enforce the date code and results in Windows 10 being unable to install, and if you want, if you Google Kerry Holzman Y3K, you will find articles in Germany, Italy, United States, Canada, Spain. All those articles were published on my findings of the Gigabyte H370 board. And I had a long discussion with the folks at Gigabyte over this, and they did not commit to fixing it, but they did fix it. Now it looks like they've fallen back on their laurels because this board has been invented after this one. So they should have known better by now. And they continue to do it. And I am shocked. They knew better, and they're still not enforcing the date on current model boards after they were made embarrassingly aware of it and had it published around the world. They still allow the exact same error to continue. That is some pig-headed stubbornness, the likes of which I have not seen from a company of that size in a long, long time. So we're going to turn the system off. I got to put a storage drive in it, don't I? I can't install Windows until I have a storage drive to put Windows on. So let's get that installed. And then I'm going to show you something. If you've never seen this before, call your friends. It's going to get interesting. Great catch. That is a great catch. As soon as Windows didn't install, I would have immediately, because what it'll do is it'll get to the second boot. It's either the first reboot or the second reboot, and it won't complete. It just freezes. And if it exhibited that behavior, I'd say, I've seen this before, or there's no way it can be the date issue. Let me check. So you just saved me some time. See? Having an extra set of eyes. This can be very helpful. Yeah, if you've never seen this before, this is going to blow your mind. I'm also curious if the system requirements during the Windows 10 21H1 might have been changed from 20H2. I don't think it was. I think Microsoft continues to ignore that requirement, and Gigabyte is ignoring that requirement. And if neither one of them's enforcing it, it leaves end users baffled and manufacturers getting perfectly good product returned. That's a great catch. That's a great catch. I really should be wearing my glasses for this. I kind of feel like I could do this blindfolded. All right. That's done. Windows 10, 21, H1, installation media. Power on. Power on. I'm sure that fan is going to spin. That really freaks me out. Let's go to that input right there. Yeah, there goes the fan. Now, the only thing the system can boot from is the flash drive, which is a Windows 10 installation media. I've got videos on how you can make that for free. That didn't take long, did it? All right, let's go through it. English, install now. Remember, we're installing with the 2091 date that exceeds the 64-bit time clock, and it doesn't tell you. Like right now, it should tell you your system does not meet the requirements to install Windows 10, and it should explain the reason for that is your time is beyond 2039. This is a single line of code that could be added to Windows. A single line of code. I know enough about coding. I have enough experience with coding. That is one line of code. Or at least it could be done in one line of code. And Windows 10 is made up of literally millions of lines of code. So let's just add that one and don't rely on the manufacturers to do this anymore. The manufacturers are financially incentivized to avoid returns. But apparently, this isn't happening often enough for Gigabyte to be bothered. So again, if you want to let Gigabyte know, you can reach out to their support. Make them aware that the latest BIOS, was it F4B, does not enforce the 2039 64-bit time clock limit and results in Windows 10 being unable to load. And you can switch every single piece of your computer out You can literally replace every single component and it will not fix the problem. You can even replace your storage. So if I go into the BIOS and change the date and then try and pick up the Windows install from there, Windows install will set the date back in the BIOS. Holy crap, that's fast though. Look at it. It's moving quick. Now I'm not going to click anything. We'll just sit here and watch. So it's either this reboot that it freezes up or it's the next one. It's looking good. I think what happened before, we'd have to go back to the previous live videos when I was experiencing this for the first time and I had to uncover it. I think when it says getting ready and it spins, it just stops spinning and that's all she wrote. But I might be remembering it wrong, so we'll just sit here for a minute and see what happens. Like I said, if Microsoft fixed it in Windows, that would be good. I haven't, so we're on the second reboot. Remember, I said I couldn't remember if it's happening on the first reboot. So now we're on the second reboot. There is no third reboot. Getting close to the end here. It's working fine. I don't think we could make it this far before. So this might be something Microsoft has addressed. Interesting. This is very interesting. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to accept everything here just to move it along quicker. We never got this far. I suspect 21H1 is doing something. So the only way I know is to put it back the way it was, download 20H2, and see if Windows freezes. Because then we know Microsoft addressed it. This is interesting. This suddenly became quite an interesting video for me. Before it was kind of a standard video, and now my little floppy doodles are getting excited. It's a Rick and Morty reference. Don't worry about it. Yeah, this can take a second, so we'll let that run. Richard says Gigabyte should not rely on Windows to fix their mistakes. Well, certainly this is, if we were trying to put Unix on this, that could be a problem. You know, some flavor of Linux that isn't self-checking, it would cause that to also not install. So it's a 64-bit issue. It's not an operating system issue. Now, look at the date on the computer right now. Because I'm not plugged into the network, there's no way for Windows to synchronize with the time clock. So you see it says October 12, 2091. If I change this, this is going to take a while. Right click, adjust date and time. Turn that off. Change. Now you see the maximum date Windows is offering is 2076, which is weird. If 2039 is the limit, why does it go that high? It won't let me go 2061. I want to go further back than that. It won't let me. It's that's cool. That is so bad. Now look, back in the old days, you would be in DOS, and in DOS, wrong keyboard. In DOS, you'd go to the command, you'd type date, and you'd enter the date, right? 07/13/2021. Oh, I got to be in an elevated command prompt. So that means we do the same thing, CMD, but before I click on it, I right mouse click, run as administrator, confirm, and then I can say date 07/13/2021. Exit. And as you can see down here, the date has changed. Now you may not think that's any big deal. You see how much faster I could change that. And it wasn't even offering that. So there's still a flaw in Windows here. It's an interesting expose. I've learned something new today that I've been completely oblivious about this problem because, you know, who sets their date that up? But people do. So watch this. Let's restart the computer and go into the BIOS. And you will see that Windows has changed the date in the BIOS to the date I just set. It doesn't tell me it does it. So there's no reason for you to ever go into your BIOS and change the date. Look at Windows changed it. So now the question is, what would happen if we ran this in 20H2 and put the date back to October 12th, 2091? I'd have to get a Windows 20H1 boot. I mean, I can do it. It's not a big deal. In fact, I can use this one. I'll just overwrite it. What do I care? I'll just make it again. It doesn't matter to me. Let me show you. Let me show you how to do this. Let me plug it into the network, and I'll just use this screen. We'll just use this. Okay, let's just plug it in. Okay. Now, if you want to get the latest version of Windows, you download that. Just type in download Windows 10 in Google, and it'll come up and offer you Microsoft's website, and you can make media, whatever. It's all right there. But what if you want an older version of Windows 10? Then we need to go back to the HEI dock utility that I talked about previously. And we're going to do that again. When it rains, it pours, I guess. So what I will do is, let's get this back into Windows. So F10, enter. And we'll let this boot into Windows. And when it comes up, I'll bring up the browser. You know, bring up HEI dock. This is all fresh and new. You know, there's nothing preset here. There's nothing I staged. This is all live, unedited, one take. I need to get my screen big again because I can't see anything that tiny. There we go. Just answer no to that. Bring up the browser. Complete setup, continue without signing in. Get their welcome page. I'm going to go to Google. I keep grabbing the wrong keyboard again. So Google. And then we're going to type in HEI DOC. Windows ISO download tool. It's right here. Downloading. Very slowly, but it's getting there. It's not a very big tool. It won't take very long. Just grabbing it twice. Click once. That should open it. There we go. And I'll close the browser. Now my resolution, because the video driver has not been loaded, is pretty large. I want Windows 10. Give it a second. It's going to load what our options for Windows 10 ISO images are. This tool is completely free. It's completely safe. These are official images. We want Windows 10 Pro. There's 21H1, 20H2, October update. There's a 20H2 October update. What's different about them? They both say they're 20H2. One's from October, one's from December. And then 2004. So I don't know what's the problem in 20H2. I definitely know it was 2004 for sure. So let's do 2004 because I know it existed there. And then hit confirm. And it wants to know what language. And I want the US English version. Well, I guess it's just English. Sometimes there's a British English and sometimes an American English. And then I hit confirm. I want the 64-bit download. And I want to save this. This is an ISO image. We're going to save it right in the downloads folder. We'll close the dialog when it's done. It's just under 5 gigs. It's going to, I don't know why it's so slow. It should go faster than this. Something's not right. In the meantime, it'd be interesting to see that. So if, for example, if this motherboard was, we don't know the length of time that the customer had the board, nor do we know what operating system the customer tried to install. But it's a safe bet that the customer tried to install the operating system and it failed because of the date. And even after you change the date, the operating system, when you continue the install, sets it back again. So you have to completely, if you change the date in the BIOS, you have to, because you can't get Windows to load to change it in Windows. So you change the date in the BIOS, you boot to the Windows boot media. Don't let the Windows install continue, because it will. So you have to change your boot order, hit F12 or whatever the key is, say, I want you to boot from my Windows install. Then you delete all the partitions on the drive that the previous Windows install created, resetting the drive back to no partitions. Then you click next, and you start over, and then it works. It's maddening. All right, well, this is going to take a while. This is not happening with the expediency that I was hoping. The internet here is faster than that, but we've had some pretty harsh weather, and it may be affecting the quality of the connection. We'll let it run, and in the meantime, if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to address them here. Matt says he keeps Windows 10's versions on a separate hard drive. No reason to do that. HEI Doc makes them available to you. They store them so you don't have to. Alex says, I wonder if the date problem is a gigabyte problem. I have not been able to recreate this problem on any other manufacturer's boards, and I cannot recreate it on all gigabyte boards. But where it does exist is only on gigabyte boards. I've never seen it exist on any other manufacturer's boards that are currently, that have been on sale for the last 2 years. If it's beyond that, I don't know. But since I've been looking, I've not been able to duplicate this problem on any board other than Gigabyte. And again, it's not all Gigabyte boards. But it's only Gigabyte boards it happens on. I'm going to let that run for a second. Let me take a break. All right, let's see if this works. There we go. Oh, this is taking forever. All right, well, ordinarily, the amount of time that this would take wouldn't matter. It doesn't make any sense for me to hold on to old ISO images and to use my space. Because in reality, if it takes an hour to download it, I don't care. I have lots of other things to do while it's happening. It's a unique situation to be live. I don't think many of you can really relate to it, where you would have that issue, where you need something immediately. Most people, if they're making videos, they're going to pre-record them, and this is something that would be fixed in editing, and it would all happen instantaneously, and you wouldn't really appreciate the amount of time that goes into it. I know I don't. I'm like, I see a well-made video, and the better made it is, the less I appreciate how much time went into it, in the sense that I don't, if it's edited and made well, you would never notice it. But if it's edited and made well, that means they spent a crazy amount of time reshooting as well as editing, and maybe even fixing audio issues and things like that. And one of the things I try to emphasize on my channel is the reality of the world, because so much of what people are making is so controlled and polished, it doesn't really represent your experience if you were to replicate what they're doing. What I'm doing, the way I show it, is more like how long it would take you. So I think it's better at setting expectations, but it ain't exactly the most riveting video to watch something download. Unfortunately, I can't move forward with this test until I have that download. I would then move on doing something else. In the meantime, I've got it also downloading in the back computer, because there's two separate networks here, and it's still going to take at least 10 minutes over there. Wayne says it seems it was Charles Brow who first commented on the bogus date and time set up at 7:46. Perhaps he should be turned blue. I can't go back that far to look, but I do appreciate any help. And I'm sure if he's regular here, like his name doesn't, I don't recall seeing him before. So but I'm glad other people have caught it, and I appreciate it very much. It's painfully slow. Pizza Man says the date was probably correct when the video began. I look good for my age, though, don't I? Greg says Linux has fixed the 2038 problem. Well, I'll be able to sleep at night now. The problem should be fixed at the board, in my opinion, but it's good to know that the operating systems are addressing that. I don't know that all Linux builds equally apply those fixes. That's why I'm so reluctant to sort of say yay. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know enough about it. But if it was addressed, if the date range was enforced in the BIOS, it would be a non-issue regardless. Carrie, can you get that file on a FAT32 memory stick? The maximum file size on the FAT32 file system is 4 gigs. Anything larger than that, you'll say you don't have enough room. You don't have enough space. So if you had a 16 gig flash drive formatted in file allocation table 32-bit FAT32, if you tried to copy a file 4 gigs or larger in size, it'll say you don't have enough room. And it's referring to the file size. So any file size greater than 4 gigs, any single one file larger than 4 gigs will not be allowed on FAT32. You need FAT64. FAT64, what's that? I just made that up. You need NTFS or exFAT on your flash drive, or FAT64. There's no such thing as FAT64. I'm working on that right now. I'm going to make FAT64. We're going to edit this, right? No. I'll leave it in. Yeah. Yeah. Still going. Still going. Riveting video. You know, when you want to make a YouTube video, it's super easy. Just turn your camera on and you go, right? It's nothing to it. Just make up a dialogue off the top of your head, say what's on your mind. Don't worry about misspeaking or offending people, and always have everything available that you know you're going to need without any rehearsal or prep time, and be prepared to react to anything at any time immediately. It's no pressure. It's super easy. I don't see what you make a big deal about, Carrie. You got a super easy job. Mark says I deserve an extra large pizza for this broadcast. No matter how big the pizza is, I'm only going to eat the same amount. Anything more than that is it's wasteful. Thank you, though. John Yasuda contributed that 20 bucks for pizza earlier. I haven't eaten yet today. It's almost 8 o'clock. Places are going to close by 9 or 10. I might have to wrap this up just so I can eat. Jeff says Papa John's or Pizza Hut. You know, I just had Papa John's. It was pretty good, actually, so I must have been hungry. Pizza Hut's pan is pretty good, their pan pizza. I don't like how Papa John's puts the toppings under the cheese. They can't get crispy. They're called toppings, not bottomings. So, but in Papa John's on the website, they give you an area to write special instructions. And I should have wrote, please put toppings on top. Sometimes you get a couple things on top. Some of the pepperonis crisp up and they get like bacon. It's really good. But then when you bite in and there's like a mushroom under the cheese or a pepperoni, they're not crisp. The texture's off. And I'm also not expecting it because I don't see it. If I see it, I'm looking forward to tasting it. And I don't order from Papa John's very often. And I always forget. Special instructions. Please put the toppings on the top. And that's the only one I have to do that with. I don't have to tell Pizza Hut that. I don't have to tell Domino's or literally any other pizza maker, unless it's a Chicago style pizza. Then that's a different story. But that's not pizza. That's a casserole. Let's see how we're doing over there. We're getting there, slowly but surely. $3 minutes. Now, I have another flash drive I can use. So as to save time, I won't use the same flash drive that I'm using now. So I'll just get that ready. I guess I could probably grab Rufus while we're waiting. Full screen for Gary. Bring up the browser. It's not like it's going to go any slower. And we want Rufus. And we want to download the portable Rufus. Perfect. Open the file. No, let's not open it. Hold on. Let's close that. Let's close that. And let's bring Rufus over here. Rufus can go over here. Put it over here. And I'll unplug this flash drive because we're done with that one. That's Windows 21H1. This looks like the same flash drive, but it doesn't have the Windows sticker under it, so I know it's just blank. Bring that one up. Should be empty. It is empty. Good, good. Just about a minute left. Hey, looks like it finally completed. Okay, now I can close this window. I'm done with it. So we'll bring up Rufus. Let's put it over here. Just put it over here. Okay, double click. Yes. Do you want Rufus to check for application updates? No. Device 16 gig. Yes, that's what I plugged in. Boot selection, disk or ISO image. Yes. Select it. Okay, that's in my downloads folder right there. Standard Windows installation. Yep. GPT. Sure, why not? UEFI. Okay, I don't care. Volume label. I don't care. I guess we could change this. No, it doesn't even allow you to change it. MBR GPT. All right, whatever. It's fine. Start. All data on your flash drive will be erased to replace it with the image. Good. This should happen relatively quickly. Remember, this whole time we're using a heatsink that's not designed for this processor with no thermal compound. You can see we have no thermal issues. So all those people all freaking out about their temps doesn't make any sense. Paul says, hopefully it's a legit ISO for Microsoft. I know for a fact it's a legit ISO for Microsoft. You understand I just didn't wake up in this career yesterday, right? And the whole reason I'm showing you is so that you don't have to wonder. If you don't trust me, I don't know who you trust. Almost done. Almost done. .2%. You can see at the very bottom here, it is doing something right down. If you look down here, this whole line here is moving. There it goes. You've just created a media that uses UEFI, NTFS, boot letter. Please remember that to boot this media, you must disable secure boot, blah, blah, blah. Great, wonderful, go away. Start, restart. Oh, it wants to update and restart. No, just restart it because we're reinstalling Windows again. I want to make sure that the flash drive is bootable. So I'm going to move this along as quickly as possible. So when we get up to the restart, I'll keep pressing F12 so I can select our boot options here. So F12, as it says at the bottom middle of the screen, is our boot manager. And we'll boot right here on the UEFI SanDisk Extreme Partition 1. And I just want to make sure that we're loading the Windows installer and that I've correctly made the bootable drive. Hopefully I did. I did. Yay. Now, what the heck, since we're here, let's erase all the partitions on the NVMe drive. So we wipe out Windows 21H1. And when I do this, it's going to happen as soon as I click the button. I don't have to restart or anything. So right here under custom install, we've got these 4 partitions. Right mouse, select the first one, select any of them, I don't care, and just hit the delete button. It doesn't matter what order until they're all gone. Now this is permanently erasing the drive. There's no more partitions, no more format, no more windows, all gone, bye-bye. Now I'm going to turn the machine off. Turn the machine back on. There it goes. In just a minute, we should get some video. We're going to go into the BIOS and we're going to put that date back. What was it, like October 12th, 2091? We're going to put that back again, just like it was. If it'll come back on. Patience. I'm hitting delete. All right. Go to the date. See, it shouldn't even be going this high. It shouldn't even be possible. This Gigabyte BIOS is messed up. I want to say it was October the 12th, wasn't it? We don't have to be that specific, but I'm trying to recreate the scenario. So it's reflected here, 10/12/2091, and save and exit. Save and exit. Now, the only thing that this can boot from, that this machine can boot from, is the flash drive now, because I've made, by deleting the partitions on the internal drive, it's no longer bootable. It's exactly in the same condition it was when I removed it brand new from the box, from the factory box, which means no partitions, no format, no data. So right now it's going to boot off of that flash drive, and we're going to run through the same setup. Next, install. Don't have a private product key. Windows 10 Pro. Next, accept the license agreement. Custom install. Drive 0, all unallocated space, and we're off to the races. And now we wait, and we'll see if it freezes up. So if this does in fact freeze up, then that means Microsoft has addressed it in 21H1. I would have to download 20H2 and try it again to see if they fixed it in 20H2. It's not like I keep trying it, you know, every time Microsoft comes out with a new update. It would be great to confirm it. I feel better reproducing the error and saying for a fact that in fact Microsoft did something in Windows with the latest update. I'm suspecting they did. I just don't know. So we're going on our first reboot, and we'll see what happens. Todd Long says, I need another Tech Bets episode. Yeah, Mike Smith and I were on the phone for quite a while the other day. We have plenty to discuss. We just have conflicting timelines. But we're going to try and do a show tomorrow evening. But as you know, sometimes business customers can, you know, an issue can come up and we have to address it. But if everything goes as planned, we will have a new Tech Bets episode at 5 o'clock Pacific time. Mike Smith and I, we have a lot to talk about. So I'm just kind of curious, because I thought it would, the spinning dots would freeze and it wouldn't get past this. Again, I'd have to go back and look at the old videos I did. But we're getting past it. So now we're on reboot 2. Can't remember where it froze. I don't think it got this far. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I never got to select United States. Like it would freeze before that. So I'm more baffled than before. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think it's going to be fine. And I'm going to summarize this for you guys. Um, so it's a 32-bit time clock, not a 64-bit. I kept saying 64-bit. Clearly, it made it clear. Um, okay. I can make this happen. The reason that we're not seeing it is the date's not a problem. The 2091 date was never a problem. If that had never been brought to my attention, we would have installed and never had a problem, and I would have been none the wiser. I would have noticed it when I synchronized the clock because it's always off by a few hours or a couple days from the factory. It would have synchronized. It would have been no big deal. When the viewer in the audience brought this to my attention, I made a big deal about it because of it exceeds 2039. But the issue isn't with 2039. I was looking through my notes to see, because I ended up spending a lot of time reversing the date backwards until I had the problem. And I had a date set of January 18th, 3001, which is much different. But again, it's a simple 2 and 3 are right next to each other on your keyboard, something very easy to fat finger. And so if I go back to this machine one final time, and I'll look at, I've had the internet connected. That make a difference? And how come it didn't force me to make a Microsoft user account? Might be a long day and I'm not thinking clearly, but something isn't adding up. Let's turn it off. Fire it up one more time. We're going to make sense of this. If it's the last thing I do, let's just go to 2100. 2100. Let me take it. See that? It's enforcing the date. What's happening right now? 2091. So will I go to 2099? Yes. Will it go to 2100? No, it rolls back to 2099. So there is an enforcement at 2100. Interesting. Okay, so we'll just keep it at 2099. And then we're going to save and exit. And then we're going to tell it to boot from the flash drive. And we'll select the SanDisk Extreme. Still running 2004 on Windows 10. And let's go around again one more time. Clean install with the date set at 2100. Let's see if it completes. I'm kind of curious if having the network cable in, if once again, Microsoft's correcting Gigabyte's error. Trying to figure out why it's not locking up. Because that's a hard error. That's a mathematical error. It's not a ritual. It's not a feeling. It's something that's logical and reproducible. I'm just trying to remember if everything was in line the way it was supposed to be. And normally I would not install with that Ethernet cable plugged in. So through this process, I've sort of changed my ordinary procedures and then kept moving forward without undoing that. So kind of curious if that's why it continued. It's baffling. Matthew thinks the person might have tried typing 2019 instead of 2091. Why in the world would they be trying to put a date of 2019 when the board's not, they didn't have this board in 2019. So there's no way inventory sat around for 2 years. Doesn't make any sense. It would have had to have been 2020 or 2021, and it was probably 2021. Nobody would have tried typing 2019. You wouldn't put a past date in there, and that board is not that old. So, yeah, it's a nice thought, but it doesn't match up to making any sense. Okay, so I'd swear this is where it locked up before. I'd swear it was on this first reboot that that circle that's spinning above getting ready would just stop spinning, and that was all she wrote. Here's we're still moving past that. We're on the second reboot. It was Windows 1909. Was it that far back already? So then Microsoft addressed it. So we'd have to go back and get 1909. I thought going back to 2004 would have cut it. So who said that? Who? How do you know? What the hell said it's a Windows 10 1909 3001 bug. So you're saying in my video, I'm mentioning, is it mentioning 1909? Okay. Well, 2004, that was the next one, right? After 1909 was 2004, was the next iteration of Windows 10. So that means that after I exposed it, Microsoft did address it as a result of my video. I mean, that's not coincidence. That's a direct result of my video. That means Microsoft was made aware of the information. Whether or not they knew the source, I don't know. And they addressed it so that the next update of Windows fixed it. But I'm going to have to download 1909 because now I got to know if I had that impact on my industry. That's quite flattering. Even if I don't get credit for it, you and I know. It's all that matters. I'm not living in my own little delusional world. I might be, but at least that I can verify. 1909. Interesting. Well, I think this requires a little more testing, and I still need to eat. And we've been live for quite some time. And it certainly wasn't my intent to go this long. The good news is, motherboard appears, even though it's a returned motherboard, I'm at a 100% I have not had a problem buying these return boards as long as I ensure they're coming from Amazon Warehouse. There has not been a problem. If there had been a problem, I know buying from Amazon Warehouse allows me to return the board without any expense or any trouble. You get like 30 days, something like 30 days. Read your stipulation when you buy from them. The CPU did not, I don't think it came from Amazon Warehouse. It came from a third party, but trying to remember, they had free returns. And until I run Prime 95 on it and work it, I know at least it's a genuine Intel CPU. And if I want to, I can, if there's some internal issue with the CPU that appears, I can take that up with Intel and they'll send me a new CPU. But from what I can tell so far, this is working exactly like brand new parts at a significant savings. The CPU was $50 less, and the motherboard wasn't available. So if you wanted that board, this was the only way to get it. But it was still cheaper than retail. If the retail price is $136 right now, it should be like $110. But the situation is the board is available new for $136 on Amazon here in the US. And I think I paid $90. Let's call it $90 savings. So I spent $250 and $90, so $340 versus spending, what's a 10700K go for brand new? It's about $300, and then the board's $136. That's not adding up right. The CPU is $300 and the board's $136. That's $436. And if I paid $250 plus $90, I'm at $340. So almost $100 discount. And no sacrifice was made. I didn't have to give up anything. I didn't have to give up peace of mind for return. I still have manufacturer warranty. In the case of the motherboard, I didn't have to wait for more boards to come in stock. This was available. I bought it. It works great. And every used board I have purchased from Amazon Warehouse, I have not had to send any of them back. Greg says the network cable made a difference. No, it did not. The date is still wrong, but it didn't prevent Windows from installing. See, this is why I'm telling you guys, these heat issues you're worried about, they don't exist. Like, if they exist, it's something to worry about. If it doesn't exist, you're worried about nothing. The date issue isn't a problem unless it's a problem. So it appears if I have Windows 10 1909, that I can recreate the problem. From all the information I have right now, it appears Microsoft learned of the discovery that I exposed here, that you guys joined me with it was a while ago, and then addressed it internally without so much as talking to the press about it or consulting with the person who discovered it. They must have done their own internal testing to verify the issue, addressed the code, addressed it in code, internally tested it, and then released it, and never said a word to anybody. So in order for me to verify this now, because this is all what I suspect, I'm going to have to go back to HEI doc, download and create the image, bootable image for Windows 10 1909, and wipe the partitions on the drive. I'm going to leave the date exactly as it is and see if I can recreate it. And I'll give you an update when I have the answer, because I need to eat. So, hey, thanks guys. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I'm kind of sorry somebody brought that to my attention, because it was all a complete waste of time that was never going to cause a problem. The only benefit of being aware of it is knowing that Microsoft addressed it. Well, that's a nice follow-up that Microsoft, as far as I know, hasn't said a word publicly about. So apart from being a bit of trivia, if the viewer or viewers in the chat didn't bring that to my attention, I wouldn't have noticed it. I would have installed Windows 10. It would have installed just fine. And then when I went to update Windows 10, it would have automatically fixed the date and time. And so I still wouldn't have been aware of it. When it was brought to my attention, I was very grateful, because I was not aware Microsoft had fixed it. I downloaded an older version of Windows 10 to verify my suspicions, but it appears it was fixed that early on. I got to go one more version back. Now, if I go one more version back and it doesn't seize up, there's something else happening here. But if it does seize up, that means Microsoft fixed it. But it also means Gigabyte didn't learn their lesson, and Gigabyte still has no excuse for allowing that clock to go that far up. I don't think you can go the 2100 on any other manufacturer's motherboard. Check your board. If you have ASRock, MSI, if you have Asus, I'm pretty sure they don't allow you to go to 2100. 2039, I think, is the maximum. So Gigabyte is enforcing the date range to 2099. And I don't know why. But if we try to install Windows 1909 on this, I think it's going to lock. And I just don't have time to check it right now. The downloads are too slow. So this would have never been an issue, because Microsoft would have already fixed it, and Microsoft didn't tell anybody. So apart from that little piece, all this time we've spent just to establish something that, if it was never brought to my attention, would have never been noticed, and it wouldn't matter. But absolutely, that would explain why somebody would have sent it back, for sure. But I just need to verify it, because now I have to know, right? I'm sort of stuck wondering something's changed. And it's got to be Windows that's changed. I can't think of anything else. So yeah, we'll let it sit with the wrong date, since before, when we had the wrong date, we could not install Windows. It absolutely would not install. It would just go into a freezing boot loop no matter what you did. Boot loops, stay crunchy and melt.
So in order to continue my testing, you don't want to fix the date. You want to leave it exactly where it is. And I will offline, I'll download 1909, put it on that flash drive, and it will come back and report my findings. It doesn't matter that the date is wrong. Let me just be clear here. I want to make sure. Hey, 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 it doesn't matter that the date is wrong. Stop telling me the date is wrong. It doesn't matter. Did you guys catch it that time? The reason the date mattered before is it prevented Windows 10 from installing. Now it appears Microsoft has addressed that in the updates to Windows 10 that have since come out since 1909. So this is 2004. So if this problem's been resolved in 2004, then it was resolved in 20H2 and 21H1 and carried forward indefinitely. When I connect this to the network and I go to synchronize the Windows updates or download the Windows updates, it will automatically fix the date. It is a moot point because it's not interfering with our ability to get the operating system installed. The date can say anything it wants to on a first install. It doesn't matter. Once I connect it to the network, it fixes itself. But if I can't get Windows to install because the date is wrong, and you go through the diagnostics of replacing the motherboard, the processor, the solid state drive, the RAM, you try different flash drives, you download different media files, and you recreate and it just keeps repeating over and over and over. A new power supply, new case. That's all new parts, and it still keeps repeating because you never fix the date. And after you fix the date, and you restart the computer and it's not booting from the flash media, but instead it's booting from the install to finish the install, it resets the date back without telling you, and you're right back again with an invalid date, and you just go around in circles. So since Windows is installing and it's completing the install, the date is irrelevant now. Microsoft appears to have fixed this. I just want to confirm it. So I will offline, I'm going to say this 25 times until people hear me. I'm going to download 1909 using HEI doc. I'm going to write it over that flash drive. I'm going to wipe all the partitions on the drive. I'm going to keep the date wrong. And I want to make sure it seizes like it's supposed to, like we've experienced and witnessed and recorded on a live video in the past. And then I can say for certain that it was addressed in Windows. Otherwise, there's something else happening here. So I just want to make sure that I have a logical explanation for this, and to know I don't have to worry about it anymore. So the reason is when I do future videos and I bring out the next motherboard, and somebody doesn't watch this video, or you're watching it but you're not paying attention, and you go, hey, the date's wrong, I'm going to ignore you because it no longer matters. That's an issue in the past. You get me? On the other hand, if I have no explanation for this, then the date still could be an issue. I need to know now if I can dismiss all further date issues from this point forward. And it looks like we're on that path, and then that'll be a load off of my mind. So when some other person who misses this video lacks the updated information, and they're thinking they're helpful by bringing that to my attention, it won't steer me off on a 4-hour side spin of my live video, chasing nothing. So that's why I need to know. Waldo says it was only a problem after 1/19/3001. Well, see, that's the other thing. I rewound the dates back until I found the date that caused the problem. And I can't remember what date I ended on. I'm pretty sure it's in one of the articles that was published. it's in one of the articles. Let me see Tom's Hardware. It's not the Tom's Hardware article. One of these articles warns tech, because it was a Y3K issue because it dealt with the year 3000. Okay, so it was after January 18th, 3001. Okay. January 18th, 3001. There's a significance to that date. It's similar to the one I showed you on Wikipedia. January 18th, 3001, time, clock, limit. Okay, so looking back at my own notes, because this is going back some time, this looks like we're going back to a year and a half ago. Yeah, this was published March of 2020. Okay. Here's what it seems. I'm gonna keep updating for guess the information I'm receiving is changing. So here's where I'm at right now. It appears that when I experimented with this back in February of 2020, that the Gigabyte BIOS allowed a date above the Gigabyte BIOS on the system. If you go back and you watch the video, just type in Kerry Holzman Y3K on YouTube and it'll pull up numerous videos. Some are I think there's an edited one and a live one. That when I started messing with the date, the error went away as long as the date was January 18th, 3001 at the latest. Windows, including Windows 1909, would install fine. If the date was beyond January 19th, 3001, then Windows would not install. So now I don't think Microsoft fixed this because Microsoft has never said a word about it. And I think we're getting confused with the 2039 32-bit clock error and the January 18th, 3001 time clock. There's two different time clock errors we're talking about. These are two different errors. So as long as your date is not later than January 18th, 3001, Windows will install without a problem. And then the date will automatically synchronize and set when you go to Windows Updates by default. Unless you manually change that setting, that's how it goes out of the box. And if we go back to this HDMI input here, wake up. I want to try something. Let's go back to the command prompt. Let's elevate that command prompt by running it as an administrator. And let's set the date to January 20th, 3001. See here? January 20th, 3001. And let's reinstall Windows. Kind of curious, the BIOS is set to 1/1/2018. So the BIOS kicked it back and doesn't allow it. So Gigabyte's doing okay. Gigabyte's doing okay. Their BIOS has automatically not accepted that date. That means that we're just fine. Everything is fine and there's no problem. We are unable to recreate the error because the Gigabyte BIOS won't permit it. So even though it's really strange that Gigabyte is permitting it, the date to go that high, it's not a 2039 time clock error. That's a different error. So the BIOS is preventing an invalid date. So my earlier accusation that Gigabyte did not fix this is wrong. Upon further examination and more information that I have since acquired while we've been live, I can now conclude that my conclusion was wrong. Gigabyte is fine. It's weird, but it's fine. And as long as you don't exceed January 18th, 3001, Windows 10 will install and the date will not matter. So as long as the BIOS won't accept a date that large, it can accept $29.99 for the year, and Windows 10 is still going to install. So if the date is wrong, when in the future, if you're watching me do a video, and the date is wrong, it doesn't matter. Unless the date exceeds January 18, 3001, it will make no difference and it will self-correct as soon as I hit Windows Update. And now we know. So this was not an issue Microsoft addressed. It does seem to be an issue Gigabyte did in fact address. It just appeared they didn't because it looked like you could put any date in there. But as we witnessed, when I tried to put 2100 in, which is an option, it won't let you accept it. It'll go back to 2099. So it is enforcing a date range, but that's one hell of a date range. But it's fine. Gigabyte didn't do anything wrong here. I screwed up in what I thought was going on. And by taking this time to verify my facts before doubling down, all this information makes more sense now. It's all totally logical. It's not a fix from Microsoft. It's not. It's January 18, 3001, and I was confusing that with the 32-bit clock with 2039. It's a different problem. 2039 had nothing to do with the Y3K issue, which is why I called it the Y3K issue. I didn't call it the 2039 issue. Clear as mud. Chevy in the chat room is using ASCII graphics and saying something that is not kind. And Chevy, I'm going to remove you as blue and kick you out of this chat room. If you can't type like a normal person and you can't be nice, I'm going to kick you out. I am not in the mood for this. When somebody is drawing attention to themselves by making a font that's 200 times larger than everybody else's, nobody else is doing that but you. If you cannot behave yourself to the same level of those that you're surrounded with, you're going to be removed. Do not do that anymore. If you want to write something, type it on your keyboard. I don't want to see any more ASCII graphics in here. It says message retracted. Thank you, Chevy. If you have nothing nice to say to somebody, please don't say anything. And please don't draw attention to yourself and force people to read what you write because you've made it this large. Unacceptable. Have some courtesy for other people, please. Shouldn't have to tell you this. You don't see anybody else exhibiting that behavior. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your participation. And I would appreciate if you would behave the way others behave in this environment so that we can all get along, we can all communicate effectively, and we can all be friends. Because that ain't going to make you any friends. There's no benefit to you doing that anywhere ever. That is not going to make you friends. Thank you. Wayne says, I'm sorry we sent you down that deep date rabbit hole. Apparently I needed the reminder. Again, the 2039 issue and the Y3K issue are two separate issues. And apparently that rabbit hole was necessary for me personally. So I now know the difference. Those are two different, distinct errors or potential errors, cause of errors. It doesn't resolve the issue with the 32-bit time clock, but it certainly answers the date code issue with regards to the 3001 issue, along with Windows just updating and fixing it. And through an event like this, which is exhausting, I won't soon forget it, and then I'll be able to remind others who perhaps have never even discovered me yet, people that will discover me months and years from now and see my videos for the first time. When I see that in the future, I will mention it in 2 lines. You know, I'll say, hey, as long as this date is below January 18, 3001, there's no problem here. Don't worry if the date is wrong. It's going to self-correct. There is never any reason for you to go into your BIOS when you're building your computer. If you ordered a brand new motherboard, there is no reason for you to go into your BIOS and change the date. It doesn't have to be up to the minute. It doesn't even have to be up to the week. It doesn't even have to be up to the month. And it doesn't even have to be up to the year. As long as you're below January 18, 3001, it doesn't matter. Just leave it alone. Put your parts in, install Windows 10, go to Windows Update, and it'll self-correct immediately. It's not an issue. There's no sense turning it into one. Somebody made their own issue here, and I don't know why, but the BIOS date was at 2091. And that's, or 20, yeah, it was at 2091. And could that have been resulting in an operating system not installing? Yes, but it wasn't Windows 10. Windows 10 would install anyway. If they were installing something else, then that could have prevented the install, and that could be why the board was returned. That's this whole process. This is called forensics. This is different from repair. Repair is fixing something. Forensics is taking something and figuring out what went wrong. And I don't know why somebody would have set the date to 2091, other than they made a mistake. And I don't know why somebody returned this board, because most people are going to install Windows 10 on it. Not everybody. Sometimes it's the people who think they're the smartest that are the biggest harm to themselves with regards to having technical problems. They do things regular folks wouldn't do because they think they know what they're doing. And rather than, you know, there are some people that will work really, 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 really hard to solve a problem when all you have to do is say, excuse me, but if you just looked at it this way, the problem doesn't exist anymore. So they're doing all this work. Like, what's the joke with NASA spending all this millions of dollars in research to get a pen to write in outer space? And the Russians just used a pencil. I don't know if it's true, But if we go off that example, you can see how the engineers overthought this issue. If this is a true story, it doesn't matter because the principle here is the same. Spent money and time in engineering and development and research when all you had to do was choose a different writing device. It didn't have to be pen. Pencil works just fine. So I'm guessing the person who did this either, and this is what's weird in my industry, I run into people who claim to be experts and they make the dumbest mistakes. You've seen me do it here. I more or less did it today. And I run into people who don't know a thing about computers, first time ever, and they make mistakes because they don't realize how important the little details are. And it's something very simple like a date, and they just weren't paying attention. Isn't it weird how the two extremes are so similar for different reasons? The technical people overthinking and creating problems, and the newbies, the greenhorns, oversimplifying everything and not looking at the details, creating their own problems. Now, right in the middle of those two extremes is the rest of us. And we're going to encounter problems from time to time, but typically not problems that we self-create. Self-created problems are more times than not created by those who consider themselves technical experts or those who consider themselves noobs. That's it. At least for the vast majority of the calls I get, it's one of those two people that create where the solution is really simple. Like all you have to do is push a button. It's those super technical people that can't think of a solution that's simple. And it's the real, the noobs, the greenhorns that don't understand why that's important. They're fully capable of seeing it once they're told what to look for, but they didn't know it was important. Those easy problems to solve, the easiest problems to solve, come from noobs or people that consider themselves technical experts. I can't tell you the number of times technical experts have called me and the solution to their problem was incredibly simple. It rarely happens in the middle. Like for the average user, when they typically have a problem, it's usually a real problem. It's not self-inflicted and it's not an easy solution. I just find that fascinating. If you understood the number of technical support questions I get each and every day, and they'll often start off with, I've been doing this for 40 years and I don't know what's going on. Or I'm new to computers and I don't know what's going on. More times than not, you just have to click a button on those type of support questions. It's something extremely simple. And I've had people, they want to get down into sector editing something to delete a file. You remember when I was helping Doug Betts. Doug Betts is a very capable and experienced IT worker, technician. And I think Doug Betts was overthinking it, me personally. I overthink things all the time. Not making fun of them, it's just we all do it. And I tried to take a simple approach and I solved it. Doug tried numerous things, ran out of time, started another day to try. I don't know if he did it second or third. By the time I got there, it was certainly the second attempt, but it might have been the third. And Doug humored me because I wanted to look at it. Like, let me at it. You tell me something can't be done, let me at it. I have no doubt Doug would have resolved it. No doubt. But I don't think he would have resolved it the way I did, and I don't think he would have resolved it as quick as I did. But I could be wrong. I'm not perfect. I'm proud. And I appreciate that Doug allowed me to take a shot at it, that he stepped aside and said, yeah, you want to try it, you try it. But I also know Doug would have solved it in Doug's way on Doug's time. So ultimately, it was a pretty easy solution. When it boils down to it, it was pretty easy to get rid of the undeletable file but it even took me about 2 hours to get to the easy one. I tried more difficult things, and what I was doing is I was reversing, I was moving in the opposite direction, and I was saying, okay, what can I do that's simpler? What's easier than this? You've got to take a different approach. If what you're doing isn't working, you've got to take a complete different approach. And the different approach isn't how can I get this more complicated? It's how do I make this simpler? And I promise you, in most cases, it's the simplest solution that fixes the most difficult problems. A lot of times that's true. Not always, but in my experience, it's worth going backwards in the complexity of your thinking when what you're doing isn't working. Generally, you're overthinking it. So anyway, that was fun. What are you going to do? Thanks, you guys, for all the support. Thanks for the contributions. Thanks for the discussion back and forth, hanging out with me. It's 10 minutes to 9. I think I still have time to get food. I can eat here, but I've earned it. I'm going to keep telling myself that. I got a box of donuts over there. Maybe I'll just eat a donut. Because, I'm wasting away. I'm so skinny. I hope to do a Tech Bets tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 o'clock Eastern with Mike Smith. We've got a lot to catch up on, provided nothing else unexpected occurs. We have an answer with this. There's no further testing required. We know it's January 18, 3001 is the last acceptable date. After that, Windows 10 won't install. I believe that Windows 10 still won't install, but we cannot test it because Gigabyte is enforcing the latest date of 2099, and that's no problem. No problem at all. So that's about 3 minutes of information that took us 7 hours to acquire. That's called doing it the hard way. Yeah. Doing it the hard way. Sorry about mentioning the date, Carrie. No, it's fine. It's fine. Now we all know. We're all better for it. I appreciate you looking out. I appreciate it. Zen Carter says thanks. John Paul. Yeah, if you like the content, you can let me know. Hit the thumbs up button. If you have not subscribed, you can be made aware anytime I go live. Also follow me on Twitter if you want alerts that way. I also post news articles and other items of interest, maybe of interest, that I'm not making videos on, in combination with posting links to videos. And you can always friend me on Facebook. The Facebook page is strictly a professional page. I don't really post anything personal there anymore. But sometimes I do post content of things I'm interested in, sometimes movie trailers or things I might be excited about, but it's mostly just business stuff. But you're welcome to friend me there as well. I think I still have about 1,000 friend slots open. See how Facebook limits that, so it makes it more valuable of a resource because it's a limited commodity? YouTube could do that. It's referencing something I said 6 hours ago. So thanks again for watching. I will hopefully see you on Tech Bets tomorrow evening. And until then, bye for now.